Trojan Horse, the Ungovernable series, Book 6. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Trojan Horse. Malicious code or malware designed to trick system users into loading and executing it by deceiving the user of its true intent. Important note. Dear listeners, as you have surmised from the previous book, this book takes place on a pleasure planet. It's not a nice place. So please, be aware that while I have tried to make sure anything too disturbing happens off-screen, the story does contain implied sexual violence. Implied violence, sexual and otherwise to minors, and a scene with a somewhat gruesome injury. Chapter 1. Jez leaned up against the wall, gasping for breath, her heart pounding a hole in her chest. The walls of the small, darkened corridor off the gambling rooms pressed in around her claustrophobically, and she cradled one arm close to her body, the dull ache of it almost unnoticeable under the pounding glow of adrenaline. Had she lost him? She wasn't certain. She closed her eyes for just a moment, sucking in a deep breath of air that smelled of sweat and stale alcohol, trying to slow her heart rate. There you are. Her eyes snapped open, and she bit back a curse as her involuntary movement jolted her arm. A small, wiry man stalked around the corner, and even in the dim light, she could tell his expression was one of cruel satisfaction. He might have been handsome, when he wasn't looking like he'd sucked on a damn lemon, but his fine clothing and dapper appearance marked him out as someone who didn't know much about brawling. Not someone she'd generally be worried about, honestly. Probably could knock him over with one very satisfying fist to the face. But then again, it was harder to knock someone over when they were holding a laser gun on you. He had another gun loose in his other hand. Her gun, which, with Yezbel's mods, was pretty much enough to leave a Jez-shaped charcoal stain on the wall behind her. She grinned at him through the pounding of her heart. Well, guess I was wrong. I thought you were a stupid, slow bastard. Turns out you're a stupid, fast one. His eyebrows lowered. And I thought you were supposed to be smart. Not so smart now, are you? His smile turned slightly mocking. If your comm was working, I might worry about that mess murderer friend of yours. But then, that's why I never travel without my EMP blocker. Maybe I already put a call out, said Jez, with as much snark as she could muster. Anyways, if she did want to come after you, she could probably find you by smell. Ever heard of a shower, you scum eater? His smile didn't falter, but his expression hardened. I suppose I will have to shower after this, he said. I hear ash is hard to get off your skin. What, planning on setting yourself on fire? Her arm throbbed, and she could see the murder glowing through his expression. But, hell, she figured she was in deep enough anyways at this point. Sit. He gestured with his gun. For a moment, she debated jumping him. But, well, satisfying as that would feel, it would probably be fairly short-lived, considering she'd probably have a hard time feeling anything with a hole burned through the middle of her gut. Slowly, she sat. His smile widened, slow and ugly. He'd come a couple of steps closer, but still too far for her to be able to lunge for him. Probably on purpose. He seemed the type that would think about that kind of thing. All right, Solikov, he purred. Looks like you've finally begun to see reason. Hey now, I know you're a useless plaguer, but I have things to do. Can we get whatever the hell this is over with? I'm kind of a busy woman, to be honest with you. Ah, Jez, he said, almost fondly. I expect that your options of places to go and things to do may have just gotten a lot smaller. Her heart was pounding even harder now, her grin stretching across her face. A prickle of panic crawling up her spine, mingling with the cold of the corridor wall against her back. The gambling ship was big, and yes, she'd taken that into consideration, but at the same time, he might just straight up kill her, and he might just be able to. So, he said in a conversational tone, you've been wreaking havoc on this ship for the last week, rumor has it. Gambling, cheating, drinking, whatever it is you've been doing. And I don't know what happened a week ago, with the fire alarms and everything else, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if you had something to do with it. And when I went to look you up, he shook his head. I'd expect shame from most people. Smuggling, with Lena to boot, and the kind of things on your record, I was almost ashamed for you. But here you sit, Jez, and you're not ashamed in the slightest. Nope, she said, managing a smirk. Figure it could be worse. I could look like you, for one thing. And besides... Shut up, Solikov, he growled, raising his laser gun meaningfully. She'd read up on his record, too. He wouldn't hesitate to use it. She shut up. So, he continued, here we have a smuggler, a gambler, a drunk, and a cheat, and you got an invite to this conference for some reason, or else you and your friends managed to forge your way in. And I decided it was time someone put an end to this. You sure that's what it was? She asked. She was pretty sure she should actually shut up, but her mouth didn't usually pay attention to considerations like that anyways. Because I figure it was because I cheated every damn credit off you 3 games in a row before you figured out what the hell was going on. She shrugged. I mean, gotta hand it to you. It takes skill to be that plaguing stupid, but... The laser gun burned a smoking hole in the dirty carpet beside her, and she gave an involuntary yelp. The only reason that didn't hit 20 centimeters to the right is that you're going to do something for me, Jez. You're going to give me my credits back, and you're going to do it right now. Which chip do you want? She drawled. The one I cheated off you, or the one I stole off you? Every muscle in her body was tight, and her brain buzzed with a heady mix of fear and anticipation. He glowered at her. Don't think I'm stupid. I saw you transfer the credits into your chip. Yeah? Well, hell, I'd love to give those credits back, since you asked so nicely, but... She shrugged regretfully. You hit my comm with an EMP blocker, so I can't just send it over. Take out the chip and toss it to me. She shrugged again. I could, I guess. You'd never get inside it, because it's set to my biometrics, and I figure you don't have a hacker friend who's nearly as good as mine. You'll give me that money back, Solikov, he said in a flat voice. You'll figure out a way, or I'll take my chances with a hacker friend. Well, here's the thing, she said. I do have a way. I just don't think you're going to like it. He narrowed his eyes. Tell me. She gave him a look of wide-eyed innocence. Old-fashioned way. You hook your comm into mine, and you can transfer the funds right over. Easy peasy." He looked at her for a long moment, eyes narrowed. He was probably making the same calculations she was. She was taller, and probably stronger, and a hell of a lot more experienced at brawling. But then again, she was injured, and he had a gun. At last, reluctantly, he nodded. "All right, that's what we'll do. But," he raised his gun again, "I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you'll be able to jump me, take off, go find your friends." He gave her a grim smile. "Before you embarrass yourself, I've been checking. All of your friends are on the other side of the ship, and I have people who'll let me know the moment one of them moves. And if they do, you're dead. You aren't the first person who's underestimated me. The difference here is you're still alive. Let's see if you can keep it that way." He gestured with his gun. "Go on. Legs out in front of you, hands on the wall behind you." Reluctantly, she did as he asked. Be hard to lunge at him from this position, which was probably the point. Still, maybe she wouldn't be able to jump to her feet, and maybe her hands were over her head on the wall, but if he was right in front of her, maybe. He stepped closer, cautiously, as if she were a wild beast that might snap at him. She gave him her toothiest grin, but his expression just took on a tinge of disgust. He was right in front of her now. He'd have to put one of the guns down to hold his comm up to hers. Either that, or keep a gun in his comm hand while he transferred the credits. The adrenaline rushing through her veins was almost enough to make her dizzy, and she was grinning like a complete lunatic. "All right," he said, crouching in front of her, so he was at her eye level. "You're going to lower your comm hand, nice and slow, and then—" She didn't wait for him to finish, just brought her good hand down so the edge of her palm would connect with the side of his neck. He caught her wrist in his hand and shoved it out of the way, and with his other, slammed the butt of Yesbel's modded gun into her injured arm. She bit back a whimper of pain as he twisted her good arm up behind her back, doubling her over, and then the muzzle of the laser pistol was jammed into her ribs. "You think I was born yesterday, Solokov?" he hissed into her ear. "Now, let's try that again. Give me your comm hand." Reluctantly, painfully, she held out her injured arm. She had the brief hope that he might let go of the gun for an instant in order to touch his comm to hers. But he somehow managed to keep the muzzle steady against her ribs and twist his wrist so the two comms made contact. She could hear the faint, steady click of credits transferring over, and she swore and gritted her teeth against the tears of pain forming in her eyes as he pulled her arm up tighter. At last, the clicking stopped. "Thank you, Jez," he said mockingly. "I couldn't possibly have done it without you, and it looks like I took a little more than what you owed me. But I thought it was probably fair payment for the trouble you put me through." The pressure on her arm released abruptly, but before she could gather her wits, he'd stepped back, the gun trained on her. He'd switched weapons now, and this time he was holding Yesbel's modded heat gun. "But I wouldn't worry about that," he continued conversationally. "I'm pretty sure you're not going to need credits where you're going." He aimed, and she lunged to her feet. Because he was going to pull the trigger anyways, so what did it matter? He fired. The gun clicked. She grinned at him. "Where do you think I'm going, you bastard? Back to my room?" He cursed and yanked out his laser gun, leveling it at her. But she pulled a small tube out of her pocket and clicked it before he could pull the trigger. Didn't even notice your EMP blocker was missing, she said, tossing it into the air and catching it in her palm. Bit of an innocent, aren't you? Bet you get your pockets picked in every damn Zastava you visit. He was glaring at her now, clearly too angry to be alarmed. She grinned to herself and tapped her palm against her thigh. Hey, Galena, you feel like some target practice? The man's face went suddenly bloodless. What? What are you doing? That gun doesn't work. I used the... Like I said, she drawled, leaning back against the wall. I have a tech-head friend. Hands up, came a woman's voice from down the hall. Slowly, the man raised his arms. Now, said the woman, drop your weapons, turn around slowly, and get the hell out of here. I don't like it when people hit Jez. She was about a half head shorter than Jez, with wavy black hair falling halfway down her back, high boots, and a short dress that showed off her curves to admirable advantage. And a heat pistol, of course. Jez sighed dreamily. The man did as he was told, lowering his gun gently to the ground, then turning and sidling past the woman, who was holding her gun in a no-nonsense way. Jez grinned at her. It was honestly incredible how hot knowing how to manage a heat pistol could make someone. And to be fair, Galena was pretty damn hot to begin with. As hot as Jez had remembered from the night she'd met her in the casino, after Masha had sold them out, and she'd almost walked in on Lev. Actually, probably better not to think about that. Anyways, and considering how drunk Jez had been at the time, that was actually fairly impressive. When the man was gone, Galena lowered her heat pistol and strode over to Jez, concern written across her face. Are you all right? Jez grinned at her, despite the throbbing in both her damn shoulders now. Yep. Bastard took the bait and swallowed it whole. Galena looked her over quickly. Her eyes caught the way Jez cradled her arm, and she frowned. Jez, you're hurt. She reached out and ran a practiced hand down Jez's arm, and Jez couldn't hide her wince. What happened? The concern on Galena's face made something strange and slightly uncomfortable twist inside Jez's stomach. Because, hell, she was used to a lot of things, but it would be a long time before she got used to people being concerned about her. Still, she managed a snarky grin. Well, he decided he was going to try to break my arm before he shot me. But he's a damn amateur. I've been beat up plenty of times before, and I can tell you, that doesn't make it better. I don't like you getting hurt. She leaned in and kissed Jez gently. And for half a moment, Jez completely forgot about her arm. Because if she'd learned one thing about Galena in the past week, it was that she was a very good kisser. All right, you big hero. Let's get out of here, Galena said fondly, stepping back. Jez blinked at her for a moment before the words penetrated the fog in her brain. Then she grinned. Did I ever tell you you're damn hot when you're holding someone at gunpoint? Galena laughed. How about you tell me tonight? Come on, we'd better get out of here before he figures out what you just pulled on him. Chapter 2. Hey, kids, time to move. Tay looked up in time to see Jez jog onto the main deck. There was a broad grin spread across her tawny face. Her tousled black hair was even more disheveled than usual, and she was holding her arm like it hurt her. Galena was close behind her, heat gun still in her hand, concern on her face. He stood quickly. Jez, are you? She winked at him. Relax, techhead. All good. But I figure we've worn out our welcome. Better get moving. She glanced behind her. I'd give us maybe 5 standard minutes before that plaguer decides to spend some of his new credits and finds out they're forgeries. Maybe a little longer than that, before he realizes that from the moment he touched his comm to mine, we had a mirror copy of every damn thing on his info chip. She winced slightly as she brought her comm up, popping the chip free. She tossed it to Tay, and he caught it. She's hurt, said Galena. Her arm needs to be looked at. Is there a first aid kit anywhere? I can... Jez turned to her with a grin. Here's the thing, Galia. Usually, we fly first, and deal with first aid and crap later. Tay, everyone on board? He nodded, and she disappeared down the hallway towards the cockpit. Galena looked around uncertainly. Strap down, said Tay, face grim. Doesn't matter where, just strap down. Galena, to her credit, didn't ask questions, just slipped into the nearest seat and hit the restraint. Tay gave one final glance around the cabin, then grabbed for the pile of tech he'd just finished laying out on a table. He barely had time to realize Jez had already used her code to hit the doors on the hangar bay airlock open when the ship shot forward. He lost his balance and his footing as he was flung backwards and gritted his teeth against the inevitable impact with the damn deck. And then someone caught him, strong arms arresting his fall and holding him steady. And instead of the hard deck, the ship's momentum shoved him against someone's warm chest. Easy there, came Ivan's low, slightly amused voice in his ear, his short-cropped beard brushing against Tay's cheek. You all right? A small, pleasant shiver ran through Tay's body, his tight muscles relaxing at the warmth of Ivan's arms around him, and he found, for some reason, he was smiling. Even aside from keeping him from landing face first on the damn deck, like he seemed to do every time Jez decided to go somewhere in a hurry, something about Ivan did that to him. Which was dangerous. He damn well knew better. Yeah, he said after a moment, when he realized he hadn't actually answered Ivan's question. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. He wasn't entirely sure why his legs had gone slightly shaky, but it was probably just relief that for once in his life, he wasn't going to have a new set of bruises from Jez's takeoff. The ship steadied on course, and at last, cautiously, Ivan loosened his arms from around Tay. Tay took a deep breath, strangely reluctant to step away. Hey, techhead! Jez sauntered back onto the main deck, grinning. You and Ivan decide to do this instead of making out on the couch, like last time I wasn't here to supervise? He scowled at her, straightening quickly. For the millionth time, Jez, that was a damn distraction. She gave a snort of laughter. Yeah, who was more distracted, you or Ivan? Jez, she snickered and dropped into one of the seats, hitting the button to release the maglock and tipping it back so it balanced on 2 legs. She leaned back with her hands behind her head, and he glared at her. Anyways, she said, find anything on that chip I got you? If I could work without you bloody well trying to knock me onto my face every time you get into the cockpit, he muttered. She shrugged. Hey, thought you'd be glad I got you out without getting us shot at. Anyways, that bastard Masha said to get us to some nice, safe coordinates so she could talk with Olyesa over the comm, which I did. So not sure what you're complaining about. Speaking of getting shot at, said Galena, releasing her restraints, you need to get that arm seen to. She stood and turned towards the cupboard with the first aid kit. Jez gave Galina a wink. "Hey, Galia, you can look at any part of me you—" "Jez?" said Tay through his teeth. Yesbel came through the door a few moments later. With her shaved head and muscular build, she would have looked intimidating even if you didn't know she was a mass murderer. "I heard our lunatic pilot talking in here, so I assumed it was safe to stand up," she grumbled. "Jez." Lev stepped out onto the deck behind Yesbel, his scholarly air and slightly disheveled appearance forming a stark contrast to that of the demolitions expert. Tay caught the slight stiffening in his posture at the sight of Galina, but to his credit, it disappeared almost as quickly as it came. "Are you—" Galina looked up from where she was bending over Jez's injured arm and shook her head, still looking concerned. "She says she's fine, but—" Lev smiled reluctantly. "Ah, I understand." Jez had stiffened as well when Lev entered, and was clearly avoiding his eyes. Lev sighed. "Masha is going over some of the final aspects of our plan, or, at least, that's what she told me. I'm fairly certain she knows we want to talk without her, and it sounds like she's willing to respect that. For the moment, at least." He paused. "Jez, did you get the information?" "Yep," Jez drawled. "Who do you think you're dealing with, genius boy?" "Good." There was a long pause, and then Lev turned with an obvious effort to Galina. "Galina, did everything go all right on your end?" She quirked an eyebrow at him, but nodded. "And I'm not nearly as stoic as Jez, so you can believe me. I'd tell you." "Good. That's good. I'm glad things worked out, and we're very glad to have you on board," he said with a sort of dogged politeness. There was another moment of awkward silence, and Tay exchanged glances with Yesbel. Finally, Lev shook his head and took a seat at the table. "All right, so, what have we found out so far?" Tay sighed. "Nothing yet. I'm just pulling it up now." "All right. While you do that, let's go over what we do know, so Galina is up to speed." He paused a moment. "Masha's plan, at least what she's told us of it, is pretty simple. Gregory's going to come after us. She's ensured that. His finances are hurting right now. He banked a great deal on being able to pull off the coup, and when we stopped him and killed a large percentage of his people in the government, it dealt him a serious blow. So, he won't be able to ignore another threat to his income. And as long as we have the patronage of Olyesa Yanovic, he won't dare simply gun us down." He paused a moment. Tay glared down at his holoscreen as he worked his way through the security on the chip Jez had copied onto her comm, trying to ignore the sick feeling in his chest. It seemed like every time someone mentioned Masha these days, that same empty nausea rose inside him. She'd betrayed them. They'd all trusted her, and she'd lied to all of them and set all of them up. But somehow it felt far too personal. Because he'd honestly thought that no matter what happened, no matter how much she wanted something, she wouldn't do something to hurt them. And instead, she'd listened to the plans that they told her in full confidence and worked against them. She'd withheld information that had almost gotten all of them killed, and she'd set them up. They'd killed 50 people without realizing what they were doing. He'd been trying to bloody well save lives, and instead, they'd killed 50 people. And the sickest part of it was, those people had died just so Masha could give Grigory a black eye. So he'd come after them, and the crew would have to help her with this job. "The pleasure houses?" said Galena at last. "That's why you brought me along, right?" There was a hard edge to her voice, and Tay glanced up. Jez put an arm around Galena and was watching her with a hint of concern. Galena's expression was like stone. "Yes," said Lev. "The pleasure houses. The majority of Grigory's income derives from there. We're going to set up a fake pleasure house in competition to his. Convince him to invest his funds in the hope that he can take over the loan, and then call it and ruin us. And then once his funds are in the account Tay sets up," he spread his hands, "he'll lose everything." "That's not all, though," said Galena in that hard, quiet voice. "That's not the only thing we're doing. We're taking down the damn pleasure planet itself, right? Because that's the whole reason I agreed to this." Lev gave her a small smile. "Yes. As I mentioned, I've studied Grigory's finances in depth. If we can convince him to invest in our fake house, he'll have to leverage his properties in order to do so. And the only assets he can easily leverage that would give him the funds he'd need are his pleasure houses. Once he's been taken down, he'll lose them. And if Grigory's pleasure houses go under, the entire place will implode." "Good," said Galena quietly. "It's about time." Jez pulled Galena in a little tighter and whispered something in her ear, her face still cut with concern. Galena turned to her with a small smile, and Jez kissed her softly. Lev noticeably avoided looking at them. "Tay," he said, "did you get into the chip?" Tay nodded and hit a button on his comm. "I just sent the information through to the rest of you." He paused. "I don't know why Masha wanted it so badly. There's not a lot here that seems relevant. The bureaucrat Jezkond must have had connections with Olyesa, like Masha suspected. Not surprising, since he was on Grigory's kill list. We have her entire organizational structure here." He tapped his holoscreen and spread his fingers, enlarging the screen. "And then here," he swiped across to a new screen, "we have intel on all of Olyesa's big players, at least the ones connected with the government. But why we'd need to know this for the job we're pulling?" He trailed off, shaking his head. Ivan pulled up his own holoscreen and looked down at it, frowning. His black hair curled across his forehead, and his short-cropped beard stood out against his olive complexion, a small line creasing between his eyebrows. But his face still held the mild good humor and cultured air that struck Tay when he'd first met Ivan in prison. And Ivan had stepped in to save Tay from the prisoner who'd been intent on beating the hell out of him. Tay dropped his eyes quickly. He'd been watching Ivan longer than he'd meant to. At last, Ivan glanced up. "Lev, you probably have more inside information than I do, since you were working in the government until a year or so ago. But my family's in government, and I grew up hearing about who was in charge of what, and who was in or out of favor. This name right here, Veronica." He tapped a name in the top of one column. "She's been rising in the ranks for some time now. She's the head of a cabal that doesn't always agree with the administration, so it doesn't surprise me that she's working with Olyesa rather than Grigory, which means there'll be a power struggle within the government soon. It's certainly useful information." Lev nodded thoughtfully. "I hadn't been thinking of the political side of things, but you're right. Olyesa's mafia outfit has always been Grigory's rival, but she's never had the influence to be much of a threat. Until we pulled that job on Vitali, of course. If her people are gaining power, that will tell us something about her position, and by implication, her finances. And since we'll be working with her for as long as we're working this job, that's not bad information to have, I suppose. As far as we know, she still deals with Vitaly, correct? Ivan frowned. I hadn't heard. He stopped, glanced at Tay, and gave a rueful smile. Tay, one of these days, you'll have to finish telling me the story of what you lot have been up to. It's a long story, Tay murmured. The short version is, Vitaly won't work with either Grigory or the government, because Masha double-crossed all of them on our first mission as a crew, said Lev. And if Olyesa wasn't implicated in that, she's gained significant power and influence in the interim. Which means she'll have plenty of credits, but she'll owe plenty of favors. And there will be people from Grigory's team who are itching to take her down. We may be able to use that in the future, although, as Tay said, I'm not certain why it's relevant at the moment. He paused and glanced around. I'd like all of us to take a look at it. Look for anything you think would be useful. We're going into this blind, and Masha's proven she's willing to use us for her own ends. I'd like to have as much information as possible. Tay bit down hard on his molars, fighting back another wave of sick anger. He'd been stupid enough to trust her. Lev sighed. All right. Jez, how close are we to the coordinates Masha gave you? Jez shrugged. A little less than a standard hour, I guess. Lev nodded and pushed himself to his feet. All right. That will put us in Olyesa's airspace, which I don't like. However, I suppose Masha's correct. Even if Grigory's already hunting us, he won't come after us there. In the meantime, I'd better go talk with Masha. Tay glanced up. Shall I send the information through to her? His voice was tight. Lev paused a moment, then finally nodded. Yes, I suppose we'll have to. He turned and left, closing the door behind him. Well, said Jez, to no one in particular, guess I'll head back to my cockpit if we're done here. She sighed, with the slightly euphoric expression she always got when she was thinking about flying, gave Galina a lingering kiss that made Tay turn his head away, and turned out the door. When she'd left, Galina glanced around. I should go with her, I guess, she said, sounding for the first time somewhat unsure. Yisbel shook her head. Galina, she said, her tone slightly amused. You're part of the crew now. You can go sit in that cockpit with Jez if you want. But if you want to make sure your things are stowed, you can do that too. No one's going to throw you off. I'm afraid I make things a bit uncomfortable, Galina murmured, with a wry glance in the direction Lev had left. Yesbel chuckled. No, he and Jez make things uncomfortable. That's not your fault. And to be fair, he's trying very hard. She paused. He's not doing a very good job, but he is trying. This time, Galina did crack a smile. Thank you. She paused a moment. I don't know what happened, and I'm not going to ask, but I don't blame him for liking Jez. She's something special. Yesbel snorted loudly. Well, yes, she is. Depending on how you define that word, but I'm glad the two of you get along. Now, go. Galina gave her that wry smile, and after a moment's hesitation, turned to the passageway that led to the cockpit. Once she was gone, Tay and Yesbel looked at each other. Yesbel was clearly trying to hold back a smile. Tay rolled his eyes and shook his head. Well, like you said, He is trying. You do have to give him that, said Jesper. Do you think everyone on this ship will survive the next few weeks? Tay chuckled reluctantly. You know, once upon a time, when I first joined this crew, I thought the thing I'd be most worried about was the fact that people always seemed to be trying to kill us. Yes, said Jesper nostalgically. We were all so innocent back then. She shrugged. But she seems like a nice girl anyways. I was a little surprised. I assumed whoever Jez brought back would be able to kill her with bare hands. Tay shook his head, smiling slightly. Who knows? Maybe she can. She knows how to use a heat pistol anyways. Jesper snorted. Can you imagine our pilot getting together with anyone who didn't? She shook her head and stood. I told Tonya I'd be back shortly. You sent the information to her comm as well? He nodded. Good. She paused. I expect she'll be doing more in this job than I will. She has much more experience with this type of work. Despite the tightness in his chest, Tay smiled as she stepped out the door. He'd noticed the strain between Jesper and Tanya on Gregory's ship, but it seemed to have eased in the last few days. Finally, it was just Tay and Ivan in the room, sitting at the table. Tay, said Ivan at last, pushing back his chair. His face was serious. Yes? Tay looked over at him. Ivan gave him a searching look. Are you all right? Really? He sighed. I'm fine. Tay. Ivan ducked his head until he caught Tay's eyes. Honestly. Tay gave a reluctant smile. Yeah, He paused a moment and blew out a breath. I honestly didn't think Masha would do that, he said at last in a low voice. Ivan watched him for a few moments. I know, he said at last. I'm sorry. Tay shook his head in frustration. I should have seen. Out of all of us, I was the only one who hadn't agreed to her plan. I should have seen, or guessed, or something. He sighed and dropped his gaze. We killed 50 people, Ivan, for no reason. We listened to Masha and she used us to kill them. I knew better. I should have been watching her more closely, but... He shrugged helplessly and trailed off. Ivan was still watching him, his face sympathetic. I'm sorry, Tay, he said at last. I wish I could have done something. Tay gave a short, humorless laugh. That's the thing. You couldn't have. You couldn't have known. But I lived on the streets for how many years? I knew damn well that not paying attention could get someone killed. And I bloody did it anyways. Tay, said Ivan softly, you can't do everything on your own, and you shouldn't have to try. Tay shook his head sharply, finally meeting Ivan's eyes. Then who will? My whole damn life, I couldn't ever afford to let something slide. If I did, my friends would die. And I bloody forgot that these past few months. I can't do that again. He stopped quickly, choking back the lump in his throat, and turned away. He'd wondered, for a few brief, stupid moments back on Grigory's ship, if Ivan might actually care about him as more than just a friend. But he knew better. He wasn't the boy who Dmitri had somehow fallen for in the university. Someone who could afford to laugh and sleep in and actually relax, have fun. He'd been stupid enough to be that person for a while, and then he damn well learned his lesson. He wasn't someone anyone would fall in love with anymore. He couldn't afford to be. He was just the worried, stressed, overtired kid he'd been his whole damn life, trying to keep the people he cared about alive. And Ivan was kind enough to care about him anyways. Like he cared about the rest of the damn crew, because Tay had helped him back in prison. And he was a good friend, but that was all. And Tay bloody well had to stop pretending it might be anything else. Ivan studied him for a long moment, then gave a small smile. Tay, listen. You can't do everything. No one can. It wasn't your fault. He held out his hand, and after a moment, Tay took it and pulled himself to his feet. But the sick knot that had been there since he'd pulled up his holoscreen on Grigory's ship and discovered what Masha had done still sat heavy and cold in his stomach. Chapter 3. Jez tapped her fingers restlessly against the controls, her whole body tight. She was plaguing flying her ship. She should feel more comfortable than she'd felt in ages. But somehow, the tight unease wouldn't go away. Jez, are you all right? Asked Galena. Jez glanced over at her. Galena was seated on the edge of the co-pilot's seat, like she wasn't entirely sure where she should be sitting. Yeah, Jez said, managing a small smile. Yeah, I'm good. Just a bit. She gestured vaguely. I know. You hate waiting for things, don't you? Galena had dimples, which should have been sweet, but on her were actually ridiculously hot. Jez swallowed, and Galena's smile deepened. It wasn't like they were actually in a relationship or anything. When Jez had staggered out of the gambling hall a week ago, she hadn't actually expected to see Galena again. And when Galena had called the next day, asked if she wanted to grab lunch, she'd mostly only agreed because she couldn't handle being in the same room as Lev right then. And she and Galena'd had a very long talk that evening, and Jez had made it clear that relationships weren't her thing, and this would only last until she had to leave in a couple days. And Galena had just gotten out of a disastrous relationship of her own and wasn't looking for anything long-term anyways. So that had been that. But then Galena mentioned she knew people who'd gotten out of the Pleasure Planet. And when Jez had brought her aboard the Ungovernable and told the others, Lev had asked Galena, surprisingly politely, if she would be willing to come along to help. And anyways, now here they were, at least until this job was done. And Galena was smiling up at her through her lashes. And the thing was, Jez might have been absolute crap at relationships, but she knew a come-on when she saw one. She wasn't exactly sure how long they'd been kissing, but they were both in the pilot's seat and tangled together so thoroughly that she wasn't sure anymore where Galena left off and she began, and also wasn't sure it mattered, when someone cleared their throat behind her. Reluctantly, she pulled away from Galena just enough to glance over her shoulder. Masha stood in the doorway, one eyebrow raised. Kinda busy here, Jez drawled. I can see that, said Masha, disapproval and amusement mingling in her tone. However, I was wondering if you could spare the attention to tell me when we might arrive. Jez winked at her and turned to the holoscreen, pulling Galena a little farther onto her lap. One hand settled firmly on Galena's very nice butt. Galena didn't seem to mind in the slightest. About, Jez frowned and peered closer at the screen. 5 red dots that hadn't been there a few moments before were coming in fast. "Just a sec, Galia," she murmured, tapping the holoscreen and enlarging it for a closer look. Short-haul ships, and they looked to be heavily armed. Galena glanced at the expression on her face and slid off Jez's lap. Reluctantly, Jez let her go. "I'll get out of the way," she whispered. "I'll wait for you on the main deck when you're done." She gave Jez a quick smile and slipped out the cockpit door. Jez looked after her fondly for a moment. Galia was a surprisingly good friend, even without taking the kissing into account. And the kissing was a definite bonus. "Those are Olyesa's ships," said Masha quietly, coming to look over her shoulder. "Yeah? Well, I thought we were coming out into that bastard's airspace so it would be nice and peaceful while you chatted with her. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. So these plaguers better hope their ships are fast, because I'm about to do a hyperdrive jump." "Wait," said Masha, putting a hand on her arm. "I think, perhaps, it would be best if we spoke with them. Olyesa clearly sent them, and we can't afford to lose her support." 3 other ships had appeared on her other side. Jez gritted her teeth. "Paging Masha Volkova," came a harsh voice over the comm. "Please stand by." Jez mashed the comm. "You'd best stand by your damn selves, you plaguers, or else I'll ask my gunner if she wants to use something as ugly as you for target practice." In response, a shot cracked out from the lead ship. Jez swore through her teeth and jerked back on the controls, and the shot skimmed the edge of their shields. No using the hyperdrive, then. Couldn't risk an off-balance jump. Not a second time. She slapped the internal comm. "Yes, Belle, get—" Masha hit the comm as well. "No," she snapped. "Stand down. We can't risk shooting at Olyesa's ships." "Well, they don't seem to be playing by the same damn rules," Jez growled, yanking the ship out of the way of another shot. "You want me to just play hopscotch with them while we sit around and talk this over?" 3 more ships appeared on her holoscreen. Then 2 more. Jez closed her eyes for half a second, letting her fingers go loose on the controls. Her heart was pounding because, hell, she'd been flying crap with people shooting at her for her whole life. And honestly, this was usually the part that made everything worth it. But there was an unfamiliar tension in her muscles, a tight knot in her stomach. Because the last time she'd been shot at, she'd almost lost her ship. And honestly, she wasn't sure she could handle that again. Another shot cracked out, and she shoved their nose down, letting it pass just over their heads. Then she spun the ship lightly and punched the accelerator, and the Ungovernable shot through the narrow gap between 2 of the ships. If she couldn't fight back, she could damn well make them work for it. "Whenever you feel like it, Masha," she said. Even with the nausea churning in her gut, there was a grin spreading over her face. They weren't shooting to kill. The blasts weren't strong enough for that. They were trying to disable her. Well, they could damn well try. There were 2 more ships in front of her, and she spun the Ungovernable and aimed straight for the nearest of them. They fired off panicked shots as she dove at them. She dodged, and at the last second, twisted between the 2 ships, the Ungovernable's body almost scraping their hulls. The other 5 ships were after her, but they weren't firing, because at this point, any shot risked taking out one of their own. She spun and dived back into the middle of them, and as they scattered in panic, she tipped the Ungovernable on its end and shot upwards. "Masha, coordinates," she said through her teeth, "or else I'm just going to make us a path for deep space." "Pilots, stand down," You're surrounded. The voice through the comm snapped. She hit the comm. Yeah? Well, from what I can see... Jez, please, said Masha, sliding into the co-pilot seat. There was a faint tension under her words. Honestly, Jez was aching to either run or fight right now. She didn't even care which. But she took a deep breath and loosened her hands on the controls, and Masha hit the ship's comm. This is Masha Volkova, she said blandly. I was intending to speak with Olyesa, as she and I discussed earlier. We have an arrangement. She's changed the arrangement, came the rough voice, and she'd like to speak to you in person. Jez glanced down at her screen. With Jezebel in the gun tower, she was pretty sure she could give them something to remember them by. Because there may be a lot of them, but hell, she was flying a ship that had Tay's shields and Jezebel's guns, and her as a pilot. And anyways, Masha shot her a meaningful look that clearly meant, please keep your damn mouth shut. If you will put her on the line, I'm happy to discuss matters with her, Masha said, voice still bland. No, you'll follow us in. There was a moment's pause, and then Masha said, as I said, I'm happy to discuss the issue with her on a private comm line. You'll do as you're told, the speaker snapped. You'll come, or... A shot flickered out from one of the ships. But hell, Jez had cut her teeth flying smuggler runs for Lena, and she'd been watching for it. She bumped the control stick lightly, and the ship dipped gracefully beneath the bolt of energy, like a dancer, taking a bow. Shall we show them what Jezebel can do? Asked Jez in a low voice. I don't think that will be necessary, Jez, said Masha pleasantly. A moment passed, and then another. Jez's foot was tapping a beat against the cockpit floor, her fingers smoothing the control panel, and she almost wished they'd just damn well shoot again. If you'd like us to come, I suggest you send the coordinates through to our ship, said Masha, voice still calm. You'll follow us. Jez opened her mouth to respond, caught Masha's quick glance over her shoulder, and somehow managed to shut it again. Very well, said Masha at last. We'll follow. Jez clenched her hands into fists as the ships gathered around them, hemming them in. She could still get out if she wanted to. She was pretty sure of it anyways. And if she could use her damn guns... Lock onto my ship, pilot, said the voice. Masha gave her a meaningful look, and finally, gritting her teeth and muttering curse words, Jez did as she was told. I damn well hope you know what you're doing, Masha, she said. As do I, said Masha, her voice still pleasant. But it appears Olyesa is highly motivated to meet us in person. That may end up working in our favor. Masha gave her a sharp glance. Jez. Jez rolled her eyes. I know. You don't want me to call Olyesa a bastard or anything. Fine. But just saying if someone needed a picture of an absolute damn bastard, I'm guessing she'd be their model. Masha's lips twitched slightly. I don't necessarily disagree. However, working under the assumption that both you and I want everyone on this ship to survive this encounter, I'm asking that you refrain from stating that in front of her. Jez grinned. Just for you, you bastard. I'll give it a try. Thank you, said Masha, a small answering smile on her own face. There was a tap at the door, and Lev stepped inside. Jez looked away quickly, but she caught the tightness around his eyes and the corners of his mouth. Masha, he said quietly, You agreed to bring us onto Olyesa's base. Masha nodded, but her posture had stiffened slightly. Yes, Lev. Considering how badly we need her cooperation, I thought it best to acquiesce. Without consulting the rest of us? He asked, in that same quiet tone. There was not an opportunity for consultation. Lev raised an eyebrow, and Jez glanced between the two of them, her stomach tightening. Because, well, Lev was right. Masha had used them once already, and Jez had tried not to think too hard about the fact that she and Lev had killed 50 people, blown them to shreds, because they'd trusted Masha, and she'd lied to them. But it still woke her up at nights sometimes. And she should probably agree with Lev, and hate Masha, like everyone else in the crew did, but somehow she couldn't seem to. Because she couldn't bring herself to believe that the damn plaguer didn't care about them. Didn't care about Tay and little Misko and, well, and her. She couldn't believe that Masha would actually hurt her. At least, not on purpose. Despite everything, somehow, she actually trusted that Masha was trying to do the right thing. And so instead, she swallowed down the sick feeling that came every time she thought about what Masha had done, and the sick feeling that came every time the others discussed how to protect themselves against her. And she tried to pretend that everything was fine. And honestly, that may have been the reason why sitting still, even in her own damn cockpit, was making her completely crazy. I'm coming with you when you talk to Olyesa, said Lev at last, his voice still deceptively calm. You're playing a game with us, Masha. You planned for this, and I intend to find out why. And when I do... He let his words trail off. There was a moment of strained silence. I would never have believed you would do otherwise, said Masha at last, her bland smile returning, but there was a tension behind it that hadn't been there before. Chapter 4. Lev closed his eyes for a moment as the ship lowered gently to the floor of the massive hangar bay. He couldn't actually pinpoint the moment when they landed. Jez was far too skillful a pilot for there to be any sort of a jolt. But he kept his eyes closed for a few seconds, even after he was certain that they must have touched down. Masha was waiting by the loading dock. She didn't say anything when he approached, just gave him that bland smile, and he found his heart beating faster than usual, a heady mixture of anger and worry. Either Masha had planned for Olyesa to bring them here, and she wasn't going to tell him why, or else she hadn't planned for it, and Olyesa had found a way to throw her own wrench in their plans. He wasn't sure which possibility was worse. But at least he could keep an eye on Masha, and if he didn't know what she was planning, at least he could get enough information to hopefully make a contingency plan. He smiled at her in return, but it didn't reach his eyes. Masha, I'm almost surprised you waited. She raised one eyebrow at him. I certainly hope I'm not that much of a villain. Well, I had also hoped you wouldn't play us for fools back on Gregory's ship. But then, we don't always get what we hope for. Her smile didn't falter, but he thought he detected a flicker of something in her eyes. If it had been anyone but Masha, he might have said it was regret. She watched him a moment longer, then turned back and hit the loading ramp controls. The ramp hissed, and steam from the releasing pressure curled around the edges as it tipped open. It lowered gently to the ground, and he followed Masha out. The hangar bay was large, the air hot, and so dry he had to choke back a cough as he stepped off the ramp. As in Grigory's ship, there was a loose half-circle of Boyeviki waiting for them. The colors of their jackets were brown and orange, as opposed to Grigory's blue and gold, but their expressions were an identical grim. The leader gestured to two of the Boyeviki, and they stepped forward, patting Masha and Lev down for weapons. When they were satisfied, the leader stepped forward. "Follow me," she said. Lev glanced at Masha, and they followed the woman through the hangar bay doors and into the attached compound. The compound itself was breathtaking. The floor sloped gently downward, while the ceiling sloped up. The result was a massive, airy room that felt almost like being out of doors. Small ponds dotted the grounds, and running fountains made a low, soothing murmur, filling the air with the scent of water and warm, growing things. Plants lined the ponds, and although the few skylights were nothing but gray masses of whirling sand, the artificial lights glowed with the pleasant tinge of sunshine. Flowers bloomed on trees and bushes, and the smell was light and sweet. It should have felt refreshing, but the hiss and whine of the blowing sand against the skylights grated on the edge of his hearing, and the strangely shifting shadows from the natural light were a constant reminder that this entire place was one crack, one mistake, one miscalculation away from a force that would rip it to shreds. It set his teeth on edge. He shook his head and tried to force his thoughts onto more practical matters, tried to ignore the way the Boyeviki had moved closer around them, not even pretending to hide their weapons now. He couldn't imagine Masha making a miscalculation grave enough to get them both killed, and he assumed she still needed him, at least for the present. He glanced around again. The amount of credits it would take to maintain something like this on what was clearly a desert moon was almost unthinkable. How much of this had come in the past 2 months, he wondered, since Masha had first declared war on Grigory and the government by double-crossing them both and blowing up their relationship with Lev's weapons dealer uncle. They walked down a winding path, then through a smaller doorway that led to a hall with polished stone floors and an arching ceiling painted in airy colors. They must be underground now, because the whine of blowing sand and the eerily shifting shadows had been left behind. But he could still feel the palpable sense of unease. He smiled to himself wryly. Of course, that could potentially have been influenced by the fact that he was completely defenseless and surrounded by armed guards who looked distinctly unfriendly, and walking straight into the compound of a woman who could order his death with the raise of an eyebrow or the gesture of a hand. When they reached the door, the man leading them touched his comm and muttered something into it, and the door slid open, almost soundlessly. Their guide beckoned them inside, and for the first time since leaving the ship, Lev was suddenly acutely aware that both he and Masha were unarmed. It hadn't escaped his notice that Masha hadn't protested when they'd been asked to disarm. Masha hesitated for the briefest moment, and for just that moment he saw the stiffness in her posture, the strain under her casual expression. Whatever it was she'd planned here, she wasn't 100% certain it would work. And then it was gone. She smiled and stepped into the office, and warily, Lev followed. The room was large and comfortable, with sitting cushions placed strategically throughout, and a small fountain bubbling in one corner. In the center of the room was a simple desk made of a light polished wood. It was expensive, of course, built out of the best of materials, but it didn't scream opulence like Grigory's had. It was intentionally understated, a kind of folksy charm in the design that might have been at home in a small, comfortable cottage in the woods outside Prosvishony. And behind the desk, a woman with a wrinkled, grandmotherly face, who he immediately recognized as one of the most cold-blooded killers in the system. Another of them, anyways. At this point, he was well on his way to being on a first-name basis with every power-hungry, conscienceless murderer in the Damsfutdrani system.
Masha Volkova,
she said in her rustic accent. She was smiling, but Lev could see the cold calculation under those warm brown eyes.
And who might your companion be?
He met her gaze, coolly. Lev, formerly of Prosvishony.
I see. And why did the infamous Masha choose to bring you onto her crew, Lev?
He didn't drop her gaze, kept his expression bland enough that Masha would have been proud. I'm good at remembering details, I suppose. She knew every last detail of his file, he was certain. But if she wanted to play this game, he would oblige. She smiled, her face wrinkling into comfortable smile lines, but the expression looked ever so slightly off. Then he realized what it was. The smile lines around her mouth were deep and obvious, but the smile lines around her eyes were all but non-existent. This was a woman who smiled often, but not a woman who was easily amused.
A pleasure, Lev.
She studied him for a moment, then turned back to Masha.
Masha,
she said again, as if tasting the name in her mouth.
It is good to finally meet you in person. Negotiating over holoscreens and comms just isn't the same. I was so upset when I heard you'd gone to meet Grigory first. He's always been a quick one, that Grigory.
There was a hint of humor in her voice, an old woman laughing at her own foibles.
But I guess I should count myself lucky that I wasn't the one on your bedside.
Masha shrugged slightly. Grigory killed my parents when I was a child, she said, in that calm, even tone of hers. I felt it was only just that I should take something in return. Lev just managed to stop himself from turning to stare at her. She was probably lying. She must be lying. Why would... And then he remembered the look on Jez's face before they'd ever set foot on Grigory's ship. Every time they mentioned Grigory's name, the way her eyes would dart towards Masha and then away. She must have known. Masha must have told her at some point. And that didn't mean it wasn't a lie, but Jez wasn't the kind of person who would be easily taken in by a lie. And he was slightly surprised at the pang in his chest as he realized he had no idea what Jez knew and what she didn't. Because this entire time, he'd always been so damn sure he knew everything that he'd never bothered to ask. He'd somehow never imagined that she'd know something important and not simply volunteer it. He frowned. Had he always been this much of a damn stuck-up idiot and just not noticed it? Or was he actually getting worse? He wasn't sure which option he liked least. Olyesa watched Masha, and she didn't seem surprised in the slightest.
My condolences,
she said, and a calculating note glinted through her folksy rural accent. Lev studied Masha from the periphery of his vision. The only reason he could see the slight tension in her posture was the fact he'd known her for so long, worked together with her over and over, in situations where seconds seemed like hours, and minutes passed like days, and their lives and the lives of the rest of the crew hung in the balance. But it was there. "I appreciate the sentiment," said Masha. "However, I'm sure you wouldn't have sent your Boyeviki to shoot at us unless you had something you wished to discuss." Olyesa smiled, that smile that was meant to be homey, but didn't quite reach her eyes.
"You're right. There is something I wanted us to talk about."
She leaned back in her chair, as if contemplating her next words. Her eyes were half-lidded, and if you didn't see her posture, the small hints of readiness under the placid exterior, you might have mistaken her for an old woman laying back to enjoy the sunlight. But he'd seen the coldness in her eyes, and he'd read her file.
"You told me you planned to open a pleasure house to compete with Gregory. Or, at least, that's how you want it to look. You've baited Gregory to make sure he'll come after you, and you needed my credits to set up, and my protection to keep him from just knocking you off."
Masha nodded.
"And I agreed. But then, just now, you robbed one of my people and stole the information off his chip, and it made me think. The reason you've kept yourself alive when you've made so many enemies, Masha, is that you never leave things to chance. And here I was, leaving things to chance."
"You requested a tracking device on our ship and a security interest in the property I purchased," Masha said, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I wouldn't say that's entirely leaving things to chance." Olyesa chuckled.
"But you would have been much more careful, wouldn't you?"
She leaned forward.
"So, here's the new arrangement, Masha. I'm sending 15 of my people down there. They'll arrive on the Pleasure Planet shortly after you do. And I'll need collateral. Something that's as valuable as the funds I'm lending you. And as you know, that's a large sum."
She smiled slightly.
"There's only one thing you have that might possibly match that. Your ship."
Lev felt ice forming in his stomach. No one, other than the crew, knew how valuable the Ungovernable was, that it contained Sasa Ilyovich's lost tech. At least, no one should know. Vitaly knew where the ship had come from, but he had a vested interest in not broadcasting the fact that a gang of 5 ragtag ex-convicts had managed to rob him blind. And even if he did let that slip, he hadn't known what it was he had, or that Sasa's tech was on board. This had been Masha's doing. He was almost certain of it. On purpose or not, that was the only way Olyesa would know. And yet again, he had no idea what Masha's endgame was. Yesbel looked up from her holoscreen and glanced around the cabin quickly.
"Olya, my love, where is your brother?"
Olya glanced around the cabin as well and shrugged.
"I don't know, Mama. I think I heard him open the door a few minutes ago."
Yesbel swore under her breath and pushed herself to her feet.
"You stay here, please. I'll go find Misko."
There was a tension in her muscles she couldn't get rid of. They were on Olyesa's base, in Olyesa's hangar bay, and Masha and Lev had been gone for what seemed like a very long time now. She wasn't used to sitting back and waiting while someone else made the decisions. Tanya was on the main deck with Tay and Jez, likely preparing for whatever their backup plan was if things went sideways. And Yesbel was trying to track down her son, who'd likely stolen sweets and then hidden so he could eat them without being found out. She took a deep breath. Perhaps this was how Tanya had felt since they'd broken her out of prison. Misko wasn't difficult to find, mostly because she could simply follow the trail of discarded ration pack wrappers. She found him huddled under the table in the mess hall, hands and face a sticky green, mouth full. He managed to mutter something about dirty plaguing scumsucker as she grabbed him by one arm and dragged him out. She narrowed her eyes, and his expression went from sullen to mildly terrified, which she'd learned was the only possible emotion that would motivate him not to swear, and considering Tanya's views on curse words for children, and Jazz's unwavering determination to ensure Misko's vocabulary was at least as colorful as her own, was probably a prudent fear to instill in him if he wanted to reach adulthood. "Come here, you," she said, wetting a cleansing cloth at the ship's sink and mopping his face.
"I'm hungry, Mama,"
he said sullenly, as soon as his mouth was empty enough that he could speak. "Yes, well, I have some vitamin rations for you then. You don't get to eat only sweets. It will make you sick." He glowered at her. She glowered back. But the look that had in the past brought prison gang leaders into stammering submission had no effect whatsoever on her son.
"Yesbel?"
Tay's voice came through the headpiece.
"Stand by. Lev and Masha are coming back on board. They'll be here in a couple minutes."
She glanced helplessly between her son in one hand and the damp, slightly sticky cloth in the other.
"I'll be there in a minute," she said through her teeth.
"Uncle Tay's a scumsucker,"
Misko shouted. She tapped her comm off against her thigh and glared at him.
"And you are coming with me right now, you little terror," she said.
By the time 10 minutes had passed, Yesbel was still in their shared cabin. She had, however, disciplined Misko twice for swearing, explained to Olya how anti-gravs worked, explained to Olya how force fields worked, explained to Olya how a heat gun worked, explained to Olya why the Svardrani system was named what it was, explained to Olya how space squid moved, explained to Olya the origins of the word scumsucker, disciplined Misko for sneaking off and stealing more dessert ration packs, fed Misko, fed Olya, fed Misko again, and explained to Olya how ration packs were packaged. When Tanya slipped back through the door, smiling slightly at the scene, Yesbel shook her head wearily.
"My love," she said, "I don't think I've ever been so happy to see you in my life."
Tanya's smile widened, and she kissed Yesbel's cheek.
"Good. I came to give you a hand. Everyone else is on the main deck already, and I think Masha has something important to say."
"She always does," Yesbel muttered sourly. Tanya gave her a wry smile, then turned to their son, shaking her head.
"Come on, you,"
she said affectionately. Which was a good thing, as Yesbel was rapidly running short on affection at the moment. By the time all four of them were assembled on the deck, the others had clearly been there for some time. Yesbel took a long breath, trying to force herself calm. There was no reason that an entire day alone with two small children, her own two small children, should raise her blood pressure to the point of a potential heart attack. But there you were. She glanced quickly around at the others. Tay looked worried, and Ivan stood protectively just to one side of him. Despite everything, She had to bite back a smile. Tay was very smart in most areas, but, well, it was a good thing that Ivan seemed like the patient type. Jez was leaning up against one wall, grinning casually, one arm around Galina's waist. Masha was as pleasantly expressionless as always, and Lev, there was a grim, worried look on his face. And he was watching Jez, and for some reason, Yezbel was almost certain that his concern had nothing to do with the fact that Jez and Galina didn't have enough room between them to let water through, and had a lot more to do with, well, with Jez, with whatever Masha was going to tell them. She frowned. Masha glanced around at the crew gathered in the small space. "Well," she said in her blandest tone, "the good news is our plans have not changed significantly. Ilyesa does not want out of this deal, as she sees the potential benefits for herself as clearly as I had hoped she would." She paused. "But," Yezbel prodded. Masha took a long breath. "She has 2 conditions. The first is, she is sending her people with us. That may not be a bad thing, all things considered. At the very least, it will make Gregory hesitate before he sends someone in to assassinate us. And second—" She paused again, and Yezbel caught her quick glance in Jez's direction. "And second, she requests a security on the Ungovernable." The only sound in the room was Jez's sharp intake of breath. The pilot's face had gone completely bloodless, her expression stricken. "What kind of security?" she whispered. "It will be a physical tracker installed on the ship," said Masha. "If our job fails, she'll own the ship. And to ensure we bring it to her, the tracker will allow her—" "It would let her wipe the ship completely," Tay said quietly. Jez turned to Masha. Masha nodded. "I'm sorry, Jez. It's the only way Ilyesa would agree to this." There was a long moment of silence. A cold anger was spreading up through Yezbel's chest. All of this stank of a setup. The ship was 1,000 times more valuable than any amount of credits. It was priceless. And Masha had put them in a position where it was impossible to refuse Ilyesa's request. Yezbel had known that the moment she'd seen their ship turn and start after Ilyesa's fighters to head back to her base. They were on Ilyesa's ground, and she'd take what she wanted. Since that moment on the casino ship, when she'd learned what Masha had done, she'd known she'd never be able to trust this woman. But Jez, that ridiculous idiot Jez, still trusted her. And of course Masha knew that. And Yezbel wasn't entirely sure that Jez would survive this. "Jez?" Galina whispered into the silence. Jez closed her eyes for a moment. "Listen," Lev said abruptly. "I won't agree to this." "You're right," said Yezbel, looking away from Jez. She made no attempt to hide the anger in her voice. "We're not going to." "No." Jez's voice was barely audible. She swallowed hard. "Masha," she said with an effort, Is there anything else we could do? Maybe I could stay instead. As security, I mean." "You can't," said Masha quietly. "We'll need you if we want to pull this off." For a few more moments, Jez said nothing. She was breathing too quickly, and there was panic in her eyes. Yezbel pressed her lips together tightly. Do you promise we'll get her back?" Jez was almost whispering now. "Jez," said Masha in a low voice. I promise you, you won't lose your ship. Jez didn't take her eyes off Masha. At last, she took a deep breath. All right then, she said, her voice almost choking. Fine. We can do it, I guess. If everyone else is okay with it. She turned abruptly and disappeared through the door to the cockpit. Galina shot Masha a look of controlled anger and turned to go after her. For a few minutes, no one spoke. At last, Lev drew in a long breath. Masha, he said. Yes? Her tone was still fighting to be pleasant and calm. Masha, if you hurt Jez... He broke off, voice choking. Masha looked around the deck, the weariness in her face suddenly very apparent. I don't ask you to trust me, she said, but at least believe me when I say there is tech on this ship I don't intend to lose, and I certainly don't intend to leave in Oliesa's hands. Perhaps that will give you some measure of comfort. Very well, said Lev in a quiet voice. But if you do this to Jez, if you make her lose the Ungovernable, you'll lose us, every last one. Because I will take my chances with Grigory over working with you, and I can guarantee that Tay and Yezbel will say the same. So, I suggest you think very, very hard about the choices you make. I always do, Lev, she said quietly. I don't think you understand just how much. Masha, said Yezbel finally, letting her voice go completely emotionless. Any favor you think I owed you was paid when I didn't kill you on the casino ship. So don't think I'd let anything stop me. Tay said nothing, but the look on his face was one of someone who'd smelled something rotten. Ivan placed a hand gently on his shoulder, and Tay closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. I am sorry, said Masha, her voice still calm, but there was a strain under it that hadn't been there before. However, I was telling Jez the truth. I fully intend to keep the Ungovernable. Tay, I'm going to need some help from you to get everything ready. Tay looked at her, his face still slightly twisted in disgust, then turned on his heel and stalked out of the room. After a moment, Masha followed. Lev shook his head, face grim, and went out after them. Is Auntie Jess going to be all right? Asked Olia in a small voice. Yisbel looked down, startled out of her reverie. Olia was watching her with a concerned expression. Yisbel gave her daughter a small smile. She will be fine, Olia. You know that pilot girl won't let anything happen to her ship, so you don't need to worry about it. Besides, I won't let anything happen to her, and nor will your Uncle Tay or your Uncle Lev. So it will be fine. She paused. Let's go. You still haven't cleaned up your room. When they'd reached the cabin, and the children were arguing sullenly in their bedroom about whose turn it was to make the bed, Yesbel turned to Tanya. I don't like this, she said quietly. There's no way Olyesa should have known enough about this ship to want to use it for leverage. That has to have come from Masha. But I don't understand why. I don't like it either, said Tanya, shaking her head. I don't know what Masha's playing at, and I don't like it. They were quiet for a few moments. At last, Yesbel said, My love, I know I haven't been good before at asking your opinion, but I'm worried about Masha. And I'm worried that there may come a time that it will be a matter of her life or ours. Tanya studied her for a long time. There was that trace of hardness in her face that Jezebel recognized from her years in prison. At last, slowly, she nodded.
Issy, she said, on this, I believe you and I agree perfectly.
Chapter 5. Jez. She looked up from the controls and managed to paste a smile on her face. Lev stood in the doorway. He looked almost as awkward as she felt.
Do you mind if I have the coordinates, if you'd like me to.
Yeah, thanks. That'd be good. She looked away from him quickly, fixing her gaze out the cockpit window. Lev sighed and slipped through the door. A moment later, she heard the slight creak of the co-pilot's seat as he slid into it, and the sound of him letting out a long breath. And for a moment, something stung at the corners of her eyes, a knot rising in her throat, because, once upon a time, that sound had been maybe the most comforting thing in her life. The sound that meant everything was as it should be. Back before everything had gotten complicated. Before she'd stupidly let herself get into a sort of almost relationship with him, and then broken up with him, and hurt him, and wrecked every last damn thing. Before she'd opened the door to the suite a few days later, and seen him half undressed, kissing a woman she'd never seen before. And, hell, he had every right to kiss whoever he wanted to, but somehow she'd still felt like someone had punched her in the gut. He pulled up the holoscreen in front of him, and for a few moments, they sat in silence. Finally, he said quietly,
Are you all right? I mean, with the ship and everything.
Yeah, she said. Of course. I'm always all right. He shook his head.
Galena told me that she was worried you were going catatonic.
Jez bit down hard on the back of her teeth, because there were damn tears trying to form in the corners of her eyes, which was absolutely ridiculous. No, I'm fine. He was watching her now, and she felt her grin falter.
It's all right, Jez, he said quietly. I don't know if it helps, but I think every last one of us threatened Masha with some sort of violence if she screwed this up. We're not going to let you lose the Ungovernable.
She stared at him for a moment, and this time, she did have to blink back tears. Yeah, she said softly. Thanks. He was still looking at her, and she forced her gaze to the cockpit window in front of her, heart rate jumping. Damn. She'd been very careful this whole past week that no matter where she went or what she did, she wouldn't be alone with Lev. Because she'd quite frankly rather go up against every last damn one of Olyesa's fighter ships, all at once, than try to untangle that much crap.
Jez,
he said at last, and there was something in his voice, something tentative and unsure, that made her glance over at him without meaning to. Yeah? She wasn't actually sure how she managed to get the word out.
Jez.
He paused, looking down at his hands. Finally, he glanced up again and caught her eyes.
I wanted to apologize.
She frowned. Her heart was beating so damn fast that maybe she'd just misheard. He gave a small, wry smile.
I'm afraid I made a mess of a lot of things over the past few weeks.
She swallowed hard. I'm glad you found someone. We agreed, right? So I'm glad you...
I'm glad you found someone you liked. She, looked like she's probably good for you." The words stung in her throat, but hell, they were the truth. He gave a rueful smile.
We're not actually together, but thank you. I'm glad you're happy as well. Galena is a lovely woman. But I could have handled things a lot differently, and I'm sorry.
He looked down again.
You told me you didn't want us to be together because you didn't know how to do relationships. Well, I suppose I don't either. I don't even know how to be a friend, apparently. I've screwed up a lot of things lately, I think.
He looked up wryly.
Yezbel had to yell at me, and she was right, to be honest. But, Jez...
He paused, and there was something strangely vulnerable in his expression.
I'd like to learn to be friends. If you want. I'd like to try to be friends with you again. I won't ask you for anything more. I promise.
She stared at him for a long time, something painful swirling in her chest. And for a moment, she was tempted to tell him she didn't actually want anything to do with him, because it was too much, and she couldn't handle it, and she didn't know if she even wanted to handle it at this point. But, well, the truth was, she missed him. She missed their companionable silences. She missed turning in the pilot's seat and seeing him there, bent over his holoscreen or staring out the front window. And she hadn't realized how much she missed him, not until that very moment. And the missing him rose up in her throat until it almost choked her. "Yeah," she managed finally. "Yeah, I guess we could try that." He smiled at her for a brief, unguarded moment, and there was a sort of undisguised happiness and relief in his face she hadn't seen there in a very long time.
"Thanks, Jez," he said at last. "I missed you."
"Yeah," she muttered, wiping at her eyes. "I missed you too, you bastard." She found she was smiling too, and something heavy and sick that had been sitting on her chest, almost choking the life out of her, had lifted, replaced by a sort of lightness. She turned back towards the cockpit window, glancing down at the coordinates he'd sent to her comm, and for a few minutes, they sat in a companionable, comfortable silence. And she honestly hadn't realized how badly she'd needed this, how much the thought of losing Lev had ripped away at her insides, and how having him back was like a heat kit on a blast wound, soothing and cooling, and somehow putting her back together. He bent over his holoscreen again, and a few moments later, the landing coordinates popped up on her screen.
"That's the pleasure house Masha's purchased," he said. "I believe it has a small hangar bay. If you were anyone else, I'd say set down somewhere outside, but I'm certain you can put us down there if you want to. There's a gate in the city force field, just a few streets down. I'll put that through to your comm as well."
She nodded, and he looked up at her and smiled, and well, it was a nice feeling that she could just smile back without worrying about any of that other crap. Her fingers tightened on the controls as she brought the ship down through the atmosphere on the planet. She'd never actually liked this place, and the same tightness in her stomach she'd felt the first time she came here reasserted itself. She took a deep breath. This time, though, it was different. This time,
They were coming to take the whole damn place down. When she saw the city glimmering in the distance, she hit the throttle, and the ship leapt forward. She twisted them up on one side without slowing to skim through the force field entrance, then yanked down the choke and dropped them neatly through the doors of a cramped hangar bay in the overgrown back garden of a huge, tumble-down building. She pulled down the power to the ship, then turned to grin at Lev. "See, genius, you're getting better at this. One of these days, you're not even going to look like you're about to throw up every time I fly."
"I'm not certain you're correct,"
he muttered,
"but one can only hope."
She winked, and he cracked a reluctant smile in return. Then she turned back to the cockpit window, a familiar weight settling over her. It had been a long time since she'd been here, but somehow it had never totally left her mind, niggling in the back of her brain, popping up in her nightmares. The emerald green of the long grasses, the heat of the sun, the smell of dust in the air. The girl's scream as Jez ran down the cobbled streets. She hadn't done anything back then. There hadn't been time. And besides, there was nothing she could have done, except maybe get herself and the rest of the damn crew killed. But this time she was damn well going to do something. They all were. She glanced over at Lev. There was a distant look in his face, and a tight set to his mouth that told her he was thinking some of the same things she was. She pushed herself to her feet and took a deep, steadying breath. Anyways, might as well get it over with. The others were gathered and waiting for them when she and Lev arrived on the main deck. Masha looked as calm and unruffled as ever, but there was a tinge of gray in her normally brown complexion and a hint of exhaustion behind her eyes, and Jez frowned slightly. It had been a while since she'd seen Masha look tired. She hadn't actually really thought, in the tangled, confusing mess that was Lev and Galina and Masha's betrayal and everything else, about what this must mean to Masha. Grigory had killed her parents when she was just a kid, and this, now, was Masha paying a long-held debt. Jez repressed a shiver. She wasn't afraid of many things, but after the past few months, she was very glad that she wasn't on the ledger of people Masha wanted revenge on. Well, at least not for anything big. Masha turned to them, ignoring the venom in the glances of the others. "This is what will be turning into a pleasure house. We're situated outside the pleasure district and on the very outskirts of the city, which will make it much more difficult for Grigory to track who comes in and out, and should make it simpler to secure. However, I will caution you. It will take a great deal of work to turn this into anything resembling a viable pleasure house, and we do not have much time." She glanced around at them. "With that in mind, does anyone have questions?" There was a moment of silence.
"I believe we've said all there is to say,"
said Lev quietly. Masha nodded at Jez. "Very well. Jez?" Jez hit the control panel, and the door hissed open. The light from outside almost blinded her, and she blinked a few times before she ducked out the door and jumped from the slowly lowering ramp to the courtyard below. She rubbed her eyes hard and looked around. Then she whistled. "You weren't kidding about this place being a piece of work," she said, turning in a slow circle. From the air, the building and the courtyard surrounding it looked slightly decrepit, but still in decent shape. From the ground, though, she could see the tangles of rotting vegetation in what must have once been a garden. the broken stones of the fountains, the crumbling rot in the luxurious false front of the building, half collapsed and exposing the dirty prefab blocks underneath.
"Believe me, I've been in worse," said Galena from beside her.
Her voice was hard, and there was a grim tightness around her mouth.
"You okay, Galia?"
Jez asked, turning. Galena looked up and gave her a tight smile.
"I'm fine. Just brought back some memories."
Jez took Galena's hand, trying to force down the creeping sick nausea that standing on this damn planet brought.
"Hey," she said quietly, "if you need to stay in the ship for a bit, take some time."
Galena squeezed her hand and smiled up at her, and Jez's heart skipped, strangely. Because, hell, she didn't know how to handle crap like this. That was basically the exact reason she didn't do relationships. One of the reasons, anyways. But the way Galena looked at her, like she trusted her, like Jez was the place she felt safe. From somewhere behind her, someone cleared their throat loudly. She looked up, glaring. Jezebel stood there, looking amused.
"Come on, you two. We have work to do."
"Fine," Jez grumbled. "What are we doing?" Jezebel gestured with her head to Masha.
"Yes, Kur. I'm on Misko duty right now."
Jez rolled her eyes and strolled towards Masha, not letting go of Galena's hand.
"Jez," said Masha dryly, "I'm glad you were able to join us. I'd like Galena's thoughts on the interior of the building."
Jez glanced quickly at Galena. Galena's face tightened momentarily, but she nodded.
"All right," said Jez. "Let's go then."
They stepped through the doors into what had once been a spacious lobby, the high ceiling rising the full 3 stories of the decrepit building. On each of the 2 floors above, a falling-down balcony surrounded a wide walkway that overlooked the lobby, and behind it, Jez could see hallways leading away, lined with doorways on either side. Galena's hand tightened in hers, and she glanced over. Galena's face was set, her eyes haunted, her expression hard.
"Galena," said Masha quietly, "I assume you have a working knowledge of what needs to be fixed up?"
Galena paused a moment, her eyes not moving from Masha's.
"I agreed to help," she said at last in a low voice. "But before I do, I need to know something. You're turning this into a decoy pleasure house. Who will be working in it?"
"The only people inside this house will be people who come of their own accord. I promise." Masha's voice was the same low calm as Galena's, but there was a serious note in it.
"And will they be safe?"
This time, Masha cracked a small smile.
"As safe as it's possible to be when the goal is to take down the mafia. I'll only allow people who can take care of themselves to act as entertainment. They'll have an emergency alarm, and we'll have an extraction plan in place before we let them go up. And they'll each carry a weapon as a last resort, in case things go in a direction we had not anticipated."
Galena studied Masha for a long moment, and Jez could feel her tension through their clasped hands. At last, she nodded.
"All right,"
she said, and that strange hardness was back in her voice. She loosened her hand from Jez's and pulled up her holoscreen, frowned at it for a moment, then began sketching quickly.
"These sections I'm marking will need to repair. Whatever I leave unmarked, we won't need to worry about. The courtyard will need to be repaired, of course, and the outside facing the street. I have some ideas."
Masha watched, a frown of concentration on her face. and Jez glanced around again at the empty, decaying building. Dust settled thick in the air, cut through here and there with a bright shaft of light that illuminated the dust motes like sparks. The air smelled musty, as if it had been sitting undisturbed for far too long, and held the sharp, bitter undertone of something dead and long decayed, probably a rat carcass in a corner somewhere. She shivered slightly. She hadn't known Galena for long, but Galena wasn't a woman who was easily unsettled, and Jez was pretty damn sure that whatever they were dealing with, it was something she really, really didn't want to know the details of. By the time Galena and Masha had moved to a dusty, half-broken bench shoved up against the wall to continue their conversation, Jez was almost climbing out of her own damn skin. She took a deep breath and tried to keep from tapping her foot against the floor. She'd already counted every one of the balcony railings that were still intact, and she'd calculated how far she'd have to stand back to take a running jump to hurdle the railings. Probably survive the fall, too, if you were lucky and landed rolling. Jez? She looked up quickly. Galena was watching her, a small smile on her face, even through the obvious strain. I'm going to be here a while, I think, but at some point we'll need to get a sense of the streets outside. It will affect how we set everything up. You may as well do that instead of dying of boredom in here. Jez could have kissed her, and almost did. Then she hesitated. You going to be okay here? She asked. Generally, in a situation like this, her first instinct would be to run as far and fast as she could. But there was something in Galia's face that made Jez want to stay. To protect her, somehow. Which honestly, when you thought about it, was a bit crazy, since Galena was definitely the kind of girl who could take care of herself. Still, there was something about that haunted look in her eyes that made Jez want to kiss the hurt away. Not because she enjoyed kissing Galia, although she did, but just because she wanted to see her smile again. I'll be fine, Jez, she said, her dimples appearing, and damn it to hell, now Jez wasn't totally sure she wanted to leave. This brings back some memories, that's all. I told you about my friend. Jez nodded, something twisting uncomfortably in her chest. Yeah, Look, I'm sorry. You sure you don't want... Jez, Galena cut her off with a small smile. I've known you long enough to know you're about to drive yourself crazy. Go on, I'll be fine. I promise. Jez paused a moment, torn between the probably ridiculous desire to make sure Galia was all right and the desire to move before she honestly lost her damn mind. Go, Galia whispered. She stood and came over and kissed Jez gently on the lips. I told you, I'll be fine. I'll call you on the comm if I need you. All right, Jez said when she caught her breath. Damn, that woman could kiss. Honestly, it was almost a pity they were going to go their own ways after this was done. As long as you're sure. I'm sure. Galena's smile was genuine this time. Jez was already halfway out the door when Masha called. Please, don't get into trouble. I don't want to make our presence here any more obvious than it has to be until we're in a slightly less vulnerable position. Jez half-turned and grinned over her shoulder. Come on, you bastard. I never get into trouble. She pulled the door open and slipped out before she could hear Masha's response. Chapter 6. The feel of sunlight on her face, and of finally being able to move after standing still for what seemed like a million years, combined with the nervous unease that still lingered in the back of Jez's brain every time she thought of Olyessa's damn lock plugged into her sleek, lovely ship, made stepping outside feel like drawing in a first breath of air after almost drowning. The streets outside were busy, foot traffic and skybikes mingling on the narrow, cobbled streets. The outsides of the buildings were painted bright colors, and the people walking past wore clothing cut in the latest style, colors a million years away from the drab practicality of Prasvishoni. Jez took a deep breath and stepped out into the bustle. She wandered down the street, making cheerfully rude gestures at skybike drivers who cursed her for getting in front of them, and looked around curiously as she walked. When she'd come here last time, they'd come in on the other side of the city, into the pleasure district. It had been crowded with foot traffic as well, but there it had been the rich, scum-sucking bastards who were the customers, and their damn bodyguards and hangers-on. These people looked like the kind of people who lived here, worked here, made a living on the streets. Alleys were packed with crates and with people dressed in practical working gear, unloading them from ships or loading them into buildings. And in the skyways under the city force field, small, short-run, in-atmosphere cargo haulers crossed the skies in a packed jam of ships and passengers. Some of the pilots shouted curses out the open cockpit windows at the other drivers, and she smiled at the comfort of the familiar sound. The smell of sunlight on stone, and too many people packed into too small of a space, mingled with the city smells of ships and food and cooking and engine oil. Might look like a stretch, getting the high-class bastards out here to a pleasure house, but honestly, Masha's idea hadn't been that bad. There wasn't any ID in the force field gates, probably because no one who came here wanted anyone to know about it. And there was that cut in the field, just a street or two down from their new place of business. Easy to slip down a street without attracting too much attention, if that's what you were after. And the streets themselves were wide enough that a whole group of bodyguards could follow you if they wanted to. She passed a stairway at street level, leading down to a dimly lit doorway. From the darkened entrance, she caught the sharp scent of alcohol and the sweet, sticky scent of something distilled from manka leaf, and a slightly mangled tune filtered through the cracks in the door. She paused and drew in a long, satisfied breath. Looked like this damn city had places a person could entertain themselves, even if they weren't a messed-up, scum-sucking plaguer. She turned down a slightly narrower street. There were more of the street-level entrances here, and the smell of alcohol and manka leaf was thicker in the air, mixed with the smell of stronger drugs. She could feel her grin widening, and she placed a hand on the heat pistol at her belt. This was more like her kind of place, honestly. Someone cursed from behind her, and she glanced back to see a skybike barreling towards her.
"Get out of the way, you plaguer!" the driver shouted.
"Learn how to drive, mud-eater," she shouted back with a grin. She barely had time to notice the small sound before instinct made her throw herself against the wall. 3 more bikes whipped past, and as she scrambled to her feet and dived into the nearest alley, one of the riders drew a long heat gun, raised it, and fired a long spray of heat at the bike in front of him. The man riding it caught a blast squarely in the back, just before he rounded the corner a few meters ahead of Jez. He screamed and jerked the handles of the bike wildly as the air above him and around him blistered with heat, then slumped, falling hard and rolling to come face up in the mouth of the alley where Jez had taken refuge. His bike hit the wall of a building with a sickening crunch as the 3 pursuing skybikes shot past. Jez rolled to her feet and peered out the entrance to the alley. The 3 skybikes pulled up hard at the end of the street, and the man who seemed to be the leader drew his heat pistol, a grim, satisfied look on his face. The man on the ground groaned weakly, blood running down his face. He blinked, his eyes rolling in panic, then focused on Jez.
"Please," he whispered, "help me."
It was a bad idea. Honestly, it was a terrible idea, because they'd just got here, and she was pretty damn sure Masha didn't want to get into any fights with the street gangs. Still, 3-1 wasn't very fair odds. And, hell, bad ideas were kind of her specialty. She grabbed the man by the sleeve, and he gave a strangled scream as she yanked him into the alley. "Can you walk?" she hissed. He groaned and shook his head. "Then you damn well better learn how to fly," she whispered, tucking his arm over her shoulder and starting off down the alley as fast as she could manage. The 3 on skybikes hadn't seen her grab him, she was pretty sure. But she was also pretty sure they'd put 2 and 2 together quickly enough. The damn plaguer she'd rescued was heavy, and he wasn't helping much, but she managed to get him through the alley and out into the next street, just as she heard the sound of skybikes idling past the alley's far entrance.
"They're going to come after us,"
the man groaned. Jez rolled her eyes. "Figured that out already. Come on." She glanced around quickly, then dragged him into a stairwell set into the street, shoving him down so neither of them could be seen from street level. The skybikes idled past a few moments later.
"Where the hell did he get to?"
the leader growled. Jez chanced a quick glance up over the railing. He had his pistol drawn, and he didn't look happy.
"There was someone in the alley when we hit him," snapped the woman riding on the bike behind his. "Must have been one of Katya's people. She probably dragged him clear. Boss isn't going to like that he survived the hit," the leader said, and then they were out of hearing range.
Jez ducked back down into the stairwell. The man she'd rescued slumped back against the wall, eyes half closed, and Jez winced in sympathy. Honestly, he didn't look good. Then, from behind her, a hand slipped around her arm.
"What have we here?"
a voice crooned. Slowly, Jez straightened. Her heart was pounding loudly in her chest, and honestly, she'd been wanting a fight for so damn long that her hands were practically aching for it. She took a long, blissful breath, and in one quick move, jerked her arm free of her assailant's hand and drew her pistol as she spun and shoved him backwards. He took a staggering step back, missed his footing on the stairs, and put out a hand to stop his fall. She grabbed his elbow, spun him around, and shoved him up against the wall, her pistol pressed hard into the hollow under his chin. "Hey now," she whispered. "Careful who you talk to on the street. Not all of them are as nice as I am." He was a little shorter than she was, muscular, but not bulky, and a thin beard covered his chin. His dark brown skin had gone an unhealthy color, and his eyes were crossing to see the tip of the gun. She smiled at him. "Hey, you plaguer. Just realized you shouldn't pick a fight with someone if you don't know who they are. Don't feel bad. We all have to learn sometime."
His voice was blustery, but there was fear under it. She pushed him harder against the wall and shoved the muzzle of her pistol harder under his chin, so that it wobbled when he swallowed.
"So," she said in a conversational whisper, "here's what we'll do. you're going to shut up, and you're not going to move so much as your damn eyeballs until I tell you to. And if you do that well enough, you might just be able to walk out of this without your insides cooked to well done. Deal?" The gun was digging too far into his throat to allow him to speak, but he nodded frantically. "Good," she said, letting the pressure off the pistol slightly. "Always nice to deal with a reasonable person." She glanced around quickly. The stairway they were in was narrow, and if he hadn't figured out how to signal to the people inside for help, he would soon. If he did, her options were a bit limited, seeing as she was on foot. Still, she'd think of something if it came to it. Usually did. From the corner of her eye, she could see the man she'd rescued whispering something frantically into his comm. Possibly another ambush. Hell, whoever he was, he might have plenty of reasons to kill anyone who saw that crap in the street. But then again, what was life without a few chances? "All right," she said to the man in front of her. "You're going to walk back down those stairs and close the door behind you, and you're going to forget you ever saw me, okay?" He gave a quick, nervous nod, but she noticed how his eyes flicked to the door. She grinned wider. "Figure someone's coming out of there to save you? Because they could try, sure. It would just depend if they could get through that door and fire off a shot faster than I could pull the trigger. And I'll be honest, I'm pretty damn fast." He swallowed.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Good," she said. "So—" Abruptly, his face tensed, and he hooked the toe of his high boot around her ankle and jerked it forward. Just as the door slammed open and two figures appeared in the doorway. It would have knocked her off balance and shoved her into their guns, but then she'd been expecting something like this. She threw herself to one side, her hip connecting painfully with the hard prefab stairs, and used her momentum to pull her captive around between her and the heat guns. One of them went off, and the man screamed as the sleeve of his white shirt turned to ash. Then she shoved him backwards. One of the armed figures stepped back to avoid the tumbling body, and the other stepped forward to catch him, and in the confusion, Jez scrambled to her feet, pulled the man she'd saved up after her, despite his whimper of protest, and took the stairs two at a time, hauling him after her. Heat rippled the air over her head as they reached street level, and the man beside her stumbled, pulling her to one side. She swore through her teeth, dropped him against the wall, and yanked out her own heat pistol, aiming for the first head to show above the stairwell. And then 3 other bikes burst out of an alley, and as the first of her pursuers scrambled up the stairwell, the air crackled and hissed as the 3 on the bikes fired. The man abruptly dropped back down, and a moment later, Jez heard a door slam hard. She grinned to herself and turned to face the new players. The bikes that had appeared from the alley surrounded the fallen man, and one of the bikers jumped down and knelt beside him. "He's alive," she reported, her voice grim. "Barely." "Get him back to the boss," snapped one of the men still on his bike. "She's going to want to know about this. Those were Adric's thugs." Then she stood and turned to Jez, face cold, heat pistol steady. "And who are you?" she asked, ice in her voice. "She's crazy, whoever she is," the fallen man said weakly. "Pulled me out of the way of Adric's people, and almost got both of us shot." The woman turned back to Jez, expression thoughtful. "I assume you're looking for a reward?" she asked at last. Jez shrugged, still grinning. "Dunno. What you offering?" The woman narrowed her eyes, and Jez gave her a wink. "Hey now, Maybe I just figured 3-on-1 wasn't great odds. She paused a moment. What the hell was that all about, anyways? The woman gave her an odd look. Jez shrugged. New in town. We're Rims, the woman said at last. The blood riots are trying to take this street, but it's our territory. Jez raised an eyebrow. Okay, but I thought Grigory Korsakov and Olyesa Yanovic ran this place. The woman scowled at her. You think they run the streets? The Rims break for Olyesa. The blood riots go for Grigory. Jez grinned at her. Well, figured that's a stroke of luck. Guess I do have a favor to ask after all. By the time she got back to the pleasure house, she felt about 1,000,000 times better. You just needed something like that every so often, honestly. And she figured having a street gang who'd agreed to watch out for Grigory's people and pass on the word would be something even Masha would be happy about. But she almost forgot her coup when she stepped through the broken-down door of the pleasure house. A horde of construction workers had descended on the place like a plague of rodents, and the dust of something long abandoned had been completely replaced with dust from prefab and cut wood. The noise was almost enough to make her put her hands over her ears. Galina stood beside Masha, directing the workers, and Jez watched her for a moment, a fond smile on her face. Okay, so maybe she'd gotten together with Galia because she was damn hot. And in fairness, she was. But it felt good to see her like this. She looked like she was in her element, giving orders, shouting out instructions, consulting her holoscreen every now and then, and calling out a correction. She looked like she'd been born for this. It had been a while since Jez had actually wanted to know the life story of the person she was sleeping with. Wasn't usually all that relevant, to be honest. But, well, for some reason, she was looking forward to a quiet talk in Galina's room almost as much as she was looking forward to what would hopefully come afterwards. Galina looked up and noticed her. She said something to Masha, then closed down her holoscreen and crossed the wide-open room to Jez. Jez, she shouted over the noise. Is everything all right? Yep, Jez shouted back. Just learning about the place a little. Galina nodded, opened her mouth, then shook her head. Our rooms should be ready by tonight. We'll talk then. She paused a moment and glanced down, a hint of sharpness to her expression. And I want to hear about how you got hurt. Do you need a first aid kit? Nah, just a bruise, Jez shouted back. She paused a moment. You look like you're enjoying yourself. Galina cocked her head to one side, then laughed and squeezed Jez's arm. I suppose we each have our thing. Yours, apparently, is getting into fights. Mine is yelling at construction workers. Jez was still smiling as she watched Galina cross briskly back over to Masha. Chapter 7. Tay scowled down at the list of names on his holoscreen. It was a compilation of everyone any of them could think of who might be willing to help out in this crazy scheme of theirs, which meant most of it was comprised of people Ivan or Tanya knew, who they'd broken out of prison. He was acutely aware of Ivan, sitting beside him and leaning to see over his shoulder. There, said Ivan quietly, reaching out to touch a name on the screen. I think I can figure out a way to contact her. She'd come, I'm sure of it. And I have a handful of other friends who were arrested with me at the protests. She'll know how to get a hold of them. His arm brushed Tay's as he drew it back, and Tay bit the inside of his cheek. Hard. There was absolutely no reason why every damn time Ivan was sitting this close to him, his mind should keep going back to that moment on Grigory's ship, where the mafia Boyevik had stepped into the room and Ivan had pulled Tay onto the couch and leaned him backwards. The warmth of Ivan's lips on his, the feel of his hands, the way the world had gone slightly hazy. He gave a quick shake of his head. They had plenty to do, and no time to do it, as usual. And this was the absolute last thing in the system he needed to be thinking about right now. He couldn't bloody afford any distractions. He thought he'd finally learned that lesson. Anyways, last time he'd let himself fall for someone, it had just about broken his damn heart. And between Dmitri and Masha, he wasn't sure if he could handle having his heart broken again. He gritted his teeth and tried to bring his focus back to the holoscreen in front of him.
What about Radek?
Asked Lev from across the table.
Would he come?
Tanya looked up and caught Ivan's eye, then turned to Lev with a wry smile.
I don't think we could stop him from coming, even if we wanted to.
It was late, and they'd turned on the artificial lights after pulling down and fastening the heavy blackout blinds. When you were being hunted by the Krestnaya of one of the most powerful mafia organizations in the system, making yourself a silhouette against a window wasn't the wisest plan. A week into their stay on the pleasure planet, between Galina and Masha, they had a small suite of rooms that, if not comfortable, were at least livable. The floors were still bare prefab blocks, as were the walls, but the doors were solid, and they'd set up makeshift cots for everyone, as well as a slightly rickety table and chairs in the main room. They were gathered around the table, all except for Masha, who was doing whatever it was she did in the hours she spent poring over her holoscreen, Yezbel, who was with the children, and Jez and Galina. They'd been here until about an hour ago, when Jez had stood and informed everyone, in no uncertain terms, that she and Galina hadn't had any time alone for the past 5 days, and now that they had doors on the rooms, they intended to remedy that. Lev, to his credit, had hardly reacted, beyond a slight stiffening of his posture, and had politely bid them good night. And if there had been a trace of grimness to his expression since then, Tay couldn't exactly blame him.
All right,
said Lev, making a mark with his forefinger on his own screen.
If we can get Radek and Anya, that brings us up to 15. Ivan, you said you thought Anya could get you in touch with some of your other prison friends?
Ivan nodded.
I'd say at least 5, maybe up to 8 or 9, depending.
Lev nodded.
Tanya, do you have any connections you could use?
Tanya looked up from her own holoscreen.
I believe I do. I could probably get maybe 10 more. Not much more than that, honestly.
Lev frowned down at the screen.
All right, so Ivan, if everyone you think you might be able to contact made it, and Tanya was able to bring 10 more...
He paused a moment.
That brings us to 28 or 29.
He bit the inside of his lip, still frowning.
That may be enough. Barely. But we'll have to play some of the parts ourselves, if that's the case.
I could play a part, said Ivan, and Tay didn't have to look at him to see the smile on his face.
I have some experience as a server, anyways. And as an added bonus, I'd be able to pick out most of Grigory's people, at least the ones who were on the ship with us. And I doubt they'd recognize me. That's the advantage of being a server. You're interchangeable for anyone else in the same uniform.
There was that familiar, mild good humor in his voice, and Tay wasn't sure why his stomach clenched at the thought of Ivan in danger. Actually, no. He knew exactly why. Because the last damn time he'd seen Ivan working as a server had been the time he'd been seconds away from being blown into bloody pieces if Tay hadn't solved the puzzle Zhenya, the mafia pecan, had set for him. And he'd solved it with only seconds to spare. Even the thought still had the power to make him shaky. "You all right?" Ivan whispered in his ear, in his kind, concerned tone, which did nothing to help with the shakiness. "I'm fine," Tay whispered back, trying to keep the sharp worry from his voice. "All right," said Lev at last, putting a hand over his comm to shut down the holoscreen. "I guess that's all for tonight. We'll put the call out first thing tomorrow morning." He turned to Tay. "How's the tech coming?" Tay sighed and shook his head. "I'm wiring in the sound and camera systems and the emergency alert system Masha asked for. I'm getting there, but it'll take time." "Tay, listen," said Ivan, turning to him. "Don't run yourself ragged, all right? I've seen you when you get working. You need to sleep sometimes, too." "Agreed," said Lev, and there was a touch of amusement under his voice. "Ivan, I'll put you in charge of making sure our tech head gets enough sleep to be able to do his job." Tay rolled his eyes, but he didn't dare look at Ivan, because it was late, and he was tired, and he was pretty sure that his brain would start doing things he really didn't want it to do if he looked over and saw the small smile creases that formed around Ivan's eyes and the concern in his face. He had enough damn things to worry about right now, like trying to keep all of them alive.
"All right then," said Tanya, standing. "If that's all we're doing tonight, I'd better go. I don't know if Jespel will survive Misko much longer than this."
Tay bit back a small smile, despite everything. Jespel was right. This was Tanya's expertise at the moment. But the thought of the gruff, taciturn mass murderer being run ragged by her 6-year-old was more amusing than it probably should be. 4 days later, Lev stood on the balcony beside Tanya, looking down over the open lobby below. It was almost unrecognizable from the place it had been a week ago. Every trace of decay and rot had been swept away, replaced by a decadent grandeur. What he'd always imagined a pleasure house would look like, honestly. The courtyard outside was the same. The grass short and soft, the bushes and trees covered in blossoms that released a thick, heavy scent that was almost oppressively sweet, and gilded alcoves walled off tastefully here and there. And of course, the part he was least happy about. The cages, displayed in the center of the room. The bars gilt in opulent rose gold. A place to display the entertainment. He'd felt slightly sick the first time he'd realized what the workers were constructing. He still felt sick just looking at them, if he were being honest.
"So," said Tanya quietly, "what do you think?"
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It had been just under a week, and they'd all been working hard enough that they probably could have fallen asleep standing up. Galina, especially, had been working herself ragged, to the point that Jez had intervened and told her that if she didn't get some rest, Jez was going to lock the damn bedroom door and sit outside it to make sure she didn't come out. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes for a moment. The list of things that absolutely had to be taken care of felt like it was tattooed into the backs of his eyelids. But he was so tired that he wasn't sure he trusted his memory. He looked up at Tanya and saw the same weariness behind her eyes. "In a perfect world, we'd have a year to set this up," he said.
Even 6 months would be something, although that would be pushing it.
And we've had a week, said Tanya, that quiet humor in her voice. He nodded with a wry smile.
Yes, that's about the size of it. But, considering our time frame, I think we're as ready as we're going to be.
Tanya nodded, and they looked out over the lobby again. The vaulted ceiling stretched up in a huge dome, heavy with gold paint. The floors were smooth, polished stone, a light gray, marbled with gold. Yes, it was just a thin layer painted over prefab blocks. But from here, it looked genuine and absurdly expensive. Tay was huddled in one corner, working, Lev hoped, on getting the security system up and running. And in front of every door, one of Olyesa's grim-faced boyeviki stood, weapons displayed prominently in holsters. They were taking no part in the proceedings, and for that, Lev was heartily grateful. Yes, he understood their necessity, but the fact that they were under the constant, watchful eyes of at least 6 people with the firepower and probably the inclination to murder them all was not comforting. He turned back to Tanya. She gave him a small smile. Well?
I suppose there's no point in putting it off longer,
he said. She gestured him ahead of her, and he crossed over to the long spiraling staircase. There were lifts, of course, but right now there was a tight knot of nerves in his chest, and he'd much rather be moving. He tapped his comm.
Masha?
Yes, Lev. Her voice was as calm as always.
Could you meet me in the lobby, please?
Of course. Her line clicked off, and he took a deep breath and crossed the wide open space to where Tay sat in the corner. Tay glanced up at his approach, still scowling in concentration.
How's it coming?
Lev asked. Tay sighed and shook his head.
I'm getting there. It's a complicated system if we want it to do everything you and Galena asked for.
Lev nodded, and for a moment they were silent. At last, Tay sighed, familiar worry in his face.
We're going to put the word out?
Lev nodded.
Time to let Gregory know we're here.
Tay paused a moment, reluctance clear in his posture.
You know, once we do this, we're committed, whether we're ready or not.
Tanya raised an eyebrow. Well, on the bright side, I imagine Gregory has already repaired his ship and started to look for us. So, either way, we're about to be hunted by a mafia kristnaya, whose entire reputation depends on how gruesomely he can kill us. I don't know that there's all that much to lose. Tay stared at her for a moment, then shook his head, smiling reluctantly.
I'm not sure how I ever managed to sign on with a crew that thinks that's the kind of thing that will make me feel better,
he muttered.
All right, let's get it done, I suppose.
Masha was waiting for them over by the grand lobby check-in. She was dressed, as usual, in her worn pilot's coat, and the strain and exhaustion under her expression were barely visible, unless you knew her as well as Lev and the rest of them did. And for a moment, Lev felt a strange pang, because, if he were being honest with himself, he'd valued Masha's insights. He'd never completely trusted her, but he'd believed her, and he'd enjoyed working with her. That had been what she'd wanted, of course, because that was the only way she could have betrayed them like she had. But he hadn't expected how much losing that friendship, if that's what it had been, would hurt. He gave her a pleasant smile as they came up to her.
Masha, I believe we're ready.
She smiled back. I expected nothing less. She glanced at Tay. Something subtle, I think. He needs to know what we're doing and who is doing it. But if we make it too obvious, she shrugged. He's an intelligent man. I'd hate to insult him. Tay gave a brief nod, his lips pressed tightly together. Lev glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Tay had taken Masha's betrayal harder than any of them, and he hadn't spoken more than a handful of words to her since that evening on the casino ship. If Lev hadn't known Tay like he did, he might have thought it was anger, but he could see the sharp hurt behind the kid's stoic expression, and he was certain Masha could as well.
I'm turning the comm to the general channel, Tay said quietly. It will be in with the rest of the chatter, but I've tagged it just a bit. Not enough to be noticeable, but enough that this will rise to the top of the noise, and replay a few times. He paused a moment. Start talking. I'll hit the comm partway through the conversation.
Lev nodded and took a deep breath.
All right.
He turned to Masha.
How close are we, do you think?
He asked in a low voice. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Tay hit the comm button halfway through his sentence. Close enough, said Masha in the same low tone. I think this will be everything we need it to be. I have a feeling business will be flocking to our section of town. This should be a very profitable endeavor.
In addition to its other advantages, said Lev. He paused a moment. Well, at any rate, I suppose we may as well get the word out. No point in keeping it secret much longer.
Masha hesitated. I'd prefer to wait until we're no longer vulnerable, she said at last. But, as you say, she sighed, I doubt that particular vulnerability will go away until we've been running for a few months' time. So, I suppose you're right. Halfway through her last sentence, Tay tapped the comm off and gave them a quick nod. Masha stopped speaking, and she and Lev turned to him.
Well, said Tay after a moment, every word you said is out there now. And if what you guessed is correct, and he's got someone scanning the general lines, there's no way he misses that.
For a moment, they were quiet, looking at each other. Masha's face was unreadable as ever. Tay's expression was hard, and Tanya's eyes were narrowed, her face slightly grim.
And you think we can pull this off?
Lev said, turning to Masha. You do, at least, she said, or you wouldn't have followed me here.
There's a difference between necessity and reasonableness, said Lev. You didn't give us much choice.
Well, said Masha briskly, at the very least, you believed that this had a higher chance of success than simply letting Grigory hunt you down. Based on my past experiences with this crew, I would say that gives us a higher chance of survival than ought to be possible for this sort of endeavor. She paused. At any rate, we don't have time to worry about it now. I give it a week before he contacts us. Maybe less, and we have plenty left to do in that time. She turned briskly and strode off, and Lev watched her go.
Well, we know she'll survive it at least,
Tay said under his breath. His tone was sharp and bitter. Lev turned to him and managed a slight smile despite the worry clenching in his chest.
I suppose, then, it's up to us to make sure the rest of us do as well.
Chapter 8. Tay was just stepping out of his room, blinking against the light and tying the laces on his tunic, when someone clapped him on the shoulder hard enough that he almost staggered.
Tay,
said a familiar voice, and he turned in surprise to see Radek. The lanky man was smiling broadly. His face was burned 3 shades darker than it had been in prison, his dark hair longer than the regulation prison length, and the scar on the corner of his eye lending a rakish look to his appearance.
When did you get here?
Asked Tay, smiling despite himself.
What have you been doing since prison?
Radek winked.
Keeping busy, like usual. Honestly, it's just as well you called me because I happen to have gotten on the bad side of the police on the planet I was lying low on.
Jez's door opened, and Jez stepped out, grinning broadly. Radek, you dirty, cheating bastard! Thought the police would have thrown you back in prison ages ago.
Hey, kid, who you calling a cheat? Radek said. If I recall correctly, you were the one who cheated me out of my lunches for a week when they punished me by sending you as my cellmate.
He crossed over to her in 2 strides and grabbed her in a bear hug.
I see you're as scrawny as ever.
She hugged him back. Yeah? Well, since you're as ugly as ever, guess that's only fair. They were both grinning delightedly, and Tay shook his head in a sort of bewildered amusement. There was a soft chuckle from beside him, and he turned to see Ivan standing next to him, smiling.
Between those two, I'm not sure any one of us will make it through this alive,
he said in a low, amused voice.
Well, there certainly won't be a dull moment,
said Tay wryly. Ivan chuckled again.
He got in this morning. He said there should be a few others coming in on the transport ship later today, but he hitched a ride on one of the cargo ships.
Galina emerged from Jez's room, blinking, and Radek turned to her, raising his eyebrows.
All right, Jez, introduce me to your friend.
Sorry, you bastard. She's taken, said Jez with a grin, slipping her arm around Galina's waist. Also, she's your new damn boss, so you'd better learn some respect. Galina, this is a skinny plaguer I met in prison and taught how to play fool's tokens.
Hey, kid,
said Radek in mock offense.
I'm not sure that cheating someone blind is in the definition of teaching. And whatever the hell you were playing, pretty sure it wasn't fool's tokens.
Tay rolled his eyes at Ivan.
Come on, let's get some breakfast. Those two will be insulting each other for at least another 20 minutes.
By the time breakfast was finished, 3 more of Ivan's and Tanya's prison friends had arrived. Tay smiled at one of them, a young woman with a wide smile and a businesslike air.
Hey, Anya. It's good to see you.
She grinned back at him. Good to be working with you again. I know tech, but I've never seen anyone do what you do. I'd have come just for the chance to watch you. Maybe pick up some tips. Ivan was greeting the others. He turned to where Tay and Anya stood, a broad smile on his face.
Tay, I'm not sure if you remember these two. This is Artur and Leah. Artur, Leah, Tay, the one who saved all our lives in that prison breakout.
Tay looked down, heat rising to his face.
It's nice to meet you again,
he muttered.
I think Lev wanted everyone up in the conference room.
He turned to Anya.
Have you eaten yet? Grab some breakfast and come up when you're ready.
For some reason, though, the sight of Radek's and Anya's familiar faces seemed to have loosened the tight knot in his chest that had been there since they landed on this damn planet. By the time they were all up the stairs and gathered in the conference room, their number had swelled by another 4. Lev was bent over his holoscreen, frowning, and Masha sat beside him, wearing her usual bland smile. Lev glanced up as they entered, then shut down his screen and stretched, wincing slightly.
All right,
he said, when everyone had taken their seats. Jez and Radek were in the back of the room, swapping increasingly unbelievable stories and increasingly offensive insults, both of them grinning broadly. Galina came in after them, but Lev beckoned her over and cleared his throat.
All right,
he said into the silence that was punctuated only by Jez and Radek's whispering. He cleared his throat again and scowled in Jez's direction, and finally she looked up, gave him a wink, and stopped talking.
All right,
Lev said again.
This is Galina Drostova. She's going to be organizing this. Masha and I have asked you to come because of skills you have that we may need. However, we have limited resources. No matter how valuable you may be as a hacker or a pickpocket, we'll need you to take a role. We don't have the time or space for people who can't. Galina will give you the parts each of you is to play. I don't need to tell you how vital it is that what we do here looks completely genuine. The people we're working against will not hesitate to kill every last one of us in very painful ways if they for one moment suspect anything is off. So I'll need your commitment to work as hard and as long as it takes to make this perfect. Understood?
He glanced around the room, and Tay followed his glance. The looks on everyone's faces were serious, but there was an air of repressed excitement.
This will be dangerous. As you all know, we're pulling a sting on Grigory Korzakov, and we intend to take him down completely.
Lev said into the silence.
You'll be paid, but there's no way to compensate you for the kind of risk we'll all be taking. Do this because you believe in it, or don't do it at all.
Or, said Ivan quietly,
do it because there are people here you believe are worth the risk.
Tay didn't dare look at him, but he felt his face heating again. Ivan wasn't talking about him, damn it. He was talking about the fact that these people were old prison friends, and he'd damn well better remember it, and honestly, he had no idea what was wrong with him these days. And he couldn't afford to forget himself like this. He could feel Ivan's quick glance in his direction, but he wouldn't meet his eye.
Nothing's happened yet,
Lev continued.
If you want to back out, we have the funds to pay your return passage. So now is the time to speak up if you're having second thoughts. But if you stay, things will start happening quickly. We need to convince Grigory that we're serious. The best way is to make him think the big spenders have changed who they're loyal to. There is a conference booked in the Strani House in a week's time with some of the biggest spenders in government. We're going to get them to back out, and then we're going to spread the word that they came here instead. We'll do that in two ways. First, a couple days before the conference, Yezbel is going to set off an explosion in the grounds near the Strani House, and then Jez is going to Prasveshony to convince the Marks that Grigory's called it off because it's not safe. After that, he spread his hands. I expect after that, we'll get a visit from Grigory's people.
There was another long silence. Lev looked around the small group one last time, and at last, he nodded.
All right. Galina, go ahead.
He sat, and Galina stood, a grim, businesslike expression on her face, and an intensity in her eyes that Tay didn't remember seeing there before. For the first time since he'd met her, he realized that she was actually slightly frightening. Jez must have noticed the same thing, because her grin went dreamy. Tay shook his head, and beside him, Ivan gave a low chuckle.
I wonder daily how your pilot is still alive,
he whispered. All right, said Galina in a brisk voice. Here's what we need. First, there's the serving staff. Food servers, cleaners, people to check customers in at the desks. For those positions, we'll need people who can blend in and who can remember details. No one notices a server, or at least, no one should notice a server. Second, customers. You'll be weapons dealers, criminals, wealthy government officials. The type of house we're running caters to only the wealthiest. So whoever you are, you're important, and you're used to getting your way. And finally, we'll need the... She paused for a moment, distaste evident in her voice. The entertainment, as they call them. We won't be putting you with paying customers, because we won't have any, other than Grigory's people. If people call in to book, we'll tell them we're full. And for those who go with Grigory's people, we'll have measures in place to keep you safe. However, this will be the riskiest position by far. If you get nerves, or if you break down under pressure, this isn't for you. You'll need to be able to play your part right up to and until you think a customer is about to slit your throat just for the fun of it. That said, this isn't going to be the kind of house that uses disposable entertainment. You'll be trained for the various positions, so I'll need those of you who have some physical dexterity, if you've ever danced or played an instrument or done any type of sex work. That would be helpful. And you need to be good with a weapon. I won't let anyone play an entertainer who can't shoot a heat pistol. She glanced around. Does anyone have questions? No one spoke, but their faces were grimmer than they had been. Good, she said at last. I'll be here. Lev will tell each of you what he needs from you. Then, come see me, and we'll figure out which part you can play. There was a murmur of assent from the gathered company, and slowly, people stood and made their way over to Lev or Galena. Tay stayed where he was, worry churning in his stomach.
Do you think they know what they've signed up for?
He asked quietly, turning to Ivan. Ivan smiled, without humor.
I don't know, but I do know these people. They hate Grigory and everything he stands for. So, whether they know or not, this is something that they believe in. Enough to risk their lives over it.
Tay heard the words he'd been about to say and hadn't. Enough to die for it. He shivered slightly, because it could very well come down to that. Chapter 9.
Misko bit me!
Olya's voice was much louder and much more shrill than Yezbel had imagined could come from a person of her size. Yezbel looked up from where she'd been cutting the dessert ration packs into 2 exactly identical-sized pieces and lowered her eyebrows at her son.
Misko,
she said in her sternest voice.
don't bite your sister. You know better than that.
Misko glared at her, unimpressed.
And?
Olya chimed in self-importantly.
She's going to give me a bite of your dessert. Right, Mama?
Misko's face collapsed into utter despair, and he began wailing.
Misko,
Yezbel bellowed over the noise.
please stop that before this entire building comes down, or else I go completely crazy.
Misko kept wailing.
Or I eat your dessert myself.
The wailing abruptly stopped, stifled into a hiccuping, sniffling silence. Yezbel gave a short sigh of relief.
Thank you, Misko. Now, go sit down, both of you.
The children obeyed. Yezbel studied Olya as she picked up the dessert rations and handed them to the children. That girl had Tanya's brains. That was for certain. Behind her, the door to their quarters opened, and she turned quickly, hand going to her heat pistol. Tanya smiled as she slipped inside. Yessi, how are you, my heart? Yezbel smiled back, despite herself. the tension from the last 3 hours draining away at the sight of her wife. Tanya looked happy. Not just happy, purposeful. She had that look to her that Jezebel had fallen in love with so many years ago, when they were both just children. Really, that look of someone who was doing something she loved and was good at, and was determined to see it through. It had been a long time since she'd seen Tanya look like this. A faint pang of guilt stirred in her chest at the thought. Tanya had been right. Jezebel had forgotten what it meant to be married. And Tanya had given everything, and had kept giving everything, because Jezebel was taking it all. But, well, the thing was, she'd told Tanya the truth, back on the casino ship. This marriage was worth putting back together. Even if 3 hours with Misko, the hellion, and Olya, who had to know everything about everything, was almost enough to send her curled up and weeping into a corner. "How is everything going out there?" Jezebel asked, kissing her wife's forehead. Tanya drew back and looked at her, face serious.
Good, I think. But it's time for your part now.
Jezebel tried to hide her expression of relief, but Tanya chuckled and shook her head.
Things are going that well with the children, then?
It's not the children, specifically,
Jezebel grumbled, keeping her voice low enough that Olya, hopefully, wouldn't overhear. Olya, she'd learned through sad experience, had very sharp ears.
I love the children very much. It's the fact that at any given moment, I'm being pulled into the middle of a fight between someone and someone else. I think Misko would pick a fight with the table leg if Olya weren't around. But when she is, she's more than happy to oblige.
Tanya shook her head, smiling softly.
I'm sorry, my heart. They are in a new place, and they aren't used to being looked after by anyone but me. We'll all get used to this sooner or later, I'm sure.
You're assuming I survive that long,
Jezebel muttered, but she was smiling as well.
Tanya ran a hand over Jezebel's shaved head
and trailed her fingers down the back of her neck.
Anyways, you'll have a reason to get away for a little while now. Come on. I'll finish up with dinner. You go get ready.
Jezebel nodded, took Tanya in her arms, and kissed her tenderly. Then she shot a mock scowl at the children.
You behave, all right?
I always behave, Mama,
said Olya primly.
I never behave,
Misko said exuberantly through a mouthful of crumbs.
And I'm never going to behave. I'm going to be a grown-up soon, and I'm going to do whatever I want, and I'm going to eat dessert every single meal.
Finish chewing before you talk, my heart,
said Tanya absently. She turned back to Jezebel.
Good luck, Yissi.
She paused a moment.
I know this isn't easy for you, and
Jezebel shook her head and pulled her wife back into her arms.
Tanya, she said quietly, it wasn't easy for you either. I just didn't see that. I told you, I want to make this work. Seeing you happy is worth everything to me, and I should have done this a long time ago.
Tanya looked at her fondly, and for a moment, Jezebel forgot the combination of stress and boredom that had become her entire life these past few days. Forgot everything but how much she loved this woman.
Go on,
said Tanya, kissing her lightly.
I'll wait up for you.
Jezebel took a deep breath, smiled at her wife, and made her way down the hallway to her workroom. She was almost finished with her preparations when there was a light knock at the door.
Come in,
she called, and Lev stepped inside.
Yes, Belle,
he said quietly.
Galina's ready. She's waiting by the bikes.
He paused.
You've decided what you're going to hit, I assume.
Yes, said Yesbel. She pulled up a map of the pleasure district and tapped an open area near the red mark that was the Strani house.
There's a park here. It shouldn't attract too much attention, but should still make people uneasy.
She paused a moment.
Also, it shouldn't kill anyone. Tanya believes that killing people should be done only as a last resort, and I support her in this.
Lev raised an eyebrow.
I didn't say I agree with her, said Yesbel, but she is my wife, and I support her.
Ah, Lev nodded, clearly trying to fight back his amusement.
Well, in this case, at least, I believe Tanya is correct. As you say, we don't want to cause injuries. Just enough of a stir that people might think twice about visiting the pleasure district.
He paused and gave a small smile.
It won't escape Grigory's notice that we're far enough away from the pleasure district that anyone who still wanted to attend an establishment would be perfectly safe here.
Yesbel smiled.
Well, as safe as you can be, if your entertainer is a trained assassin. How is Tanya doing?
Lev smiled.
She's a natural, to be honest with you.
I knew she would be,
said Yesbel with a fond smile.
She is very good at anything she puts her mind to.
He chuckled.
And Jez running the gambling hall was a stroke of genius. She's in her element there.
Yesbel studied Lev for a moment.
You're doing well with this,
she said at last.
You're not a terrible person around Galina, and I'm glad, because she's a nice girl.
Lev looked at her, startled, then gave a small, wry smile.
Is it that obvious? Well, yes, but you are trying. That's the thing. And our pilot girl can see that too.
She paused again.
And you know, I think she missed you. Maybe she doesn't want a relationship, but that doesn't mean she doesn't care about you.
I know,
said Lev in a soft voice.
I missed her too. I hadn't realized how much, and I'm happy for her. Galina's better for her than I ever was.
He gave a soft, rueful laugh.
I don't think I realized how much of a complete ass I was to her.
Well, yes, you were,
said Yesbel philosophically. She shrugged.
I mean, in fairness, she can be very irritating, but...
Lev gave a small smile.
Well, I'm glad she found someone who could manage not to be a complete ass. And I'm working on it. Since she actually gave me a second chance, which I didn't deserve.
It will hurt less eventually,
said Yesbel quietly, a pang of pity stirring in her chest.
It will get easier, I promise.
I hope so.
His voice was quiet, and she heard the tinge of heartbreak under it. Then he shook his head briskly.
Anyways, I'll let Galina know you're on your way.
He gave her a small smile, then turned out the door. She looked after him for a few moments, shaking her head. He'd survive, and honestly, this was probably good for him. That boy thought a little too highly of himself, and a little too low of everyone else, for his own good. And Jez would be a good friend for him, if she decided she wanted to be. Still, well, she knew how it felt to have a broken heart. All things considered, he was doing all right. When Yesbel reached the skybikes, Galina was waiting for her. Yesbel looked her over critically, She was dressed in a dark gray outfit, with a hood pulled up over her head. Her face was tense, but she relaxed into a slight smile when she saw Jesbel.
"Your wife told me what to wear," she said.
Jesbel smiled back. "Yes, Tanya's good at that sort of thing."
Galina nodded, and Jesbel was struck suddenly by how young she was. A couple years older than their crazy pilot, maybe, but no more than that.
"All right," Jesbel said, swinging her leg over a skybike. "Let's go. I'll let you lead the way, since Lev tells me you know this place better than I do."
Galina gave her a tight smile. "I don't know it personally. I have a friend, though. She knew it very well, and she described it to me enough times that I know more or less where we're going."
"I see," said Jesbel quietly.
Galina turned away hurriedly and swung up on her own skybike, and Jesbel followed her out the small hangar bay door. They rode through the dark streets without speaking, even over the comms. The air on the planet had cooled now that dark had fallen, and it brushed across Jesbel's face, sending a small shiver down her back. The streets weren't deserted, but they were much less busy than they had been in the day. Flickering artificial lights hung in orange globes over the streets, but they cast almost more shadows than light, and the people who walked the streets did so in small clusters, with the nervous movements of people constantly looking over their shoulders, or with the swaggering confidence of people who were the ones being looked at over shoulders. From below street level, through the small stairwells that led to darkened doorways, there rose snatches of music and boisterous voices, and every so often, a shout or curse. As they passed one doorway, the door was flung open, a shaft of yellow light cutting through the dimness of the streets, and a woman staggered out, as if she'd been pushed. She cursed, picking herself up, and leaning against the wall, made her unsteady way back up to the street. "We're not going directly into the pleasure district," said Galina in her earpiece. "I think it will be better if we park the skybikes out of the way." The streets they rode down were growing gradually dirtier and narrower, the artificial lights dimmer and less frequent. The smell from the streets was that of garbage and human waste.
"Are you sure you know where you're going?"
Jesbel said into the comm. Ahead of her, Galina gave a short nod. Jesbel shrugged. It probably didn't matter, honestly. She doubted that anyone in this filthy city, crime boss, mob leader, or Boyevik, could possibly match the level of destructive power she was carrying in the padded bag around her neck. At last, they stopped in the entrance to a small alley. Galina paused a moment, then slid off her bike, leaning it up against the filthy wall. Jesbel came to a halt and did the same.
"Where are we?"
she asked quietly, looking around. The smell from the alley behind them was foul enough that a whiff drifting out in the still air was enough to make her cough. Galina sighed. Her posture was so tense it was almost painful to look at. "This is where the entertainers and the servers live, when they're not being used, or when they've been used up." There was a bitterness to her voice that surprised Jesbel, and she frowned at the girl.
"Tell me, Galina,"
she said in a soft voice.
"It wasn't just your friend, was it?"
Galina stiffened further. "I don't know." Jesbel shook her head.
"Listen, I'm not stupid. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but there's no need to keep it secret.
It's not something shameful.
Galena stayed where she was for a few moments, face turned away, body stiff with tension. At last, though, her posture drooped tiredly.
You're right, she said in a low voice. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I was here. I was only a kid. I didn't know what was happening to me. They didn't tell me.
She broke off again, and for a long moment she was quiet. At last she said,
I got out, smuggled myself off in one of the cargo ships. I was one of the lucky ones.
She gave a soft, bitter laugh.
But there were people who took care of me, protected me, and I never came back for them. I was too afraid.
She turned to Jezebel, and even in the dim light, Jezebel could see the haunted look on her face.
I've felt guilty over that my whole life.
My whole life,
It's eaten me up from the inside. The people here, in this part of the city, the servers, the cooks, the street cleaners, the entertainers, they're bought and sold like damn animals. And they last about as long as animals, too. Everyone who helped me is dead by now.
For a few moments, her words hung in the air. Neither of them spoke. There was a faint sickness coating the back of Jezebel's throat. She'd known about the Pleasure Planet for as long as she could remember. She could remember as a child her mother speaking of it in hushed tones to her father. And she'd known about the trafficking. It was an open secret in the system. If you were wealthy enough, you could visit the Pleasure Planets as a guest. Your parents have enough bad harvests so that they have the choice of letting one child go or letting all the children starve. Or you're a lone street kid without a gang of other kids for protection, and you end up on the Pleasure Planet as something else. A server, a cleaner, an entertainer. And some of these houses were notorious for having disposable entertainment. She'd known that ever since she was a child, and the knowledge had always sickened her. But it wasn't until she was here, standing in the entrance to this filthy alley and looking into the sickened, guilt-ridden face of this girl, that she actually realized what it meant.
I'm sorry,
she said at last.
I don't know if this makes you feel better, but I'm not sure many people would have come back at all.
Galena managed a small smile.
When Jez told me about the rest of you, what you were doing, I almost ran for it. But
she paused, closing her eyes for a moment.
But the thing is, the thing about Jez is, she has this way of making you believe you can do things you never thought you could.
I've seen her scared before, but she does it anyways. And
I guess I couldn't run away.
Does Jez know?
asked Jezebel quietly. Galena nodded.
I told her back on the casino ship.
No one else knows, though. She said she wouldn't say anything unless I wanted her to. She said I didn't have to come, that if I wanted, I could just wait on the ship, and she'd come back for me when you were all done. But she shook her head and managed a small smile.
But I couldn't. I couldn't let her come here and lose my one chance to do something to make things better.
Jezebel swallowed down something in her throat.
Well,
she said at last,
I've never thought of myself as a coward, but I don't know that I would have been able to do what you're doing right now. And don't worry, I won't say anything unless you want me to.
Galena gave her another faint, grateful smile. I'll tell them tomorrow. When we get back. I think Masha and Lev have probably already guessed. Yesbel nodded, and Galina turned back to the street in front of them. I guess we should get going then, she said. Follow me. I know a path from here into the pleasure district. They made their way silently through the unlit streets. Most of the bulbous artificial streetlights were broken, although here and there, one gave an anemic orange flicker. Yesbel had spent enough of her life around Tanya to know how to get somewhere without making much noise, and Galina could be surprisingly quiet as well. There was a large wall built around the pleasure district, but Galina led them unerringly to a small gateway. It wasn't guarded, and when Yesbel expressed her surprise, Galina gave her a grim look. It's because some of the guests want to find their entertainment in the wild, they call it. If they have enough bodyguards, they don't have much to worry about. And like I said, everyone in the slum district belongs to someone. There isn't much they can do. Yesbel closed her eyes for a moment and tried not to let Galina's words paint a picture in her head. She wasn't certain she would be able to get it out again. Stepping out of the slums and onto the streets of the pleasure district was like stepping onto a different planet. Here, the street lights were a soft gold, their lights illuminating the cobblestones with a brilliant glow. The streets here were as busy as they'd been in the daytime, on that day months ago when Yesbel had planted an explosive in the Strani house as a distraction when they were kidnapping a weapons dealer to steal his identity. Now that she thought about it, it had been a long time since she hadn't been part of a crazy plan that almost certainly should have killed her. Still, she hadn't had the time to look around much back then, considering the circumstances. And, all right, perhaps this wasn't all that different, but you did become accustomed to it eventually. Galina pulled back her hood and was walking in a purposeful way that made people step aside for her, almost unconsciously. Her long hair bounced against her back, and her clothing was just drab enough not to attract attention, and just nice enough not to attract comment. Yesbel had never had to worry too much about that. She found a scowl was generally enough to inform people that staying out of her way was their best option. At least if they wanted to keep all their body parts attached. But to each their own. The lights of pleasure houses glowed and flashed in bright, garish colors, and raucous laughter and shouts rang out from the open doorways. Galina led them quickly past them to a large, open park, or at least it looked open. As Yesbel got closer, she realized that the maze of bushes and half-walls made it into a series of small enclosures. On a gilded bench outside the maze, a couple sat pressed together, clothing disheveled, eyes half-lidded, the sweet smell of street drugs, recognizable even from here. Galina paused a few meters away from the entrance. This is the place you showed me on the map. Yesbel frowned. There will be people inside that. Galina nodded, chewing the inside of her cheek. Maybe somewhere further down the street, if we keep an eye out. From inside the structure came a sharp, shrill scream, abruptly cut off. The two women exchanged grim looks. Yesbel reached inside her jacket pocket, pulling out a small canister. She handed it to Galina. How's your throwing arm? Galina frowned, face still tense. All right, I guess. Throw this as far into the middle of that hellhole as you can, said Yesbel shortly. It won't do any permanent damage.
But if anyone stays in the place after the gas starts to disperse, it will be because they're dead.
Then what? Jesbel gave a small smirk.
Then you stand back. Far back, please, because I think Jez would be upset if I brought you back in pieces. I'll give the people inside time to get out, and then...
She shrugged. Galina gave a tight nod and started off around the other side of the park. Jesbel stood back, eyeing the place critically. She smiled to herself and strolled over to one corner of the maze of bushes. She'd almost finished planting her explosives when she heard the small pop, and then the hiss of releasing gas. She set the last explosive in place, then straightened and wandered back towards the crowd, keeping an eye on the maze entrance. A few moments later, coughing, choking people began to stagger out, tears streaming down their faces. Galina appeared a moment later, her face set. Jesbel sighed and handed her a mask.
Go on, she said. This will keep you from breathing it anyways. And you're going to go in to make sure they're all out, no matter what I say.
Just the entertainment, said Galina quietly. I don't care about the others. She slipped the mask over her face and ducked through the coughing people crowding the entrance to the maze. When she emerged a few minutes later, she caught Jesbel's eye and nodded. Jesbel gestured her out of the way with a quick jerk of her head. Already, she could hear police bikes whining up the streets, over the sounds of people shouting and backing away from the clouds of gas hanging over the park. She shook her head regretfully. As much as she'd like to wait until the scum-sucking police officers pulled their masks on and went in to see what had caused the disturbance, Tanya had asked, and she'd promised Lev. So, when they were close enough that the blast would at least give them a shock, she hit the controller. The noise was so loud, it almost ceased to be a noise and became a physical force, and she squeezed her eyes shut against the brilliant flash that wrote itself across the back of her eyeballs. When she opened her eyes, the park, with its maze of bushes, was gone. In its place, a smoking crater yawned open. Police officers flung back by the blast shook their heads and slowly pushed themselves up on their elbows. Jesbel, Galina whispered, and Jesbel turned to find the girl at her elbow. She wore a fierce, hard expression, and even Jesbel would hesitate to cross her right now. But there was something in the girl's face as they walked back through the slums, and something in her posture as they mounted their bikes, that made Jesbel wish she could give Galina a hug. But then, she was fairly certain that Jez would take care of that, and that somehow the restless, snarky pilot would know what to say to Galina to make everything just a little more bearable. When had she become so certain of that? She wasn't entirely sure if Jez had changed or she had. Chapter 10. Jez bounced on the balls of her feet, eyes closed, fingers flexed. Jez, you all right? She looked up. Galina stood there, with Lev beside her. Jez gave Galina a grin that did nothing to hide the relief coursing through her body. Yep. Been too long since I've been in my damn ship. That's all. Galina smiled at her fondly. I wanted to come see you off, at least. I'd come with you, if I could. But they need me here. I know. Jez caught Galina's hand and pulled her in for a long kiss. Galina's body was soft, and her curves almost reminded Jez of her beautiful ship. and she smelled of soap and sweat and sawdust. And for a moment, Jez wished Galia would be flying with them. So much she could taste it. But Galia was right. They needed her here. And the fact was, if Jez couldn't get back in the sky, she might actually go completely crazy. So, at last, reluctantly, she released Galina and grinned at Lev. "You ready, genius?" Lev sighed, a tinge of strain in his expression.
"I'm ready. You?"
"Born ready," she said, smirking at him. "Get in and strap down." They climbed the loading ramp, and Jez sighed in a sort of desperate relief. There was something about stepping into her ship that made the whole world feel right again. She slid into the familiar comfort of the pilot's seat and rested her hands on the controls, letting the feeling of them seep up through her fingers like water into dry soil. Then she hit the ignition. Lev strapped into the co-pilot seat beside her. She touched the controls lightly, and the ship lifted gracefully off the ground. They rose smoothly out of the hangar and over the wall that surrounded their courtyard. From the corner of her eye, she saw the wary apprehension on Lev's face turning to a sort of cautious relief. And then she hit the throttle, and the ship shot forward, flipping on its side to slide through the opening in the planet's force field, and streaked towards the blue-black line that marked the end of the thin band of atmosphere holding them down. With the hyperdrive, the trip only took an hour or so, and when she brought the ship in through the atmosphere and swooped low across the evergreen forests and swamps that surrounded the city, it was close to evening. She grinned. Perfect timing. She'd never actually liked Prasvashoni all that much, but on days like this, with the evening sun glinting across the branches of the evergreens, lighting the frosty tips below her like 1,000 sparkling stars, she couldn't help but feel a grudging fondness for the place. Lev took a deep breath and let go his chokehold on the arm of the co-pilot seat.
"I'll send coordinates through to your comm,"
he said, voice shaking only slightly.
"We'll be landing at one of the public docking bays. The shielding spoof Tay set up should stop them from tracking us."
He paused.
"Jez, you know what you're doing, right? I just want to go over this one more time."
She gave him a skeptical look. "Listen, genius, if I don't know, I'll figure it out as I go, okay? Not like I haven't done it before." Lev took a long, steadying breath.
"Jez,"
he said at last,
"these are the government officials who've planned a convention on the Pleasure Planet. The big spenders. We need Grigory's people to see you talking to them. And then they have to not show up at the Strani house. The second part we've taken care of, between Yezbel's explosion yesterday and the fact that Tay hacked in and will cancel all their bookings tonight. But Grigory needs to believe you talked them into coming to our pleasure house instead."
She rolled her eyes. "You're acting like I've never even heard of this plan." Lev took another long breath.
"I'm sorry. So, you know what you need to do."
She shrugged. "Nah, I wasn't actually listening to what you eggheads were saying. But I might have been. So, not like you should just assume." The sound of Lev sucking in a sharp breath through his nose was as familiar and comforting as the hum of a running ship. She laughed. "Relax, genius. Yes, I know what I'm doing." She steered them in through the city gates, then turned towards the docking bay Lev had indicated on her holoscreen. She pulled into docking bay 47, and as she powered the ship down, Something tightened inside her chest. She hadn't been in a docking bay since the last run she'd made as a smuggler. It seemed like yesterday, and a lifetime ago, when she'd been running completely free. No one to worry about, no strings, nothing but her and her ship, and deep, deep space. None of this crap about saving the system or taking down the government or taking down Grigory Korsakov. No strings, no one to worry about. But there'd been no one to worry about her either. She swallowed hard and gave a quick shake of her head. Okay, so it was different than smuggling. And yes, maybe she missed that sometimes. The freedom of it. The way she could go wherever she wanted and do whatever she wanted. But, well, she wouldn't trade it, honestly. At the entrance to the docking bay, Lev paused. He checked his heat pistol, placed it carefully in its holster, and turned to her with a grim expression on his face.
All right, Jez, this is your plan. So, what are we doing?
His voice said he wasn't sure he really wanted to know. She grinned. Well, they're expecting someone from Grigory to show up, right? So that's what I'm going to give them. She paused a moment to enjoy the look on his face.
If you think that's a good idea,
said Lev after a moment, in a slightly strangled tone. Damn right I do, she said, still grinning. She checked her own pistol. Well, pistols, since she had about 3 of them, and a couple of Yezbel's explosives. No point in coming to a party unprepared.
Is that all?
He asked after a long breath. She rolled her eyes. What else do you want to know? You're coming in as backup, so you don't have to do anything. Just sit there and tell me if someone comes in who wants to kill me. I'll tell the government idiots I'm from Grigory and tell them this whole thing is a bad idea, and they'll probably get blown into a million pieces if they try to come.
Jez, why don't I tell them that, and you be the backup? I spent more time with Grigory than you did, and—
2 reasons, genius, she said, holstering her weapons. First, you can't gamble like I can. And second, you hate being shot at.
Why do either of those things—
She winked at him. Watch and learn. She turned and started off down the narrow, filthy dock streets. A moment later, she heard Lev's footsteps coming after her.
Jez,
he whispered as he caught up with her. She half turned, prepared to argue, but he just shook his head, a tight, strained expression on his face.
Good luck,
he whispered at last.
I'll be in the back if you need me, and I'll be listening in on the comm. I'll give you any information I have that might be helpful.
She almost stopped walking to stare at him. He managed a reluctant smile.
What?
She shook her head and turned back to the street in front of her. You aren't going to fight with me? His smile grew a little more genuine.
Well, first off, it wouldn't change anything. And second—
He paused a moment, his voice growing quieter.
Second, your plans are mildly unconventional, but they've always worked. And I supposed it's stupid of me to argue with you over something you've clearly already thought through, just because it's not how I'd do it.
She almost stopped walking again, not entirely certain she'd heard him right. He stopped as well and turned to look at her.
Jez, listen. I know I've been a complete ass basically the entire time you've known me. If it makes you feel better, I'm coming to realize I've been a complete ass basically my entire life. But I don't fight with Yezbel every time she comes up with a plan with her explosives. And I don't argue with Tay when he's talking about tech, because that's what he does. And I'm not sure why I thought I should be able to argue with you when you're doing something you're clearly better at than I am. He paused. Like I said, I know I'm crap at being a friend, but I'm trying, all right?
She stared at him, and something prickled at the corners of her eyes.
She blinked hard and tried to smirk at him, but it didn't seem to work the way she wanted it to. She said. He was smiling, just a little.
You don't have to say anything, he said. Honestly, I'm sorry you've had to deal with me for so long.
Yeah. She blinked again and gave him a quick smile. If it makes you feel better, I'm not used to having friends. Much. She took a deep breath. Look, you're one of the first people in my whole life that ever made me feel like they actually wanted me around. Okay? So, maybe you're not such a crap friend. He smiled back, a wide, genuine smile this time. And for a moment, they stood there, grinning at each other like idiots, and she honestly didn't even care. Because even if that whole disaster that had been them trying out a relationship hadn't worked, well, she hadn't lost him. She hadn't lost him forever, even though she'd been pretty sure she had. And hell, if it meant never kissing him again, she'd take it, just to see him smile like that. Finally, he shook his head and turned.
All right, we'd better get going, or we'll miss our friends.
Yeah, she said quickly, turning back to the street in front of her. Better get going. They didn't speak again until they were almost at the club, but it was a comfortable silence, somehow, and she almost didn't want it to end. It was strange how just walking down the dirty, familiar streets of Prosvishony, Lev beside her, without anyone waiting to sleep with her or try to kill her. Well, okay, the jury was still out on that second one. Could send a giddy, relieved happiness bubbling through her brain like alcohol.
We're almost there,
said Lev quietly, as they turned onto one of the busier streets. The citizens of Prosvishony, who through some combination of necessity and bad luck were out on the grimy streets, had their scarves pulled up over their heads, shoulders slouched forward, like they were walking into a heavy wind, huddled against the evening chill. Jez and Lev had done likewise, but honestly, Jez had never been good at blending in, here or anywhere else. Yeah, she said, glancing down quickly at the coordinates he'd sent through to her comm. Okay, look, you go in first, get settled down. Don't want people thinking we're together. Once you've found a place, tap your comm, and I'll head in. He nodded, the strain from earlier back on his face. She bumped him with her shoulder. Hey, genius. Relax. We've done crap like this before, and we all lived through it. He drew in a deep breath and gave her a tight smile.
You're right. However, your equanimity in the face of the prospect of either getting shot or getting the actual hell beat out of you has always been better than mine.
Nah, I wouldn't let them beat the hell out of you, she said with a grin.
Well, I'm not certain I would be able to prevent someone beating the hell out of you, although I'd certainly try.
Well, figure you won't have to, she said, patting the pistol in her hip holster. At least, probably, she amended. Anyways, better get in there.
Yes,
he said, looking at the narrow alley that held the doorway to the club, a grim expression on his face.
I'll let you know when I'm in.
He straightened, tugged on his jacket to smooth it, and strode forward, disappearing into the alley entrance. Jez wasn't actually the nervous type. You dealt with the crap in front of you, and there was enough of that you didn't actually have time to worry about the crap that was waiting for you. At least, that's how she usually lived her life. But waiting had always been a special kind of hell. Besides, she couldn't get out of her mind the worry on Lev's face before his expression had smoothed over into one of casual confidence, and he'd stepped forward into the alley that led to the club. Yes, her plan should work. In fact, she was pretty damn sure it would. Wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. But Lev was right. He'd never really been good at fighting. And yes, maybe neither of them really knew how to be a decent friend. But hell, if he got himself shot now, when it looked like they were finally figuring things out, she might actually...
Jez.
His voice hissed through her earpiece, and she jumped. She tapped her comm. Yeah? You okay?
I'm fine. I have a place over in the corner. The club owner thinks I'm waiting for my friends to arrive. Our targets are on the main floor, in the gambling area.
He paused.
How did you know they'd be...
She grinned. Hey, genius. You're not the only one who can read, you know. She paused. I mean, I didn't actually read the crap you sent, but bunch of big government spenders? Where else are they going to be? There was a moment's pause, which was probably Lev sighing. Then he tapped his comm back on.
Well, you were right. You can come in anytime. They don't seem to suspect anything.
On it. See you in a sec. She pulled the scarf from her head and shoved it into her bag, then pulled out another scarf Galena had lent her and looped it casually around her shoulders, unbuttoned the top few buttons of her coat to show off her expensive-looking white tunic, and sauntered around the corner to the entrance to the club. When she pulled the door open, the two bouncers glanced her up and down, obviously taking in the fineness of her outfit. She grinned at them.
Weapons?
The woman grunted. Jez raised an eyebrow. Hey now, how's a woman supposed to protect herself around here? Anyways, these are for decoration. The woman still looked skeptical. Jez winked and leaned in closer. Don't like it? You can take it up with Marina Kashuk. Or with the Kristnaya. He probably won't be too happy to hear from you, but you could take your chances. She paused a moment. Or you could just wink your eye and let me past. And I'm pretty sure I have a thank you gift here for you, from Grigory himself. The two bouncers met eyes over her head. Then, at last, the woman nodded.
How much of a gift did you say?
Hold up your comm. You'll see, she said. They did so, and Jez let a generous amount of credits click over. Hell of a lot nicer to spend money when it wasn't yours. Even better when it belonged to a bastard who'd taken a security interest in your damn ship. And anyways, no point in looking cheap right now.
Go on then,
said the woman at last, waving her forward. Jez gave her a wink and strolled into the club, glancing around quickly.
The 5 over there, to your right,
came Lev's low voice over the comm, and she turned to look in the direction he'd indicated. A group of people lounged around one of the tables, laughing. There were gambling tokens and drinks on the table, and she grinned to herself. On it, genius, she whispered, and sauntered in the direction of the table. They didn't look up at her approach, but when she pulled up a chair and straddled it, resting her elbows on its low back, the woman who seemed to be in charge glanced up at her in annoyance.
What exactly do you think? She began.
Jez grinned at her, watching her eyes take in the obvious quality of her outfit, the colors hidden subtly in the weave of the scarf.
Hey now, you always so rude to a coworker? She drawled.
The woman frowned.
Did Gregory send you? She asked, her voice sharp and skeptical.
Jez shrugged easily.
Careful how you throw names around, she said. Don't know where you grew up, but where I grew up, we watched what we said.
The woman's frown deepened.
I don't know.
That's fine. No point in getting this off to a bad start. She stood and swung the chair around and sat so that she'd joined them at the table.
What does Gregory want? Asked a man. Lady knows we've bent over backwards to make sure he gets what he asks for.
She glanced at the table. What you playing? Lady in the Park? Go on, deal me in. Easier to talk if we're playing a nice friendly game.
Behind you.
Lev's voice was tight.
One of Gregory's Boyeviki. She just walked in.
Under the table, Jez tapped out a pattern in pilot's code onto her comm.
Then you'd better keep her busy. I'm just getting started.
The man who'd spoken dealt the tokens grudgingly, and Jez turned hers over with a casual flick of her wrist. So, she said, placing a token down in the center of the table. Guess you heard about what happened out at the Pleasure Planet last night. The woman looked up, frowning.
No, what happened?
She glanced down at her pile of tokens, then dropped one beside Jez's. Jez grinned. Explosion. In the park, 2 streets down from the Strani house. A bunch of saboteurs, they think, but they haven't caught them yet. A tall man with a full beard that made him look a little like a swamp rat with its cheeks full, scowled.
What happened? Have the authorities done anything?
Nah, she said, glancing over the pile of tokens in the middle of the table. Not sure they want to be honest. They haven't been looking too fondly on Gregory since whatever the hell happened up on his private ship. His private ship? Asked a short, pale-skinned woman with long blonde hair. Jez raised an eyebrow. Not sure I should tell you, to be honest, but I'm just saying, might not hurt to look into what happened at Gregory's last conference, is all I'm saying. They were all watching her now. She gave a meaningful glance at the pile of tokens in the middle of the table, and the bearded man frowned and pulled out a token absently, throwing it into the middle of the pile. Anyways, she drawled, hate to be the one to break bad news. Thought you'd have already heard of it. But the conference is off. Actually, I'm surprised one of the Boyeviki didn't come by to let you know, considering how much the boss man paid for you. She winked broadly at them. The woman who'd first spoken scowled at her coldly.
I resent the insinuation.
Jez spread her hands, palm up. Hey now, not insinuating anything. Just passing along some news. She glanced down at her tokens, and after a moment's consideration, pulled one out of her pile that had definitely not been in the pile when the woman had dealt. Although honestly, she was pretty sure she could have pulled the token out of her boot, spit-shined it clean, and dropped it right into the center of the table and got away with it, with the amount of attention these idiots were paying to the game. Guess the least I can do is buy you all a drink. You know, something to wash bad news down with. What are you having? She stood and gestured a server over. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Grigory's Boyevik, a thin woman with a look to her face of someone who probably killed people for fun. But she wasn't watching them. Instead, she was frowning down at her comm, her expression slightly confused. Jez cast a quick glance at Lev, who'd pulled up the holoscreen on his comm and was typing something surreptitiously. He looked up and gave a quick wink, and she almost fell over with surprise, because, honestly, she'd been expecting him to be glaring at her, like he couldn't wait to give her some sort of talking to when they got out of this. She cleared her throat and turned quickly back to the server, who'd approached and was now waiting patiently. She gave him an easy grin. "Get everyone here what they ask for, and me?" She paused a moment, with a slightly dreamy smile. "I'll have a glass of golden murder." The server stared at her. Everyone at the table was staring at her. She shrugged. "Hey, you don't have the good stuff? That's fine. You only have to say so."
It's just, not many people ask for that," said the server, seeming to recover himself. "We mostly use it for decoration, to be honest. It's a little strong for most people."
She grinned at him. "Well, I'm not most people. And I'd like a glass of it, please. Hell, bring the bottle." He gave the slightly stunned shrug of someone who'd done his duty to warn and couldn't be held responsible for any consequences, and turned to go. Jez leaned back in her chair and surveyed her companions, who were still staring at her. "Well, you going to throw your tokens? Because I just did, and unless the rest of you want to fold..." The server returned a few minutes later with the drinks, and the others at the table politely fought back coughs at the sharp sting of alcohol wafting from the open bottle. She grinned at them and poured a generous amount, then raised her glass. Finally, they raised theirs in return. They'd finished 3 games and were about 1 round from the end of a 4th when Lev whispered,
"Jez, I have the one Boyevic distracted, but another just came in. I think there's going to be trouble."
"How the hell are you distracting her anyways?" She tapped quickly.
"Doesn't matter," he hissed. "The point is, you're about to be in the middle of a shootout if you're not careful. I'll do the best I can, but I'm not sure how effective this is going to be."
"What are you going to..."
"Doesn't matter. Just watch your back."
She looked down at the table, pretending to concentrate on her tokens, but out of the corner of her eye, she was watching the door. Sure enough, a moment later, a man stepped inside, and Lev rose smoothly to intercept him, putting a hand on his arm. The man turned in annoyance, and Lev said something in a low voice, and soon the 2 men were conversing in quiet tones. The woman Boyevic glanced up from her holoscreen, but didn't seem unduly alarmed. And then another man, with the discreet colors that marked him as Grigory's woven through his scarf, stepped into the room. There was something faintly familiar about his face. Damn. She turned back to the table, rummaging through her tokens. If they recognized her and Lev, this could go sideways quickly. Then she paused. On the other hand, she grinned and pulled a token out like a trophy. "Well, guess this is my final bid," she said cheerily, loudly enough that her voice cut through the muted conversation and laughter of the club. She dropped it into the center of the table with a flourish, then leaned back, raising her glass tipsily. Her partners threw in their own tokens, with the loud laughter of a group of previously staid government officials who'd been introduced, for the first time, to golden murder. She grinned. They weren't faking their tipsiness. Honestly, as good as the stuff was, she didn't envy them the headache they were going to wake up to. "Well," she drawled, letting her words slur just a little. "Let's flip tokens and see who won." The man she'd recognized was staring across the table at her, with an expression of someone who can't decide if he's seeing a ghost
or if he's seeing someone he intends to make a ghost by the most expeditious means possible.
What the hell are you doing? Lev was tapping out pilot's code as well now, obviously still trying to hold the attention of the Boyevik he was speaking to.
Just keep your head down and get ready to run. Might get a little hot in here in a couple minutes.
She was grinning so wide it hurt. The woman who'd taken de facto control of the group of officials, and who was possibly a smidgen less drunk than the others, flipped the remaining tokens in her hand. The others followed her lead, and for a breathless moment, they all stared down at the table.
"That's not possible," said the woman after a moment.
The man next to her gave a drunken grin that broadened into a loud, delighted laugh.
"I won! I bloody won!"
"Yeah? Well done, then,"
said Jez jovially, clapping him on the back. Behind her, the Boyevik's glare had turned to pure ice. She was pretty sure she remembered cheating him out of at least 3 months' worth of wages. Probably more, honestly. He took a step forward, and Jez half turned, letting her movements go slightly uncoordinated.
"Well," she slurred, "guess you took me on that one. Thought I was going to win for a bit there, but what are a few credits between friends?"
"Nothing, that's what,"
said the man emphatically, and she grabbed his sleeve as if to catch her balance, pulling him casually between her and the enraged Boyevik at the entrance. The other government officials were still grumbling, but Jez shot them her best grin.
"Come on, we're all friends here, right? You know, all on good terms and all. Hell, sit back down. Might as well finish off the bottle."
Grumbling, they subsided, dropping back down into their seats. She poured another round of golden murder and looked with regret at her own glass, still half full from her first pour. Well, they all had to make sacrifices.
"Anyways,"
she said, her voice still too loud,
"guess we all know where to go for a good time these days."
They were all drunk enough that they didn't even question her statement, and she grinned at them. Some people just couldn't hold their alcohol. From the corner of her eye, she saw the Boyevik making his way over to their table, a determined look on his face.
"Well,"
she said, standing and catching herself on the back of the chair,
"we'll have to try this again next time. Not every day you get gambling partners like the group of you."
She tucked her scarf with its mafia colors carefully into her bag. No point letting Grigory's Boyeviki know she'd been impersonating them.
"We'll see you around then,"
slurred one of the bureaucrats.
"Course you will,"
she said, with a loud, drunken cheerfulness.
"When you all come out to see us on the pleasure planet."
The man who'd won was still between her and the Boyevik, which was a damn good thing, honestly, because if the sheer hatred he was glaring in her direction could have killed her, she'd probably already be dead.
"Hope you're ready for this,"
she muttered into the calm, and then she stepped out from the table, weaving drunkenly, and grabbed the Boyevik, as if trying to keep her balance. He stumbled, pulled off balance, and she slid her hand along the holster at his side and neatly extracted his heat gun before he had time to realize what she was doing.
"What? Sorry you couldn't get in on the game?"
she whispered to him. Then, before he could gather his wits to shout, she brought the butt of his gun down hard on the base of his skull. He slumped to the ground without so much as a groan, and she stepped back, letting him land hard.
"This damn drunk was trying to damn well rob me,"
she slurred at the top of her voice. 2 of the servers and several of the patrons turned at her shout, and she was mildly gratified to see her group of government officials turn too, in drunken indignation.
"Hey, You leave her alone,
the woman shouted. The Boyevik Lev had distracted by doing something to her calm, whatever the hell it was, glanced up, then swore and leapt to her feet, drawing her gun. If she didn't recognize Jez from Grigory's ship, she'd recognize her after this. The man Lev was talking to jerked his head up as well and grabbed for his own weapon. Jez shot them a cocky grin.
There's a back exit,
Lev hissed into her earpiece.
Comes out 2 streets over. Get behind the bar and into the kitchen. I'll meet you there.
First, duck. To his credit, he didn't ask questions, just hit the floor. She aimed and fired what, for someone who was supposed to be about 3/4 of the way to flat-out drunk, was a pretty damn good shot, at the Boyevik who'd been coming up behind Lev. The woman shouted in pain, grabbing her scorched shoulder, and Jez hit her calm. All right, genius, now run. He rolled to his feet and ran for the bar, dodging the 2 bouncers who'd come to see what the commotion was all about. Jez fired off another shot, narrowly missing another of Grigory's people. How many of the bastards were in here anyways? And then leapt a tipped-over chair, bumped hard into a table, sending tokens and drinks across the floor into the path of her pursuers, and started after him. Someone grabbed her by the arm, and the force of her momentum whirled her around. It was one of the Boyeviki she didn't recognize, an expression of grim triumph on his face.
You Jez Solikov? Because I've heard.
She glanced around, snatched a bottle from the nearest table, and broke it over his head. He staggered, blood running down his face, and Jez shoved him backwards, vaulted a table, crashed down in between 2 men locked in an amorous embrace, then slid around the bar and pelted down the hallway crowded with servers, towards where Lev had said there was an exit.
Jez,
he said into her earpiece, his voice surprisingly calm.
When you come around the corner, duck.
Got it, she panted. There, that must be the corner he was talking about. She skidded on the floor, wet with spilled alcohol and slippery with shattered glass, caught herself against the wall, and dived through a swinging door, keeping her head low. There were footsteps pounding behind her, but Lev grabbed her arm and yanked her around behind the doorframe. He held a finger to his lips, and she swallowed down her question. 3 Boyeviki appeared in the opening, and as they stepped through, a crackling blue line shot like lightning across the entrance, right at neck level. The man in front screamed and dropped, and the 2 behind him fell to the ground convulsing. She shot a glance at Lev, who had a slightly smug look on his face.
I switched 2 of the wires on the lighting system,
he said.
It will keep sparking every time someone comes through there until they figure it out. It's not enough power to kill anyone, but it will probably put them to sleep for a few minutes. Come on, let's get out of here.
The back door was large and heavy, but a couple blasts from Yezbel's modded heat gun was enough to melt even a very large and heavy lock. And moments later, they were back out in the dark Prosveshone streets, snow drifting down around them like dirty ash, their breaths puffing out white steam in the flickering orange glow of the grimy street lamps. She was laughing, almost too hard to breathe, and Lev was laughing too, and for a moment they clung to each other, panting and laughing and trying to catch their breath enough to run. Then there was the hiss of a heat gun blast through icy air, and she grabbed his jacket, and still laughing helplessly, they pelted down the street as fast as their feet would take them. Lev had the map of the city memorized, because, of course he did, and he led them through narrow alleyways and down back streets until they reached the hangar. By the time they slipped inside, they'd stopped laughing, mostly because they didn't have the breath for it any longer. Get inside, genius, she panted as the loading ramp began to lower. She vaulted inside the moment there was a space wide enough to admit her and reached down. Lev grabbed her hand, and she hauled him in as a cluster of Grigory's Boyeviki skidded through the door of the hangar, already firing. Lev hit the controls to close it as she threw herself into the pilot's seat, and the Ungovernable shot through the partially open doors, sending Boyeviki sprawling, and then they were out into the city.
They'll be coming after us with ships. I'm almost certain of it,
said Lev grimly. He'd been thrown backwards by their precipitous escape, but he'd managed to catch hold of the seat back, and now pulled himself into the co-pilot's seat and strapped down. Figure it wouldn't be much fun if they didn't, she said with a grin, running her fingers along the controls. You ready for some flying? His expression turned, if possible, grimmer.
Just tell me you didn't actually drink as much as it looked like you drank.
She turned long enough to wink at him. Come on, genius. You think that would slow me down?
Slow you down? No, he muttered. That's not what I'm worried about.
She flipped the ship on its side and dived into a wide strip between the buildings, the light haze of snow turning the front window into a hypnotizing blur of streaking white. Ion cannon shots blasted off the walls behind them, and she turned down the narrow dock streets to the nearest force field entrance as chunks of prefab sprayed out like slightly thicker snow behind them. They shot through the gate, past the astonished guards, and she pointed their nose for the sky.
They're going to be after us still,
said Lev grimly.
Grigory's not going to give up that easily.
She leaned back in her seat, basking in the luxurious feeling of flying and shallow space and ship's controls beneath her hands. Well, she drawled, figure they might try, but they're going to have a hell of a time of it, seeing as we have hyperdrive and they don't. By the time she'd pulled out of hyperspeed and spun them around behind a floating bank of space junk, just in case their pursuers followed them through the nearest wormhole, Lev looked like he might lose his streak of not throwing up. She grinned at him. Hey, genius. Figure we did all right back there. He swallowed hard and closed his eyes for a moment. Then, to her shock, he began to chuckle. She stared at him, but as his chuckle became an actual laugh, she joined in without meaning to. And for a few moments, they were laughing as hard as they had been outside the back door of the club. At last, Lev subsided, wiping his eyes and shaking his head.
Jez,
he said,
did you actually let those government officials win at tokens?
She grinned at him. Yep, sure did. She paused a moment. Of course, while they were putting in their bids, I managed to tap their credit chips and rob them completely blind, but they did win the game. Anyways, if they remember anything at all after they wake up tomorrow, they'll think it was Grigory's goons. You know, like the one who was trying to rob me while I was helpless and drunk. He was shaking his head, still chuckling.
I've certainly seen you drunk, Jez, but I've never in my life seen you helpless.
He paused a moment.
So, you weren't actually drunk?
She rolled her eyes at him, still grinning. Course not, genius. She let a moment of regret filter through her happiness, remembering the half-empty glass she'd left at the table. Although, it's a damn shame to waste that kind of alcohol. I'll get some for you one of these days. Then I figure you'll understand the kind of sacrifices I make for this team. He shook his head ruefully.
I smelled the alcohol in that bottle from across the room. I'm actually not certain how you could pour something that strong without it vaporizing on contact with the air. I think I'll leave that particular drink to you.
She shrugged, still grinning, and brought the ship out in a wide arc towards the coordinates of their pleasure house. "Your loss." He smiled at her, and she smiled back at him, and for a moment, something choked in her throat. "Thanks," she said quietly, when she could speak again. He raised an eyebrow and gave her a soft, rueful smile in return.
"I'm sorry I was such a complete bastard that you thought this was something to say thank you for," he said. "But, thanks for giving me another chance anyways."
And as they burned through the atmosphere, she honestly couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd felt this happy. Chapter 11. Tay pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting off a headache. If Lev had calculated right, and Lev almost always calculated right, Tay should be hearing from one of Grigory's people any day now. And he had a sinking feeling he knew who was going to be contacting him. He'd hardly been able to sleep for the last 2 nights, worrying about it. At last, he opened his eyes and glared down at his holoscreen. "Masha?" he said through his teeth, without looking up. "I've set this up the way you asked me to. Anyone who looks at it will think it's an account at the Svadrani National Bank. You have everything you damn well need. But I have things to do if we want this finished before Grigory gets here." He slapped his hand down on his comm, and the holoscreen disappeared. "I'll send the information through to your comm later, when my program's finished running," he muttered, shoving his chair back and standing. "Anything else?" "No, Tay," said Masha quietly. "That's all. Thank you." He didn't bother to respond, just left the room and closed the door firmly behind him. Once he was outside, he leaned against the wall of the broad hallway, breathing in deeply. She'd never told them everything. He'd always known she was hiding things. But he'd always believed, deep down, that she wouldn't actually go as far as outright betrayal. She might walk up to the edge, yes, but he'd been certain she'd never actually step over. And when she had, the look on her face, months ago, when they'd been cellmates in that forsaken prison, when he'd realized he'd miscalculated, and he couldn't get everyone out, and she'd told him it wasn't his fault, that everything didn't have to depend just on him, and that he should actually get some sleep for once. That had been the first time he'd believed she actually looked at him as a person, not just something to use and throw away. The first time he'd started to believe that maybe he could trust her, that despite everything, he could depend on her to keep his friends safe. And he'd been wrong. He straightened, shaking his head. It didn't actually matter right now. What mattered was he could stand to be around her for long enough to give her the tech she needed, and he could stand to work with her for long enough to keep his friends alive. That was the important part. And until the call from Grigory's people came in, he may as well help get things ready. When he reached the main lobby, Galina stood in one corner, with 4 or 5 of their motley group of ex-convicts gathered around her. When she saw Tay, she looked up and gave him a quick smile. "Tay, I need to talk to you. Give me a minute to finish up here." He nodded and took a seat on one of the luxurious chairs that lined the sides of the lobby. Around him was the bustle of people readying for their roles. Crates were being dragged across the floors. A man in a skin-tight uniform was practicing some sort of dance moves over and over against one wall. And a woman, dressed like a weapons dealer, was bent over, fixing a knife into a holster on her boot. He didn't realize he was looking for someone until Ivan stepped into view, dressed in a server's uniform, his mild face with a slight smile on it.
his figure as contained and elegant as always.
Tay found his eyes following his friend as he walked across the floor. Every movement somehow both unassuming and graceful. He paused to talk to someone, and the woman laughed. And even though Ivan kept his face solemn, Tay saw the smile wrinkles form around his eyes and at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't until Ivan had left out the opposite door that he realized Galina was standing beside him. "Tay," she said, and there was a small smile on her face. "We need to discuss your role. Hopefully you can stay in the background, but we need you assigned to something, just in case. I've talked to Masha and Lev. You'll need to be as free as possible to run the tech, but there may be times when you'll have to step in." Tay nodded absently. "I was thinking of making you a customer." He jerked his head around and stared at her.
"Galina, listen," he said, when he'd regained his voice. "I'm not sure what you know about me, but I'm a damn street kid, all right? Put me as a cleaner if you want, or one of the staff. I can't."
Her face was serious.
"Listen, Tay, I understand. Believe me. Ivan originally suggested that you work as a server with him."
Tay tried to ignore the way his face heated.
"But a server wouldn't be able to move around as freely as you'd need to. If someone ordered you out, you'd have to go. This is the best solution we could think of."
Tay closed his eyes.
I can't."
Galina sighed and shook her head.
"Tay."
Tanya had come up to join them and was giving him an appraising look.
"You don't have to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. You don't have to touch the entertainment or anything. Just look at them like you want to. That's all we need you to do."
His face was hot, and he could feel his hands shaking.
"I can't.
He blew out a long breath.
My friends were street kids," he said at last, in a low voice. "You think I don't know that it could be any one of them here if we weren't lucky? I can't do this."
Tanya studied him for a moment. Then at last, she nodded and turned to Galina.
"He's right, I think. Tay is possibly the only one in the entire crew who's actually a moral person all the way through."
"I'm sorry,"
Tay muttered. Tanya gave him a long look.
"That's not a bad thing, Tay. But,"
she turned back to Galina,
"it does mean that we have to come up with a new plan."
Galina was frowning.
"We could try him as a server, I suppose,"
she said at last, dubiously.
"It's not ideal, and it may leave us in a bad spot, but possibly."
Tay sighed and tipped his head back against his chair.
"Listen,"
he said through his teeth.
"What if—"
He blew out a breath.
"When we were in the university, Jez started some rumors about me. That I'd been a model citizen, and I'd had—"
"A boyfriend on every planet, I remember,"
said Tanya. She wasn't smiling, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She turned to Galina.
"That might work, you know. He's seen so much, he's bored by all of this."
Galina raised her eyebrows, staring at Tay.
"I suppose that would—" Jez said, "Why did Jez—"
"Because she thought it would. Look, it doesn't matter, all right?" he ground out.
She shook her head again slowly, considering.
"It could work, honestly."
She turned back to Tay.
"We could spread your backstory around, and then all you'd really have to do is lounge around and look bored. That could work."
Tay sighed heavily. At this point, It hardly seemed worth trying to fight it. Tanya gave him a sympathetic look, but she was still obviously trying to fight back a smile.
I'm not sure if this makes you feel better, Tay, but I'm part of the entertainment.
He gave her a skeptical look.
How many of the customers are you going to kill?
She laughed.
None, I hope.
He sighed again and glared at the two women.
Fine, I'll do this. But neither of you had better tell Jez.
Tell me what? Jez sauntered over. Hey, techhead. What are you going to be? She turned to Galena. You know what Tay would be good as? Some player boy. I mean, he already has that reputation pretty much everywhere he goes. Tay gritted his teeth.
Jez, if you so much as...
A notification dinged on his comm, and he glanced down. Then he felt the blood drain from his face. Zhenya. Of course, it would be Zhenya. From the corner of his eye, he saw Jez's expression turn from a smirk to one of concern, and Tanya and Galena both frowned at him. Hey, techhead, you all right? Jez's voice came from what felt like 100 kilometers away. He took a deep breath and shook his head to clear it. He'd been expecting this. They'd all been expecting it, counting on it, really. Still, he couldn't get out of his head the last time he'd sat with Zhenya, and the mafia pecan had sat back in their chair and casually told him that Ivan was walking to his death. He couldn't forget the frantic, desperate panic that he wouldn't solve their puzzle in time, and Ivan would be blown to bloody pieces in front of him, and there'd be nothing he could do about it. He looked up at the circle of concerned faces and tried to force a smile onto his face.
It's the call we were waiting for. Zhenya, they want to see me. And they'll kill Kaz and Petty and the rest of them if I tell any one of you.
Tanya nodded grimly.
Good. That's what we planned for, yes? Come on. I'll call Lev, and we'll get you ready. When do they want to meet?
Tonight,
said Tay softly. The rest of the day was spent in hurried conference with Lev, Tanya, and Masha. Jez haunted the room, her usual snarky grin cut with worry, and Ivan kept poking his head in to see how they were doing, and bringing something for them to eat when they'd all forgotten it was long past mealtime. By the time the streets were darkening, there was a knot in Tay's stomach, large enough that he wasn't sure he'd be able to keep down the food he'd eaten earlier, but they were as prepared as they could be.
The bug in your comm is undetectable, right?
Asked Lev for the 100th time as they sat in the conference room. Tay nodded.
It's not really a bug. It's a recording device, but it doesn't send anything out, so it won't be easy to catch. If I'm killed, it will trigger the comm to send everything. But as long as I still have a pulse, nothing goes out. So, if they just knock you unconscious or put you in a coma?
Tay gave Lev a tight smile.
Don't worry. I'll find a way to kill myself if it comes to it. That's not what I meant, said Lev.
His voice was sharp with concern.
He's got a tracker on his comm anyways, said Tanya grimly. If there are strange movement patterns, and he's not back when we expect, I'll be able to find him.
Lev nodded, but the worry on his face didn't subside. He turned back to Tay.
All right. He's going to think he has Kaz and Petty and the others somewhere he can't get at them. We've got their records tied to another apartment building, several streets away from the one they're currently in. And where they are currently is protected by Oliesa's people. So, even if Zhenya does discover our trick, there's no way Grigory's Boyeviki can get in to hurt them, right, Masha?
That's correct.
Masha murmured. She'd been uncharacteristically quiet, only speaking when necessary, and Tay had the uncomfortable feeling she was doing it because she didn't want to make this any more difficult for him than it had to be, which only actually made it worse. If she'd bloody well be a jerk about it, it would be easier to hate her, instead of feeling like someone had ripped out a piece of his heart and then tried to sew over the empty spot. He stood quickly, pushing back his chair.
All right, I'd better get going. I don't want to be late.
You have your weapons, yes?
Asked Tanya.
There's no way you bring them into the meeting, I think. But at least to keep you alive on the way there and back.
He nodded, checking his holster for the modded heat gun Yesbel had supplied.
Good, she said. I don't know that there's much else we can do.
Tay nodded again, trying to fight down the sick worry, then turned out the door.
Good luck, techhead,
said Jez as he stepped through the doorway, clapping him on the shoulder. He had to bite back a sharp response. She was just worried about him. He thought she'd walk with him to the hangar bay, but instead, she gave him a knowing wink and strode off down the hallway in the opposite direction. He looked after her for a moment, shaking his head, then turned towards the skybikes. He'd wanted to be alone, of course, but for some reason, stepping into the darkened hangar without any of the others, even to see him off, made his heart drop just a little. Which was ridiculous. He wasn't a kid, and he didn't need someone waving goodbye.
Tay.
He spun. Ivan stood by the bikes, waiting for him, and the concern in his voice was almost enough to crack Tay's fragile composure completely. He stepped over and grabbed Tay in a tight bear hug.
I didn't want to miss you before you left.
Tay felt himself relaxing into the warmth of Ivan's embrace, leaning into him unconsciously.
Are you all right? Really?
Ivan whispered.
If I can go instead, if there's anything I can do.
Damn it to hell. He couldn't afford this. He had enough to do to keep everyone alive, and he couldn't afford to get distracted.
Tay?
Ivan pulled back slightly, peering at him with a worried expression on his face.
Honestly, are you all right? I'm fine, he managed,
his voice shaking just a little. Ivan didn't let go of his shoulders and didn't look away, and his eyes were dark and concerned and as deep space, and Tay was about to get lost in them if he didn't look away right now. He managed to tear his gaze off Ivan's.
Anyways, I'd better get going.
Yes, I guess you'd better. Ivan let go of his shoulders with something that was almost reluctance, and there was a wry tone in his voice. Tay took a long breath and blew it out slowly, trying to steady his heartbeat.
I'll be back as soon as I can, and I'll let you know what happens. This is what we planned for, so there's nothing to worry about.
He wasn't sure if he was trying to convince Ivan or himself. Ivan smiled at him, but there was still that sharp concern in his eyes, the lines of worry around his mouth.
All right, just be careful, okay? Yeah,
Tay mumbled, turning to the skybikes. He threw his leg over one quickly, before he could lose his nerve and look at Ivan again, and started it up. It rose gently, and he couldn't resist one final look over his shoulder as he leaned slightly forward and the bike idled out the hangar door. Ivan was still watching him, a dark silhouette against the light from inside the building, as he turned down the street.
By the time he approached the place Zhenya had set for a meeting, he'd somehow managed to slow his heart rate down to almost its normal speed, and his hands were only trembling a little. The cool of the night air had helped, at least, to clear his tangled thoughts, and now most of his shakiness was only due to the fact that he was coming to meet Zhenya, who had easily outsmarted him the last time they spoke, and the fact that if he made one wrong move, he'd be killed. After what he'd dealt with over the past few months, the thought that if he messed up, it would be only him who would die for it was refreshingly calming. There were people waiting outside the entrance to the small, dark doorway, lurking in the meaningful way of people who wanted to be seen while appearing not to want to be seen. He'd seen enough of the unspoken threats on Grigory's ship that this had an almost comforting air of familiarity to it. He idled his bike to a stop, dismounted, and leaned it up against a stair railing, locking it in place with a maglock. The lurkers had moved closer, ever so slightly, and he allowed a hint of his nervousness to show in his movements. He couldn't appear too calm. If he honestly thought Zhenya would be able to hurt Kaz and Petty, well, he was pretty sure he'd actually vomit on the street corner before he managed to get inside. He laid a reassuring hand on the holster of his heat gun as he walked carefully down the steps to the darkened doorway, and with his free hand, pulled the door open. The light that streamed out almost blinded him after the cool dark of the evening, and the music and warmth inside, along with the thick smell of sump, cut with the sharper smell of other liquors, and the sweet, cloying scent of various street drugs he could probably identify if he took the time to sort through them, assaulted his senses. He blinked and took a step inside, and it wasn't until he'd blinked a couple more times that he felt the cool, hard pressure on his ribs that had to be the muzzle of a heat pistol.
"Te Bezdomnikov," said a quiet voice beside him. "It's good to see you again."
He turned and saw the vicious smile on the face of a woman who he recognized from Grigory's ship. Her expression told him she was only glad to see him because she had a pistol at his ribs.
"I'm here to—"
He tried to make his voice sound more bold than he felt. She smiled mockingly.
"Here to meet with the pecan. I know. Now, here's what we're going to do. You're going to move your hands somewhere I can see them. Then, you're going to let my friend here remove your pistol and do a quick scan. And once we're both satisfied that you're unarmed, you're going to walk ahead of me, nice and easy, exactly where I tell you to."
He stood still, while the man beside her, another Boyevik who he vaguely remembered, pulled Yasbel's modded pistol out of his belt and did a quick scan for weapons. He found the knife in Tay's boot and confiscated that as well. Then, the woman gestured him forwards, keeping the gun jammed painfully into his ribs.
"Go on," she said. "Get moving. Don't want to keep Zhenya waiting."
He gritted his teeth and did as he was told. No one in the club looked up as he walked past. The Boyevik holding the gun was clearly experienced. She walked in a casual manner, her gun hidden beneath her jacket, her posture relaxed, as if she had her hand on his back because they were friends, or maybe lovers. He closed his eyes for a moment, collecting himself. If he died here, no one would be any the wiser. Even if Lev and Tanya realized something was wrong, there'd be no way they'd get to him in time. And they hadn't dared send an escort. If Zhenya caught one whiff that he wasn't alone, he was as good as dead, and their plan was shot. The Boyevik beckoned him up a short flight of stairs and through a doorway into a private room. He stepped through reluctantly and glanced quickly around the small space.
Zhenya sat at the end of a long table, leaning back in their chair. Their posture was the same as it had been on Grigory's ship, a mixture of casual confidence and the sort of alert readiness that came from being raised on the streets. They half stood as he entered, a small smile spreading across their face.
Tay,
They said, gesturing to the seat beside them.
I'm so glad you were able to get away.
Their smile was predatory, but there was something genuine about it too, as if Zhenya was honestly happy to see him. The Boyevik prodded him forward, and reluctantly, he crossed to the chair, his movements stiff.
What are you going to do to my friends?
He asked in a low voice, the moment he was close enough.
Why are you threatening them?
Patience,
Zhenya said with a lazy smile. They waved a hand at the two Boyeviki who had brought Tay, and both of them backed out the door, closing it behind them.
You'll get your weapons back. Don't worry,
said Zhenya, glancing over at him.
I have no intention of taking anything of yours.
Why did you bring me here?
He asked again, his voice harsh with the strain.
And what are you going to do with my friends?
Zhenya sat back in their chair, watching him appraisingly. For a few moments, they didn't speak, just looked at him, as if he were a puzzle and they were trying to find a solution.
Tay,
they said at last,
you and your friends outwitted us, outwitted me. What you did was exactly what I was supposed to protect against. Grigory doesn't blame me, of course. Who could have predicted what you did on that ship? In fact, I think he was impressed that I was able to shut you out of the systems in the first place. But,
Zhenya leaned forward slightly.
But Tay, I'm upset with myself. I'm upset that I wasn't able to foresee that, because that's my job. That's what kept me alive on the streets all those years. And I don't like failing.
Tay watched them, his teeth clenched painfully. He needed this. The whole crew needed this. But the moment he'd walked into this room, he'd remembered why he'd felt that gut-deep dread at the sight of Zhenya's name on his comm. Because Zhenya was smart. They were a survivor, and they were smart, and they'd already outwitted him once.
I watched you, you know, while you were on the ship. I had my people watch you. You're not the outsider you pretended to be, but you're not completely aligned with the rest of them, are you? I noticed that. You care for them, certainly, but you're not really one of them. Your street family, though, they're the ones who kept you alive, kept you from ending up on a planet like this as entertainment. And you gave up your own rations and your own blanket on the coldest nights, didn't you? Kept them alive, too, when there was no way they would have survived without you. That kind of bond, Tay, it means something. Maybe more than your alliance to a group of people who might have your back, or might, possibly, not. Hard to tell sometimes, isn't it?
Tay's heart was pounding.
What do you want, Zhenya?
He asked again, the strain roughening his voice.
You brought me here. Tell me what you want from me.
Zhenya smiled.
I want to win my self-respect back. A petty thing, maybe, but there it is.
They leaned forward on the table, and there was a gleam in their eyes.
I want you, Tay, to tell me how to beat Masha. And, in return, I'll keep your street kid friends safe. That's what I want.
Tay bit down hard on the back of his teeth. This was what he and Lev and the others had wanted. This was exactly what they'd wanted, and Zhenya had played right into their hands. He wasn't sure why his palms were sweating and his mouth had gone dry.
Why?
He swallowed and tried again.
Why should I help you?
Zhenya raised an eyebrow. I thought I'd explained that.
How do I know you aren't bluffing?
He kept his voice low. He had to appear suspicious. He had to appear reluctant, because one wrong move now, and everything went to pieces. Zhenya smiled, a small smile that was almost fond.
You're right, of course. Anyone could have looked up your background. At least, what was replaced on your file after it was wiped. They could have tracked down information, found out the names of your friends, of the brother and sister who are holding everything together in your absence. Kaz and Petty. They could have found the file the police have on them as well, although I'm not sure if you've seen that yet. It's surprisingly extensive. Apparently, your antics have made the government very interested in your friends. They could have read all about little Mila, the youngest child in your gang. She's, what, only just 7? This month, I think, as far as the information we have on her suggests. You know, I believe I have some idea why she keeps getting fevers, but then I'm not a doctor, so I could be wrong.
Tay's heart was beating out a quick, frantic pattern in his chest, like the wings of a trapped bird. This was all part of the plan. Zhenya was right. Anyone with sufficient resources and contacts could have learned all of this. But hearing his friends' names in their mouth, the intimate details of their lives. Zhenya leaned a little farther forward, placing their hands on the table, and their grin widened slightly. But Tay, even if I had access to the best hackers money could buy, could I know what you said to them last night when you called them on your comm? Tay froze.
Kaz,
Zhenya recited, leaning back slightly as if trying to remember the exact words.
keep them safe, okay? Just make sure everyone stays inside as much as possible. I don't want any of you getting into trouble. It will only be for a little.
A cold numbness was spreading through Tay's entire body. Those were the exact words. That link was untraceable. He'd have bet his life on that. He had bet his life on it, and the lives of all the other kids.
You didn't want them to be used as bait, did you?
Asked Zhenya softly, studying him.
I commend you. He couldn't get words out.
He couldn't seem to breathe, couldn't seem to remember how to make his muscles move.
It wasn't your link, you know. If that's what's worrying you, Zhenya said, I'm actually impressed at how you managed to do that. No, we got that recording because of the bug I had my people plant in their apartment. While Kaz was out yesterday getting food, I'm afraid Petty is a little more anxious to go out these days. And I'm afraid that's our fault. Well, not mine specifically. I was always as kind as I could be to the girl. But she's a street kid, and she's smart. Smarter than Grigory realized, I think. He never had to survive on the streets like you and I did.
Tay still couldn't speak. His muscles felt paralyzed.
Zhenya was still talking, seeming hardly to notice Tay's horror.
Were you thinking maybe I'd believe they were at the dummy address you planted? They asked pleasantly. You almost did fool me there, honestly. I consistently underestimate how clever you are. But what you didn't realize? They let their smile broaden slightly. How could you have known that I was friends with one of Ulysses' people? Of course you didn't know that. No one does. Or he and I would probably both be dead. But it's to our mutual advantage. And he knows the people who watch that complex. He was able to track down your friends from the descriptions I gave. They gave a small shrug. If it makes you feel better, no one other than me would have been able to do that. So, your plan was more or less a success.
Please leave them alone. Tay's voice was a desperate rasp. They're kids. They need you? Zhenya asked softly. They held Tay's gaze, and he couldn't look away, like he'd heard you couldn't look away from a sand snake before it struck. Yes, Tay, they do. They need you to keep them alive. Your crewmates don't. If this plan of theirs goes badly, they lose a chance at revenge, perhaps. But that's all. Grigory will still come for them. He'll always come for them. I may be able to keep him from coming for you, because you weren't involved, thanks to me. You didn't blow up his ship and ruin his chances, but your crewmates either stay under Olyes's protection or they die, and pulling this off won't affect that one way or the other. Your street friends, though, Tay, the ones who do need you, I'm holding them in the palm of my hand right now, and all I'd have to do. They brought one hand up, palm open, and clenched their fist in an abrupt motion. Tay closed his eyes for a moment, swallowing back the sickness in his throat. What do you want? It was his voice, but he couldn't remember saying the words. Zhenya studied him, their face almost sympathetic. I want, Tay, to know what your friends here are doing. I want to know how Grigory can beat them. Tay took a long breath, then another. Zhenya had found Kaz and Petty. They could kill the street kids as easily as they'd said they could. He had no doubt of it. But Lev's worried face, Ivan's concern, Jez, haunting the hallway outside the room while they were discussing strategy, even though he couldn't imagine it not driving her completely mad. He opened his eyes at last. He didn't have to fake the haunted look on his face. All right, he said quietly. I'll tell you. Zhenya smiled. I'm glad. Masha is trying to get a pleasure house going. You're correct. He still wasn't sure how he was talking, how the voice that sounded like his was coming from his mouth. She plans on sabotaging the Strawny house and all the other houses that pay a cut to Grigory. There was that explosion in the pleasure district. That was us. We'd assumed that, Zhenya murmured with some amusement. And we've been able to get some ins with the wealthier politicians. She figures if enough of them take their business to our pleasure house, she'll be able to hurt Grigory enough to cause the Strawny house, at least, to go under. Zhenya nodded slowly. That is what Grigory had assumed, they said. But Tay, I'm surprised at you.
You're going along with operating a pleasure house? That's not something I would have assumed you'd agreed with. With what I know of you.
There's a lot of things Masha does I don't agree with,
he said, and he didn't have to fake the bitterness in his voice.
But at least this one won't use disposable entertainment. Maybe it's bad, but it's not as bad as the Strawny House. And if it means the Strawny House closes...
Zhenya smiled slightly. You always surprise me in the best of ways. I wish more people had your morals. This system would be a better place. They paused a moment. How is Masha funding this? That must take a staggering amount of credits. Tay nodded.
It does. And she has to undercut Grigory's prices, so there's no way she makes it back. Oliesa's helping, and she put in the funds. Masha put in all her own funds, including the ones she stole off Vitali.
And that was enough? Zhenya prompted, their eyebrows raised delicately. Tay sighed and shook his head.
I can't.
Who are you more loyal to, Tay? Asked Zhenya softly. Tay closed his eyes. The thing was, it wasn't a question of who he was most loyal to. That question didn't have an answer. The only question now was, did he trust that Lev and the others could pull this off? Because if he answered what they'd planned for him to answer, they pulled it off. Or Kaz and the others died. He took a deep breath.
No,
he said at last, his voice sounding distant in his own ears.
Oliesa's wealthy, but not that wealthy. Masha's opening an account with the Svadrani National Bank, asking for funds. She has the account set up as an investment, and she's hoping someone with deep pockets will come along. She's got a block on the account, so you can only buy in if you have sufficient credits. She needs it all at once, not something coming in a trickle at a time. And she thinks that will protect us.
He didn't have to think about the words. He'd practiced them so many times. But when he'd practiced them, his voice hadn't trembled like it was now.
If the Strawny House goes down, and if she can sabotage the pleasure district with a few well-placed explosions, sow some terror, well, she's the only game in town, really. It's not that risky of an investment, as investments go.
Zhenya watched him, eyes narrowed in thought. I see, they said at last. And you say she needs those funds? Tay hesitated a moment, then, reluctantly, nodded.
Yes, he said at last. She needs those funds, or she goes under.
When? Asked Zhenya, still watching him. He hesitated again. Zhenya shook their head, a faint smile on their face. Tay, I know this is hard for you, but I will find it out, sooner or later. I'm very clever, and if you tell me, you'll be giving me all sorts of reasons to keep Petty and the others safe. I know you don't agree with this pleasure house anyways. He sighed heavily, shoulders slumping in defeat.
Soon,
he said, his voice barely audible.
She'll need it soon. Probably within the next couple of weeks. Certainly not long after the convention.
Zhenya nodded slowly.
Are you going to try to block her account?
He asked. He didn't have to fake the dull hopelessness in his voice. I'm not certain yet, what I'm going to do," said Zhenya. "I hate to make snap decisions, but you've given me a great deal to think about." They smiled again. "And, Tay, I haven't told Grigory anything about your friend's whereabouts. I'm the only one who knows it, at this point. You see, I have no interest in hurting street kids if I don't have to, and I respect you far too much to wish harm on your friends. If I were to tragically die, of course, that information would be broadcast to the entire mafia. But in the meantime, it's a secret between you and me." They smiled wider. "And I appreciate the consideration you've showed in return. I've checked. This entire building is under a field I had set up, and I've been monitoring it. I doubt even you could hack around it. So, I know you're not broadcasting our conversation to your friends. If you had, Cousin Petty and the rest of them would be already dead. But I knew you wouldn't take that chance. I gambled on it." They gave a gentle smile. "In a manner of speaking, I suppose we could say your friends unwittingly gambled on it. So I once again commend your intelligence and your sense of fair dealing." Tay said nothing. He was shaky with relief that at least he'd gotten this right. At least he'd foreseen this, even if he'd foreseen nothing else this whole damn evening. Zhenya stood, pushing back their chair, and held out a hand. Tay hesitated, then, forcing back a shudder, took it. Zhenya smiled and helped him to his feet. "It's always a pleasure working with you, Tay Bezdomnikov. You turned down my offer last time I made it, and I suspect you'll turn it down again. But I say this in all sincerity. I would be honored to work with you. I'm quite fascinated by you, Tay." Tay didn't let himself react. He wasn't sure what he would have said or done if he had let himself react, because the sick, cold numbness that had come when Zhenya had quoted the words of his conversation with Kaz the night before was still spread over him like a blanket. He stood slowly, motions heavy and uncertain, and turned for the door. "My people will take you back out to your skybike," Zhenya said. "I may call you again if I need you. If I do, please do remember how discreet you were this time, and how much I appreciate it." He nodded without looking at them. Perhaps being rude to one of Grigory's pecans was suicidal, but he somehow had the feeling that Zhenya wouldn't kill him, at least not right now. He was still a useful tool, after all. Masha had used him, and now Grigory wanted to. And there was no point in breaking a tool you still intended to use. The two Boyeviki from earlier were waiting outside the door. They escorted him to the door of the club and handed him back his weapons without a word. The woman was still looking at him with a seething hatred, but then, that hardly mattered. Somehow he mounted his bike, and somehow he found his way through the streets back to the pleasure house. Before he reached it, he did a quick scan of his comm. There were no bugs there, only the small one that had been encrypted in Zhenya's original message to him. He'd built a wall around it, so it wouldn't show them anything he didn't mean for them to see. Other than that, he was clean. But then, that wasn't a surprise. Zhenya had him exactly where they wanted him, and they knew it. He parked his bike, dismounted,
and hung his helmet on the spike on the wall. When he turned to go back into the main building, he almost tripped on something, and he swore quietly. The something jerked upright, and he realized it was Ivan, and that he'd been sitting in the doorway, waiting for Tay the whole time. Tay stared for a moment, and for the first time, something penetrated the icy cold that had been sitting in his chest since the moment he'd seen Zhenya's face.
Tay?
Ivan pushed himself to his feet, blinking.
Sorry,
He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and gave Tay a rueful smile.
I was going to wait up for you. Let the others know when you got back. I'm not sure if you realized this, but every member of this crew was driving themselves crazy the past couple hours. Me as much as any of them.
He put a hand on Tay's shoulder, and despite himself, Tay felt his muscles relaxing at the touch.
So, how did it go?
He peered closer at Tay's face in the darkness, and his own face creased with a sudden concern.
Tay, what happened? What's wrong?
Tay gave an exhausted shrug.
I think we'd better call the others. It's not good.
When everyone was gathered at last into the conference room, Tay stood up from where he'd collapsed on a chair in the corner. "What happened?" asked Masha, her voice sharp with worry. "Ivan said something went wrong."
Nothing went wrong from your perspective, said Tay bitterly. I told them exactly what you wanted me to. I saw the wheels turning in Zhenya's head, and if they don't tell Grigory that he should invest in your company, I miss my guess. What did go wrong then?
Asked Lev quietly. He was watching Tay with concern, and for a moment, Tay almost couldn't stop the tears of frustration and strain and exhaustion from coming to his eyes.
They found out where Kaz and Petty really are, he said finally. Zhenya knows where they are, and they'll kill them if we make one misstep.
There was a long moment of silence. He almost couldn't bear to look at Masha, in case he caught a glimpse of triumph on her face. But he looked despite himself. Her face had gone bloodless, and he wasn't sure if even she could feign the shock, half hidden under her expression.
How? That's not possible. How did they find out?
Lev's voice was strained.
I checked everything 1,000 times. There's no way.
Tay gave a small, bitter smile.
Except there was something we didn't plan on. Zhenya has a friend in Oliesa's organization who passed on the information. At least, that's what they told me.
He didn't look at Masha, but he didn't have to. She was smart enough to have heard the accusation in his words. "Tay," she said at last, "I know you don't trust me, which is your right. But think, at least, I have no reason to want you under the thumb of Grigory or Zhenya." He did turn to her, finally. He didn't honestly think she'd done it, but then, there'd been a lot of things he hadn't thought she'd do.
Of course, he said quietly. You have no reason to want that. At least, no reason we know about, right?
She didn't say anything, but there was something in her expression that made him turn away quickly. He didn't need to bloody well feel sorry for Masha, on top of everything else. "Well," she said at last, turning back to the others, "this complicates things. We're going to have to pull this off perfectly. There's no room for error, but I still believe we can do it."
You're just going ahead with it, then?
Asked Ivan softly, from where he'd taken a seat beside Tay.
This changes nothing?
Masha turned to look at him, and her gaze was challenging. "Tell me, Ivan, what should it change?"
If we back out of this now, do you think Tay's friends are safe? If we stop this, Zhenya will know that Tay's told us. And they told Tay. One word of this to anyone else, and those children die. Believe me, I know Zhenya. I've known them for years. They wouldn't hesitate for an instant. She shook her head. No, we go on, because there's nothing else we can do. She looked around the room, her expression challenging. Finally, Lev nodded. There was a tightness around his eyes, but his face had somehow settled back into its usual facade of calm.
I believe Masha's right, he said quietly. There isn't an option at this point. We go forward.
He closed his eyes for a moment and drew a deep breath, then turned to Tay.
I'm sorry, Tay, he said softly. I should have foreseen this. It's not your fault, said Tay dully. It's not anyone's fault.
It was, though. It was his fault. Not directly, but hadn't that been what he'd promised himself when he'd first taken the job with Masha so many months ago? That he wouldn't put his friends in danger again? And then Petty had been kidnapped by Grigory. And now this. It seemed he was a danger to them no matter what he did. And Zhenya was right. Those kids needed him. They needed him to protect them from the consequences of his own stupid decisions. And he wasn't completely sure he could. Chapter 12. Once Masha had gone, and he'd heard the door to her bedroom latch shut, Lev stood abruptly from where he'd been sitting on his cot. He'd asked for the room beside Masha's for a reason. He suspected she knew that reason, but she hadn't said anything, and nor had he. And the click of her lock was her telling him that whatever they were going to do behind her back was safe for him to do. He didn't know how much she knew, or how much she suspected. To be quite honest, he didn't care. She'd proven they needed to protect themselves against her, and perhaps she thought she had a tight enough stranglehold on them that it wouldn't matter. But what mattered right now was only that she didn't know the details of their plans. That was all he needed at the moment. He tapped his comm.
Yesbel, are you awake?
There was a moment's pause. Then Yesbel's voice came over his earpiece, groggy with sleep and faintly irritated.
Well, I am now. What do you need?
Did Tanya tell you what happened tonight with Tay?
Yes.
She sounded slightly more awake now.
Good. Are the children asleep? Can you talk?
For the moment.
All right. I need everyone. You, Tanya, Jez, Tay. We'll meet in the conference room.
There was another pause.
And I assume this meeting will be without Masha present?
Yes,
he said grimly.
All right,
she said after a moment.
I'll get the others together.
It was only about 15 standard minutes later that they were all gathered around the large conference table, blinking sleepily. Lev waited until everyone was inside and the door was shut. Then he said quietly,
You all know what happened to Tay.
They nodded without speaking. He could see the worry on their faces, the haunted fear cut deep into Tay's expression.
I'm not going to let that happen,
he said.
We're not letting Tay's friends die. So,
he paused a moment.
We need a backup plan. Insurance if Masha isn't playing straight with us.
Jez gave a short, sharp shake of her head. Lev, look, I get it. You're worried about Tay's friends. I am too. But Masha's not going to.
I don't know what Masha's going to do,
he said quietly, meeting her eyes.
I wish I did. And Jez, I know you trust her. I know you have your reasons, although, I admit, I don't know what they are. But even if she honestly doesn't want Tay's friends to get hurt, and I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt that she doesn't, what then? She will play this through to the end. You know that. And it's not like she's never made a miscalculation before.
Slowly, Jez nodded, her eyes still locked with his. He could see the struggle on her face, and the fact that she wasn't sure whether she trusted him or Masha more cut him deeper than he'd expected it to. Still, well, he hadn't been particularly trustworthy himself recently, doing whatever he thought was necessary to keep Jez safe without even bothering to consult her. Working with Grigory on a plan he knew would sicken Jez if she knew about it. At last, though, she said, All right, genius, I agree. We'll make a backup plan. You're right. No one is bloody well hurting those kids as long as I can do anything to stop it. But we won't use this backup plan unless we have to, right? He took a long breath and glanced around at the others. They were watching the two of them, no one speaking. He closed his eyes for a moment. Masha was dangerous. Masha was probably the most dangerous person he'd dealt with, and that included Vitaly and Grigory. She'd been on their side, or at least brought them onto her side, for long enough that he'd grown accustomed to working next to her, had actually come to believe she wouldn't pose a threat to them, even if she did to the rest of the system. He'd been disabused of that belief on Grigory's ship. But Jez still trusted her. He hadn't realized until he'd been forced to take a look at himself how he'd grown accustomed to treating Jez, like someone who had to be watched to keep her from hurting herself or tripping up the stairs. But she wasn't a kid, and she wasn't an innocent. She'd been thrown out of her home at 14. She'd told him that. Had survived in one of the most vicious smuggler gangs in the system, stolen the crew boss's ship, and kept ahead of the consequences for years before he met her. She was whip smart. She'd never have survived otherwise. And, at this point, after their job in the university, she knew Masha maybe better than any of them. If she trusted her. At last, he opened his eyes and met Jez's steady gaze.
All right, he said quietly. Only if necessary.
She nodded once and stood. Listen, I'm going to bed. I'm not letting those damn kids get killed, so if you need me, I'll be here. But I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to know about it unless I have to. Her voice was uncharacteristically grave. Anyways, just remember what I said, okay? He nodded, and she turned and left the room, closing the door behind her. Lev looked around at the others.
What about the rest of you? I'll do whatever you need me to do, said Tay, his voice strained. You know that. But I may have to meet with Zhenya again. The less I know, the better.
Lev nodded.
I agree. Go get some sleep then.
Tay nodded, but Lev was fairly certain from the grim set to his face that the kid wouldn't be sleeping anytime soon.
Go on,
he said more gently.
At least try to sleep, okay? We'll figure this out, I promise. Your friends won't get hurt if there's anything I can do to prevent it.
Tay gave him a faint, strained smile, then turned for the door, exhaustion written in every line of his posture. At last, it was only Lev, Yesbel, and Tanya. Yesbel looked up at him, raising one eyebrow.
All right, Lev. What do you want us to do?
Lev sank back into his chair and rubbed his hand over his face.
Honestly, I have no idea.
She looked at him for a long time.
You really think that Masha will let those children die?
He looked up, not bothering to hide the exhaustion on his face.
I'm not willing to bet their lives that she won't.
She nodded. For a few moments, they were quiet. At last, Jezebel said,
How far are you willing to go for this?
He sighed. That was the question, really.
That had always been the question. I don't know,
he said at last.
I don't know.
There'd been a time, not too long ago, where he thought he had known. On Grigory's ship, with the memory of his one-time professor's attempt to kill Jez fresh in his memory, he'd thought he'd been willing to do anything at all. And then he'd seen exactly what being willing to do anything at all looked like. Oh, it would have been for a good cause, certainly. He would have done whatever it took to keep his friends safe, to keep Jez safe. But in the end, it wasn't what you were doing it for that counted. It was what you did. Grigory had tortured a man to death in front of Lev because he'd thought Lev would enjoy it. And Lev had become the kind of person who Grigory might think would enjoy that. He almost had been. Not someone who'd enjoy it, perhaps, but condone it anyways. He'd been almost willing to kill hundreds of innocent people in order to stop the person who had the power to kill his friends. He'd been a hair's breadth away from it. A hair's breadth away from losing his damn soul, if he had a soul in the first place. A hair's breadth away from losing Jez forever. Because in the end, he'd been willing to do whatever it took to get what he wanted, just like Grigory was. And he couldn't be that person again. He couldn't. Jezebel was still watching him, but there was a look on her face that said she'd guessed what was going on inside his head.
There are things I won't do, Jezebel,
he said at last. He managed a wry smile.
I'm still working out what those are. But to answer your question, I'll go as far as I can without making Tay and Jez ashamed to be in the same room as me.
She watched him for a few moments. At last she said, One day, that's going to have to come from you. What you believe, not what they believe.
I know,
he said softly.
But it's a step.
She nodded, and they were silent for a few moments. At last, Jezebel said,
Well, if that's the case then, I suggest you leave what needs to be done to Tonya and me. I have some ideas.
He nodded. There was a strange feeling in his stomach, a sort of dread mixed with relief.
All right,
he said.
I won't ask what you're doing. Don't, please. I know you don't want to keep anything from Jez, and I'm glad, because that would make you a very terrible friend. She doesn't expect me not to keep things from her, though. And if she asks me, I will tell her to piss off.
He managed to chuckle.
I will need one thing from you, though,
she said.
Yes?
She gave him a small smile, and suddenly he was very glad that he wasn't in Masha's shoes right now.
I will need you to introduce me to someone.
Who?
Your uncle, Vitaly Dobrev.
He stared. When he'd recovered his power of speech, he said,
Jezebel, what in the system are you thinking? First, he'd kill all of us on sight. And second, he's here, on the Pleasure Planet. I've checked into this. I'm not surprised you didn't know, because he's been keeping his whereabouts confidential since we pulled our little heist. There are a lot of people who don't like him, and most of them he doesn't like back. But he's here. My father was a famous weapons designer, you know. I have plenty of contacts in that world, and no one who deals in weapons is stupid enough to lose track of a man like Vitaly Dobrev. For the first time in a long time, Lev was unable to come up with words. He'll talk to you, I promise. I don't think you understand how obsessed with you he is. You're his brother's son, and you outwitted him. Twice. He's not the kind of man who forgets someone like that. I'm fairly certain that he's only interested in me insofar as it helps his ultimate objective of actually killing me. Well, yes, he does want to do that. But don't sell yourself short. That isn't the only reason he's interested in you. It's a relatively important one, as far as I'm concerned. She smirked at him. At any rate, you know there are people thinking about you. Again, because they want to kill me. She shrugged. Anyways, you can believe me when I tell you, he may want to kill you, but he will talk to you if you ask. And if you introduce me to him, he'll talk to me. My father knew him. And what do you need to talk to him about? She looked at him. And that, Lev, is what I would like you not to ask me. If you truly don't want to be hiding things from Jez. Reluctantly, he nodded. She was right. It was probably better for him not to know, at least until he was sure what he was and wasn't willing to do. Send me what you have on him, he said at last. I'll find a way to speak with him. I suspect that will not be as difficult as you are imagining, she said with a grim smile. As I'm hoping, he muttered. Her smile only widened. Chapter 13.
My heart, you will be all right while I'm gone?
Yesbel looked up, startled out of her reverie. Tanya was watching her, concern on her face.
Is everything all right, Yessie?
Yesbel sighed and tried to smile. Yes, I was just thinking about Vitaly. Tanya nodded, and after a moment, sat down on the bed beside her.
Do you think he'll call you?
He'll call me. If Lev contacts him, he'll call me. I don't think he'll be able to resist.
And you think he'll take you up on your offer?
Yesbel paused a moment, then gave a short nod.
I'm quite sure he will.
There was something tight in her chest at the thought, though. She sighed again.
Anyways, you don't need to sit here and listen to me worry. They need you out there. You go. I will take care of things here.
Tanya kissed her fondly and slipped out the door, and Yesbel looked after her with a foolish smile on her face. She suspected she was as stupidly in love with Tanya as she'd been at 14, but then she deserved it now, after however many years of marriage.
Mama!
She bit back a sigh at the shrill shout and turned to where her son was dragging something out of her bedroom. She looked closer, then cursed under her breath, grabbing for him.
Misko, where did you get that? Those are Mama's explosives. You know you're not supposed to play with Mama's explosives.
I want to. I want to blow things up like you do.
No.
She snatched the bundle of components out of his hands.
You are not to blow anything up until I have time to teach you how to do it safely. Do you understand?
He scowled at her.
I want to.
Yes, but I said no, so you can't.
She paused a moment. Why do you want to? Is there someone you're angry at? No, he muttered, dropping his gaze. I just want to blow things up like you do. She frowned at him. Why? Because I want to be like you when I grow up. She stared at her son, something strange stirring in her chest. You do? Yes, he muttered. For a moment, she almost had to grab the wall to steady herself. Well, she heard herself saying, perhaps then we should sit down one of these days. Because if you want to learn about explosives, you need to be able to hold still so you don't kill yourself while you're putting them together. He looked up at her, sudden hope gleaming in his face. I'm going to learn how to blow things up? She smiled past the lump in her throat. Well, we can try, but remember, you have to be able to sit still. His whole face transformed when he smiled. She hadn't remembered how much, maybe because he'd spent most of the last weeks sulking. But he was smiling now, like a sun had lodged behind his eyes and was shining out of them. And he grabbed her around the legs in an over-enthusiastic hug. Careful! You'll knock me over and I'll land on top of you, she grumbled, but there was a lump in her throat. You go finish your chores, and maybe after that, we can sit for a little, and I'll start to show you some components. His face fell again at the mention of chores, but he went, grumbling to himself. Jesbel watched him go with eyes that were slightly misty. She would never have thought it, honestly. A 6-year-old proclaiming he wanted to be like her. She'd lost them 5.5 years ago, but maybe, for the first time, maybe she was getting them back again after all. She hardly noticed the sound of the door opening several standard hours later. When she looked up, Tanya stood in the doorway watching them, a soft smile on her face. Hello, my hearts, she said. You look like you've been having fun. Jesbel glanced around. Misko had settled himself on her lap, and Olya was sitting across from her, organizing the explosives components in front of her into neat piles. We've been very busy, said Jesbel, trying to keep her face solemn. Misko almost blew this entire place to dust before we decided that maybe I should help him. I didn't need help, Olya volunteered. Mama told me what needed to happen, and I figured out how to keep the pieces separate until I got the ratios right. She did, you know, said Jesbel, glancing at her daughter fondly. She's very good at this. She will be quite the threat, then, Tanya murmured, coming over to stand beside them. She's already very good at what I do. She's a fast learner. I'm also a very good gambler, said Olya importantly. Auntie Jez says so. She said I would be able to out-cheat her in a couple of years if I practiced very hard. Jesbel bit back her chuckle at the look on her wife's face and turned to her daughter. Yes, well, my love, perhaps that is something that should wait until you're a little older. Olya gave her a skeptical look. If I'm good at it, I should probably work on it right now. Mamochka says it's good to work on your talents. Well, Jesbel paused and glanced up at Tanya again. Perhaps we should talk about this later, Olyeshka. Olya sighed and rolled her eyes, then reached for another component. Anyways, I'm going to have a bomb that I made all by myself. Jesbel watched her fondly. It was the simplest of bombs, but then she remembered how proud she'd felt, sitting in her mother's workshop,
with her very first explosive. It could hardly have blown the roof off their cottage, but it was hers, and that was all that mattered.
When you're finished, I'll let you come into my weapons room and test it, all right? She said, and Olya gave her a look that was almost hero worship. She stood, taking Nisko carefully off her lap. He clung to her for a moment before she put him down, and there was something about his small hands on her arms that made something expand in her chest until she wasn't sure there was room for it. She kissed him lightly on the cheek and set him down on the bench. Only the components I gave you, all right? What happens if you touch one that Mama didn't give you?
I go to my room,
he muttered sullenly.
And
you get to eat my dessert after dinner,
he said. His eyebrows lowered threateningly, eyes narrowed in disgust at the injustice.
That's right,
said Jesper impassively. She turned to Tanya.
All right, my love. Tell me, what is happening in the rest of the world?
Tanya glanced at the children.
Will they be all right alone for a moment?
Jesper looked at Olya.
Olyeshka, will you watch your brother?
Yes, Mama,
said Olya primly.
And if he tries to take any of the components that he's not supposed to?
I'll take them away from him and call you.
And
grab him and run as far away from the table as I can and hide behind a door in case something blows up.
Jesper gave her a fond smile.
That's right. Good job.
She turned to Tanya, who was wearing an expression of mild concern.
Don't worry, my love. I was younger than this when I started working with explosives. Besides, there's nothing here that would blow up anything bigger than this room. So if they're behind the door, they'll be safe.
I know that,
said Tanya.
I suppose they just seem younger when they're your own children.
She sighed and stepped into the bedroom, and Jesper followed. They sat on the mattress, and Tanya reached out, taking Jesper's hand and pulling it into her lap. For a few moments, she just sat there, looking at the way their fingers twined together.
What is it?
asked Jesper. Tanya looked up, as if startled, and then smiled ruefully.
I'm sorry. It's just, we got word on Grigory. They've been monitoring his communications since Lev broke the code. He'll be sending people to check out the pleasure house in the next few days, and I'm not certain we're ready.
Jesper frowned.
That soon?
Tanya managed a slight smile.
It's a good thing, I think. This is what we've been waiting for. He's not going to risk money on something that isn't legitimate. And he's got to find out what's happening somehow. But it does mean we let Grigory's people in here, and
she shook her head.
I don't know what he's capable of. I don't know if he wants us dead badly enough that he'd be willing to risk a quarrel with Olyesa. But it's not something we can discount.
Jesper nodded thoughtfully.
Masha's not worried, I assume. But then, why would she be? She always has an escape plan. What about Lev?
Tanya shook her head.
He's worried. He's trying not to show it, I think, but he's worried. And Tay looks like he hasn't slept since he came back from talking with that Zhenya.
He'll be fine,
said Jesper, leaning over to kiss her wife on the forehead.
I don't think you realize how little that boy sleeps when we're on a job. I keep expecting him to fall over, but he hasn't yet.
Tanya gave her a small smile and sighed.
You know that Ivan,
would be good for him. I know. Do you think we should tell Tay that Ivan's completely off his head for him? Or do you think he'll figure it out at some point?
This time, Tanya gave a reluctant chuckle. He's a good boy, you know.
I know,
Jesper said softly.
I know he is.
They didn't speak for a few moments. At last, Tanya said, Jesper. Jesper opened her mouth to respond, but a small noise from her calm stopped her. She glanced at it, then frowned suddenly, stomach tightening.
Just a moment, my love, she said quietly. I think this is important.
She tapped her calm.
Hello?
Yes, Belle.
It was a man's voice, rough, but with a genteel accent. She recognized it immediately.
Vitaly Dobrev,
she said.
Yes.
He paused, and there was a trace of humor in his voice when he continued.
I suppose I should be swearing at you right now, or threatening to kill you. But to tell the truth, I'm intrigued. I got a call recently from a long-lost nephew, and he asked me to call you, although he wouldn't tell me why. I was curious, and so I looked you up. Imagine my surprise.
He chuckled, and there was a menacing quality to the sound.
I had no idea who you were when I had you locked in my cells a few months back. I wish I'd known. I wouldn't have missed the opportunity to talk shop with you. And now, here we are. I can't track you, because I imagine that hacker kid you had with you last time did something to your comm. And whether or not you know where I am, you can't get at me. So, since neither of us can kill the other, I suppose we talk.
Jesper was silent for a moment. Whatever she said to this man, she'd have to weigh every word. Vitaly Dobrev, the weapons dealer, the man they'd stolen the Ungovernable from in what seemed a lifetime ago. Lev's uncle. Even if she hadn't known that, his brilliant mind was readily apparent in every one of his vicious, deadly creations. She glanced quickly at Tanya. Her wife's face was strained, but she gave a short nod. They'd discussed this for hours.
Vitaly, I have a proposition for you,
she said at last.
Yes?
Suppose I told you I could give you Masha Volkova. Is that something you'd be willing to bargain for?
There was a long pause over the calm. When Vitaly spoke again, his tone was calm, but she could hear the pulsing hatred under his words.
I don't think you realize how badly I'd like to kill you all, really. It would be a great pleasure to kill any one of you. But Masha Volkova? I would burn down the system to kill her.
That's what I thought,
said Jesper, letting a hard edge show in her own voice.
I don't know yet if it will be necessary. I may as well tell you, Vitaly, you are my backup plan only. But I believe this is something that could possibly benefit both of us.
There was another long pause.
Yes, Belle,
he said at last.
Your father was many years older than me, and I don't believe he ever approved of my work, even though my dream was to emulate him. But he'd never have insulted me like that.
Then perhaps you'd best learn who you're dealing with,
said Jesper, letting all the emotion drain from her tone.
Because my father was a very kind man.
he would not have blown up a shuttle station and killed 35 people, or blown Lena's ship into space dust with her crew aboard. He probably would not have stolen your ship, and he'd certainly not be threatening to kill you right now. So I would like both of us to be very clear. You are not dealing with my father. Right now, I am working with Masha. There may come a time in the near future when I am not. If that time comes, I am giving you an opportunity to take your revenge. If you feel that's insulting, shut off your comm now. You're willing to give me Masha Volkova if she stops being useful to you, he said at last. And what's your price? I assume, said Jesper quietly, that if I asked you to send your people to protect some children in Prosveshone, you could do it? There is only one thing I would accept in trade for something like that, said Vitaly, his tone back to a faint amusement. Fortunately for you, it's what you've offered me. Good, said Jesper. Then let's discuss details. When she finally shut off her comm, she met Tanya's gaze. Both their faces were grim. Do you think it will come to that? Asked Tanya. I don't know, said Jesper. You hope it doesn't, said Tanya softly. Jesper paused for a moment. At last, reluctantly, she nodded. You're right. She betrayed us once, and she could easily do it again. But you are right. She closed her eyes for a moment, fighting back the sick feeling in her chest. And you, my Tanya, you are the one with the conscience. Am I doing the right thing? For a long moment, Tanya didn't speak. At last she said quietly, We can't let those children die. So, yes, I believe you are. For some reason, Tanya's words did nothing to quell the tightness in Jesper's chest. For a few moments, they sat in silence. Then Jesper said, lightening her voice with an effort, So, you said you need to be able to find a way to protect us from Grigory's people, yes? If things go badly, it would be nice to have a backup plan, said Tanya. I have a good idea, came a small voice from behind Jesper, and she jumped, biting back a curse. Olya, she said, once her heartbeat had slowed sufficiently to allow her to speak. I thought I told you not to sneak up on me. Olya gave her a superior look. I didn't sneak up on you, Mama. I just came over. I'm very quiet. Yes, well, I've noticed that. Good job. Please say something when you come through the door next time, though. Tanya was fighting back a smile. Olya sighed heavily. All right, if you really want me to. If you want your mama to live long enough to see you grow up, yes, I want you to. Jesper grumbled. Olya started to roll her eyes, noticed Tanya, and stopped herself mid-roll. Anyways, Miska went to get some food, and I got it down for him. So he's eating right now. And I came to find you, and I heard you saying you needed a backup plan, right? Yes, that's correct, said Jesper warily. Well, I have an idea. What if we put a smoke bomb in the rooms? And if something goes wrong, you can set it off and yell fire, and then they'll have to get out. Jesper raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Tanya. That's not a bad idea, actually, she said, her tone thoughtful. Let me think about it. She turned back to her daughter. Thank you, my Olya. She paused. You are very smart, you know. I think I've been missing out when I didn't use you to help me before. She paused a moment, swallowing down something in her throat. You were very young when we got separated. So, I suppose I'm not used to having someone around to help me when I need it. I'm sorry. Olya smiled, but there was something pinched and worried in her face. Mama, she said at last, her voice small. Yes, my love. Why did we come here? You never told me. Yesbel sighed. My love, you remember Grigory, yes? We're trying to stop him from killing us, and... She paused. And also, my Olyeshka, there are people in this place, on this planet, that hurt people. They hurt people like your mamuchka and your aunties and uncles. People like you. We're going to try to stop it. Olya looked up at her, face pale and grave. And there was something in her look that told Yesbel she knew much more about this place than Yesbel had told her. And you will stop it, right, Mama? She asked. Yesbel gave her a small smile. Yes, my love, with your help. The look Olya gave her then wasn't hero worship. Instead, it was something like adoration. Yesbel reached out her arms, and Olya allowed herself to be hugged, conscious of her dignity at first. And then she gave in, wrapping her arms tightly around Yesbel. I love you, Mama, she whispered. I love you too, my Olya, Yesbel whispered back through the lump in her throat. Chapter 14. They're going to be here soon. Tay's strained voice came through Jez's earpiece, and she grinned reflexively. They damn well better, she murmured back. Because honestly, I'm going to get bored pretty soon here. And considering I'm running a damn gambling hall with a damn bar attached... Jez. Masha's voice was icy. Jez gave a snort of laughter, and someone on the general line let out a long-suffering sigh. Normally, she would have guessed it was Lev, but something had changed with Lev. She still wasn't sure how to react to it, but he wasn't harassing her nearly as much as he had been. It was honestly kind of nice. Nicer than she'd expected. Having him on her side, rather than trying to logically point out all the flaws in her plans, which, honestly, had never actually worked, mostly because she started ignoring him the moment he opened his mouth to argue with her. But still, anyways, knowing that he wasn't going to be pointing out all the flaws in her plan somehow made her look at them a little more closely to begin with, which might or might not be a bad thing, depending on how you looked at it. She sighed heavily, glancing quickly around the dimly lit gambling hall, then took up her place at the back of the hall, on a tall stool set up against the wall-length mirror. She always preferred cheating when there was a mirror in place, gave her idiot partners a false sense of security. The hall itself was not nearly as fine as the hull on Grigory's ship. Still, Galina had overseen it, and it was actually pretty damn impressive. That woman knew how to make something look nice. It had the ambiance of a small kabak in a backwater dirt-eater zastava, but the rough trappings were stylized and somehow elegant. The ubiquitous folding aluminum tables replaced with tables of something silvery and expensive-looking, polished to an old metal sheen. The rickety stools replaced by stools of the same shape, but with comfortable seats and discreet back supports for people who planned to spend an evening gambling.
The stereotypical rough bar was made of blocks of stone cut to look like prefab, but the soft gleam of them made it obvious that it was only a facade, and the counter was polished worked wood instead of rough-cut timber. And honestly, the collection of dark, elegant bottles behind the counter told you everything you needed to know. Yes, she'd gotten smashed on Sump plenty of times in her life, but there was something distinctly different about getting smashed off something that would cost you enough credits that you could start your own damn smuggling cartel. It was dimly lit, but her people were in place. Radek at one of the tables gave her a reassuring wink. She'd set him up to get the games running, and he'd agreed on the condition that she teach him how she cheated. Wasn't going to show him all her tricks, but she'd given him enough to get him started. And from the wide grin she'd seen on his face while he practiced, he was very happy with the arrangement. "You got this, Radek?" she said into her comm in a low voice. He gave a brief nod. His face was tense with anticipation, but she could see the hint of a grin under his expression. "Good," she said. "I'm going out. Figure they might need a hand. Besides, wouldn't be bad for me to be seen. Got a bit of a reputation on Gregory's ship. May as well let the bastard know that we're all here." "Good luck," he said into the comm. She shot him a jaunty grin and strolled out of the gambling hall. Galena was waiting for her outside the door, and she straightened as Jez stepped out. Jez looked her up and down in appreciation, letting her eyes linger on the very attractive curves that Galena's new outfit showed off to admirable advantage. She was dressed like a weapons dealer who'd made a hell of a lot of money. Tight, thigh-length boots, a soft, intricately embroidered black shirt, a fitted black vest. She had at least 3 heat pistols Jez could see, and probably a hell of a lot more that she couldn't, as well as a set of very sharp gutting knives attached to her belt. And, honestly, she looked like she could walk into the middle of a crowd of people and gun down every last one of them. It was a look Jez had always found completely irresistible. She gave a low wolf whistle. Galena dimpled. Damn it, those dimples almost did Jez in every time, honestly. And gave Jez a wink. "Well," she said, "are you ready to run your very own gambling hall? This is every dream you've ever had coming true. Right, Jez?" Jez put her arm around Galena's waist and pulled her in for a moment, grinning, and ignored the small pang in her chest. Because yes, running a gambling hall, not to mention a gambling hall that's only purpose was to pull a job on Grigory Korzakov, and hopefully, in the process, cheat his Boyeviki out of every damn credit they had, was actually something she was very much looking forward to. But to get here, she'd let Olyesa put a lock chip on her ship. Even the thought of it felt like a splinter of metal in her lungs, making breathing difficult and relaxing impossible. The Ungovernable was every dream she'd ever had come true, and the thought of losing her was like a piece of herself being ripped away. "Well, you look like every dream I've ever had coming true," she said, making her voice light somehow. "You look like you could kill me without breaking a sweat." Galena gave her that fond smile. "You, Jez, are probably the only person I know that gets off on people looking like they could kill you without breaking a sweat." "Their loss," said Jez with a smirk. Galena chuckled softly. "Well, according to Tay, our visitors should be here any minute now. I'm going to get into position." Jez followed her out into the lobby, but there was still that ache in her chest, and she couldn't decide if it had to do with her ship or Galena, or what had happened between Masha and the rest of them, or all of it combined. When she reached the lobby, she stared around her in frank astonishment. She'd been focusing on her gambling hall, which, fair enough, because, first of all, it was a gambling hall, and second, she was running the place, and third, she had no desire to know about the kind of entertainment that would take place in places other than the gambling hall, even if they were all fake. But what they'd done to the lobby almost took her breath away. It was disgustingly, decadently opulent. Gold dripped from the chandelier, and gold coated the walls, and it wasn't even trying to be tasteful, just filthily rich. The chairs were upholstered in wine-red fabric that looked as soft as a warm bath, their legs the buttered glow of polished wood, and even the polished stone floor was veined with gold. It was light years away from the rowdy construction site it had been the night before, which was a good thing. A very good thing. But for a moment her stomach turned slightly, because this looked too much like something real. She took a deep breath and crossed over to where Masha was standing. She steadfastly refused to look at the cages, because, hell, she'd seen a lot of crap in her life, but watching living, breathing human beings locked into cages was something she wasn't planning on experiencing if she could help it. She'd been avoiding the lobby ever since they installed the damn thing, honestly. And that had been before there'd been people locked in it. She forced her mind away from the thought of other pleasure houses, other cages, whose occupants didn't have an emergency key to get out any time they needed to. "Hello, Jess," said Masha calmly. She was dressed resplendently. Her trousers and vest brightly colored and heavily embroidered, and her nondescript hair, usually pulled back in a simple rat's tail, hanging loose around her shoulders in soft waves. Jez raised an eyebrow. "What? You decide to try for a model citizen role?" Masha gave her a small smile. "No, I decided to dress the part of the proprietor of a pleasure house. Because, as you may remember, if we mess this up, we will all be murdered in very unpleasant ways." Jez grinned. "Wouldn't be much fun otherwise, would it?" She turned and surveyed the room, still consciously averting her eyes from the cages. Galena had settled herself into a chair across from the cages and was studying the actors inside with a critical eye. Across from her, another customer lay back on a couch, eyes half-lidded with the glazed expression of someone who was higher than the damn atmosphere, and had been for a long time. One of the entertainers was draped across his lap, her own eyes glazed. Part of it was the eye drop solution that Yezbel had come up with, but most of it was acting, and they were doing a good job of it as far as Jez was concerned. Although, in fairness, any time Jez had been that high, she had exactly zero recollection of how she'd looked. A few other customers were scattered throughout the room in various attitudes of debauchery, some with entertainment, others without, and the small, discreet chart of open rooms placed behind the desk was visible if you were looking for it. Most of the rooms marked in a deliberate, bold red as occupied. She glanced over at the gambling hall. She'd taken care of that. She and Radek, anyways. He was a good man to have close when you were trying to set up a gambling hall and bar, to be honest. Although, after having tasted the crap he'd distilled back in prison, she wasn't sure she trusted him with stocking the place. "You know what you're doing, right, Jess?" Masha murmured. Jez grinned. Know exactly what I'm doing. You want someone to cause havoc? Figure I'm basically an expert. Masha didn't respond, but her lip twitched slightly in what might have been the beginnings of a smile. Jez's chest tightened again because she still wasn't completely sure how she felt about Masha, and this wasn't making it any easier. And then the doors slid open, and 2 people walked through. Probably, if you didn't know who they were and you didn't have someone like Tay, who'd been tracking every single one of Grigory's people on the planet for the past 3 days, you might have thought they were regular customers. But Jez had spent long enough on Grigory's ship to notice all the little tells. The way their eyes moved restlessly, taking in the room. The way they glanced at Masha, then glanced back again surreptitiously, as if wanting to watch her, without being watched in return. The handles of weapons poking out of pockets and holsters, the stiffening in their postures when they saw Jez. She grinned at them. They glared back at her, the animosity in their gazes hardly disguised. She looked them up and down insolently. No one she recognized, but then Grigory would hardly send someone they'd recognize. What he'd sent was a man and a woman, both wearing fine clothes, both looking ever so slightly uncomfortable in their fine clothes. Like you might if you'd practiced wearing them, but only for long enough to put on an act. The woman was pale-skinned, with hair so light it was almost white. The man's complexion around the same color as Jez's, his long, straight black hair hanging around his shoulders.
You the proprietor here?
The man asked, looking Masha over and ignoring Jez. Yes, said Masha smoothly. I am, as a matter of fact. She gestured around the room. As you can see, we're quite busy. But tell me what you're looking for, and I'll see what I can do for you. I heard you were the new game in town. We wanted to come see, said the woman lazily. Of course, said Masha. She turned. Jez, would you do the honors? Jez winked at her and turned to the 2, who'd stiffened palpably. The sight sent a warm flood of satisfaction through her chest. Honestly, it was nice to know you'd made enough of an impression that people told their friends about you. Honestly, she'd cheated so many of Grigory's Damboyeviki out of their credits, she could probably have set up shop on her own, if that was what she got off on. Guess that means Masha likes you, she said in a stage whisper to the 2 people who were eyeing her with something approaching loathing. Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty damn important around here. But hell, I like Masha, so I do her a favor now and again. Come on, I'll show you round. They followed her, and she brought them out the back way into the gardens. On our way back, she tapped out in pilot's code, her comm resting casually against her thigh. Ready, came the reply. She held her comm to the panel in front of the doors, and they slid open. The gardens, like the lobby, had been transformed. The bushes and shrubs were arranged artfully, blocking off secluded alcoves from which slurred voices and wordless moans emanated. Flowers garishly colored and too large to be natural drooped from trellises, their thick, heavy scent smothering in the warm air. Here's the garden. Can't get in unless you have a guest token, which means making nice to Masha, she said over her shoulder. She led them through a maze-like passageway, glancing around surreptitiously. Supposedly, she was supposed to stumble over someone right about in the center of this hellhole, but she was pretty sure she'd passed the center already. Damn it, What's happening? She tapped out.
Sorry, came a hurried reply, but nothing else. She narrowed her eyes. The damn flowers were already giving her a headache. Then, 3 people tumbled out through the bushes and into the path in front of her. She jumped back, cursing, and grabbed for her gun before she realized that she recognized all 3 of them. 2 were dressed as entertainment. 1 was dressed as a customer, and they all looked slightly sheepish.
"Hey, you bastards," she snapped. "You want to use the garden, you can damn well stay where you've booked."
"I'm sorry," said the woman dressed as a customer, straightening and brushing dirt off her dress. She cleared her throat and seemed to be trying to regain her dignity. "You two," she snapped at the 2 entertainers, who were still on the ground. "You heard that. Get up." They rose, heads bowed meekly, but Jez caught just the twitch of a grin at the corner at one of their mouths. The customer jerked her head, and they followed her back through the newly created hole in the bushes. Jez glanced over her shoulder. The 2 Boyeviki were watching in faint confusion. She grinned at them. "Like Masha said, get all types in here."
"Take them up the right side path,"
came Lev's voice in her earpiece, that sort of measured calm that he always used when he wasn't at all calm.
"We're having some issues with the pavilion. If they get in there, I'm not sure."
"On it," she tapped out.
"What's over here?"
asked the Boyevik man as they exited the maze of bushes. He was pointing to the left, where a huge pavilion stood, obscured by the greenery and draped with luxurious-looking vines that still gave Jez the shivers, honestly. Jez shot him a lascivious look. "Hey now, some things you don't get to see until you pay your dues, if you know what I mean." She paused and glanced over at him, raising an eyebrow. "Actually, now that you mention it, maybe I should take you over in that direction. You look like a man who appreciates pain." His eyebrows shot up before he managed to force his face into something approximating unconcern.
"What do you—"
She grinned and winked. "Not sure I want to spoil it for you. You know, there are people who are into that. And we've only had—" She paused a moment as if thinking. "2 deaths in there so far. To be totally honest with you, I'm a little surprised. But I guess some of our guests have the constitution of a swamp ox. Couldn't kill them with a 30-centimeter gutting knife." She paused again. Or maybe it was a 35-centimeter. I don't remember what she used.
"I thought Masha said this house didn't keep disposable entertainment," the woman snapped.
Jez grinned wider. "Oh, I didn't say it was entertainers that died. Masha would have had a fit." The man was looking at her in open horror now. "Come on," said Jez, turning towards the pavilion. "Figure adventurous customers like you'd fit right in. Bet Masha would even give you a discount on the price if you came in hurt badly enough. Looks like a merciless bastard, I know, but she's got a soft spot when people are bleeding all over her nice polished floors. You know why she wanted them stone, right? Hell of a tough thing to wipe that kind of blood off wood."
"I," began the man. "I'm not certain."
"I don't think we'll require a tour of the pavilion," said the woman, her tones icy, but the mild horror underneath clearly apparent. "I'd rather head back and look at the entertainment if—" Jez clapped a hand on her shoulder, and she flinched back in distaste. "Who said anything about a tour? Thought I'd give you a taste of what you can buy around here. Like I said, your buddy there looks like the kind who likes a little pain." "Take us back inside," snapped the woman. Jez shrugged, raising her eyebrows.
Well, guess if you want to waste a good offer.
She hesitated, then turned up the narrow path along the right side of the garden, and the visibly relieved Boyeviki followed close behind. The walls of the pleasure house were a brilliant white, and at this time of day, the sun beating against them made the reflection almost blinding. Jez closed one eye completely and squeezed the other to a slit, and took a few moments fumbling at the door. The better the shock between the outside and the dark gambling hall, the better for everyone.
Radek, we're coming in.
She tapped inconspicuously on her comm as she worked.
We're ready for you,
he tapped back. She pulled the door open and gestured inside with a flourish.
Don't usually let customers come this way. But hell, make an exception for you, she said. This goes straight into my gambling hall. Usually you have to go around through the lobby. Don't want anyone sneaking out without paying their debts, if you know what I mean.
She gave them a broad wink. Both Boyeviki glared at her, and then the man ducked inside, followed by the woman. Jez stepped in after them and closed the door, opening both her eyes as the light from outside was abruptly cut off. Even with the precautions she'd taken, it took her a moment of blinking to make out anything in the dim room. When she could distinguish shapes again, she saw Radek lounging against the far corner of the bar, pouring out a drink and chatting in a low voice to an obviously inebriated customer. Around them, the muted clink of tokens tapping against a table, the murmur of voices, the thick, expensive smell of alcohol that cost a hell of a lot of money, enveloped them like a blanket. She closed her eyes and sighed in contentment, then stepped forward.
Come on, you two, she said over her shoulder. Can't have people thinking you're copping a peek at someone's tokens. Get you killed in a place like this.
Your pleasure house seems like an exceptionally dangerous place to be a customer,
said the man, his expression stiff. From the way he was blinking, his eyes couldn't have adjusted to the light yet, which was exactly what she wanted.
Well, we've been pretty busy, so guess not everyone is as timid as you two, she said in a jocular tone.
He glared, still blinking, and she led them purposefully close to the tables.
Got every game you've heard of here, and probably a couple you haven't, she said as she walked. Figure you could probably learn a couple things if you sat in here for a while. Might lose a few credits, though.
And how would we know that someone,
he placed an entirely unnecessary emphasis on the word,
wouldn't cheat?
She turned her head to shoot him a quick grin.
Person in charge of the gaming tables would shoot them dead, she said nonchalantly. We put in the atmosphere of a kabak. Might as well put in the rules.
Cheats get away with that in kabaks sometimes, though,
said the man softly. His voice held an edge of menace. She shrugged, grinning.
Well, guess you could always try. Figure you'd be a little too timid for that, though. After what I saw in the garden, you don't seem like the type who could handle himself in a kabak. Probably best that you two stick to the lobby, honestly.
The man opened his mouth to protest, and Jez winked at the woman at the table next to her, stumbling slightly. The man behind her stopped short to keep from bumping into her, and the other Boyevik stumbled into him, and Jez nudged the table with her hip at the same time. The woman at the table jumped to her feet, grabbing the Boyevik man by the shoulder of his jacket.
You filthy plaguer, she hissed. You cheating for this bastard playing against me? Wouldn't put it past him, but he's damn well going to have to.
Jez grabbed the woman's wrist in a vice-like grip, grinning. The woman winced. Her fingers loosened on the man's jacket. Honestly, Jez wasn't holding her that hard,
but they'd practiced enough times in the last week that she probably had bruises. "No fighting in my gambling hall," Jez said, in a tone that was as menacing as she could make it, while she was trying very, very hard not to laugh. The woman stared at her for a few moments, expression dangerous, then jerked her arm away in disgust. "Pour her a drink," Jez called to Radek, who'd busied himself behind the bar. "On the house, and if she tries to start something again, throw her out."
"You got it, boss,"
said Radek, turning to pull a bottle from the collection behind the bar. Jez turned back to the woman, who was glaring at her. She was actually a pretty good actor, honestly, or it might have been her bruised wrist. "My hall, my rules," she said softly, keeping her voice as menacing as possible. "One chance, but you don't get any more. Just be damn glad I caught you before you'd hit my guest." The woman narrowed her eyes and turned away, muttering, and Jez turned back to the Boyeviki and gave them a wide grin. The man was looking around him uneasily. "Well," she said, "you two know how to make friends fast. Better get you back to the lobby before you get killed." She gestured casually around her. "Floor in here is great for gambling, but cleaning blood off it is hell. Don't want to do that again anytime soon." The rather subdued Boyeviki followed her out of the hall. She made a point of pulling the doors open wide, so their eyes, now adjusted to the dim lighting in the gambling hall, would be flooded with the golden glare from the lobby. "Come on, don't got all day," she said impatiently, as they blinked against the light. "Masha's at the desk, but I don't know if she'll be for long. We're pretty full right now, so if you like what you've seen, you'd probably best get over there." They walked past her, still blinking, and she leaned against the doorway, grinning. By the time they reached Masha, they were too far away for their voices to carry, but Masha's comm, like the rest of theirs, was set to the general line, and Jez could hear the conversation distinctly through her earpiece. "And did you enjoy your tour? I hope it impressed you. Jez is a rather unconventional tour guide, I know, but—" Masha shrugged. "She is fairly skilled in certain areas, and I wanted to make sure you weren't inadvertently killed."
"I find it difficult to believe that people frequent this house if it's so dangerous,"
said the man, his voice gruff. Even from here, Jez could see Masha's bland, amused smile. "Well, it's not dangerous for everyone. Most of it is very safe. But there is a rather large market of people who are looking for things on the more adventurous side. And when you ask to be shown around, you risk running into things that are perhaps a little more than your sensibilities are prepared for. I do apologize. I should have warned you. But I took you for customers with slightly more experience." She trailed off delicately, letting the finely barbed insult hang in the air. "Of course, I only serve customers here who like what I have to sell. If you aren't interested, I'm happy to recommend one of the tamer houses." Jez glanced over to where Radek had joined her, leaning up against the gambling hall walls out of sight of the Boyevik. He caught her eye and raised an eyebrow. She gave a quick shake of her head. The ideal situation, of course, was that the Boyevik left without asking to use the entertainment. But the merest whiff of hesitation on Masha's part could spell the end of their plan, so they'd have to be bloody well begging to leave. "We'll stay," said the woman sharply, and Jez glanced back to the scene. "I want you to book us a room, please, and show us the available entertainment." "Of course," Masha murmured, lowering her head, but her slight smile was clearly visible. "A word on the house rules. Entertainment here is of the highest quality. It is not disposable. So please keep that in mind. If it comes back damaged beyond a couple days' recuperation, you'll be paying a fine. And damaged beyond repair, along with the fine, you'll not set foot in here again. Your recreation, beyond getting intoxicated, happens in the private rooms or in the garden, please. If you want to make a public display, we have places for that, but it's reserved in advance. She reached down and pulled out 2 chips, set into expensive-looking necklaces. Once you pay, I'll give you these. They're your access chip while you're here. Although I'm the only one who can unlock the entertainment, I don't want fights from people who've reserved one. Very well, said the woman coldly. There were a few moments where Masha took their credit chips, and Jez found herself wishing very much that their plan hadn't involved her keeping the plaguers out of her gambling hall, because her fingers were practically aching with the desire to cheat the bastards out of every last credit they owned. She gave a long, regretful sigh, and Radek grinned at her.
If it makes you feel any better, kid, I'd pay good money to watch you cheat them blind.
She grinned at him. Figure they don't know me well enough to want to kill me yet, but I bet I could change their minds pretty quick. He chuckled and shook his head.
I still don't know how you lived to grow up.
She rolled her eyes good-naturedly, then turned back to the lobby. She'd have to look at the cage now, if she wanted to see what was going to happen next, which was honestly a dilemma, because even knowing what she knew, the cage made her want to vomit. Still, she took a deep breath and let her eyes be pulled where every line of the setup of the room wanted to pull them. She was pretty sure from what she remembered of their meeting the evening before, at least the part of it she was paying attention to, that there were going to be 5 or 6 people in the cages when the Boyeviki first came in. Now they were down to 2, as planned, a man and a woman. The man lay on a couch, wearing a robe that was falling enticingly open. But there was nothing at all enticing about the magnetic cuffs on his wrists and ankles. At least nothing that she damn well got off on. Although apparently, there were people who did find that enticing. And hell, she could maybe see that if they were dressing up for fun. But people liking that when the cuffs were real, and the people inside them terrified and desperate? The thought made her swallow back bile. The woman was leaning up against the bars of the cage, her back to the Boyeviki. Her outfit was a loose shift dress, hardly revealing, but the expensive fabric clung to her slender form. Even facing away from them, even chained, she had an obvious presence and grace. Both Boyeviki couldn't seem to take their eyes from the woman. Honestly, Jez could hardly blame them. "We'll take that one," said the woman Boyevik. "Very good," said Masha. "You have excellent taste. I'm honestly surprised she's available right now, but I believe she just got finished with another customer. You're lucky." She paused. "Are you certain? House rules are, once I've unlocked them, you can't change your mind. I've had too many issues in the past, so I'd advise you to inspect carefully before you make a decision."
We've inspected enough,
said the man, his voice tinged with annoyance.
We're not innocents. No use trying to convince us to take the lesser goods.
Masha shrugged slightly. "Lady forbid. If you're certain, then." She tapped her calm against the bars, and the lock clicked open. She tapped it again against a control on the floor, then straightened as the woman's restraints fell away. "You," said Masha, her words a short command. "Come, you're wanted." The woman turned, and Jez bit back a grin. Tanya had always been good at looking at you
like she could murder you 17 different ways before you realized you were dead. Jez had been on the receiving end of that look enough times to thoroughly appreciate it. And the way she'd made up her face and arranged her clothes, she didn't look particularly seductive, except in the sense that the almost palpable air of danger she carried with her was seductive. But there was something about the way she stood, watching the two Boyeviki, that was unutterably compelling. In the way that a plains cat, crouched in the long grass, watching a helpless newborn marsh gritha, was compelling. But still, Tanya turned her thoughtful gaze on the man, and Jez saw his Adam's apple jump as he swallowed nervously. Radek grinned at Jez, and she grinned back. Honestly, this was spectacular. "You say she's quite popular?" asked the woman, the sharpness in her tone doing nothing to conceal her sudden nervousness. "Of course," Masha murmured. "She's perhaps the most popular entertainer I have. As I said, I do tend to attract clients who are on the more adventurous side." "And she's restrained, correct?" Masha chuckled in faint amusement. "Of course. If she wasn't, I assume not a single person in this lobby would be alive right now, although she's very good at working within constraints. I have not had an unsatisfied customer yet." She paused. At least, the ones who were still able to speak were all complimentary. "My understanding is that 2 are still recovering in the medical facility here. We've only lost 1. And I'm fairly certain the one she just came from will walk again, with proper treatment." The Boyeviki looked at each other. "I've changed my mind. I want the other instead," said the man quickly. Masha shook her head. "I'm sorry. House policy as I explained. We're extremely busy, as I told you, but if you try her and don't like her, I promise you a full refund." The woman made an obvious effort to steel herself. "And she's good for anything?" Masha gave a small smile. "As I said, this isn't a house with disposable entertainment. But within those constraints, yes. Do take care of her, please. She's very expensive." She paused, glancing down at her comm. "I've booked you into room 223. "Very well," said the woman, turning. "Come on, you." She jerked her head at Tanya. Her companion fell into step beside her, and Masha said in a low voice that, even over the comm, was obviously just loud enough to be overheard without sounding intentional. "We've talked about this. Please avoid killing them. It reflects poorly on the house." Tanya gave a brief nod, and Jez caught the glint of amusement in her face as she turned to follow the Boyeviki up the stairs. There were a few moments of silence as they ascended, and then, over the comm on Tanya's wrist, they heard the room door click shut. "Well," said Radek into his comm, "you want to take bets on who needs the emergency alarm first, Tanya or the Boyeviki?" "Believe me, no one will take you up on that," said Yesbel, her voice low and amused. "I know my Tanya. They'll be begging for their lives before she has time to do anything other than look at them." "I'd put my bet at..." Lev paused a moment, as if calculating something. 5 standard minutes. "You think?" asked Radek. "You didn't see them when Jez was bringing them through the gambling hall. I give them 2 minutes at the most." "Possibly," said Lev. "However, I'm taking into account the fact that they'll probably be too frozen with fear to move for at least 4.5 minutes. In total, it was 3 standard minutes and 52 seconds before the Boyeviki emerged from the room, their expressions those of people who've stared death in the face. "Your house is lovely, but I believe we'll be checking out." said the woman in a tone that did not invite discussion. The man appeared almost catatonic. Masha raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? I'm sure I have other things here I could tempt you with. If you'd just... I said we're checking out, said the woman tersely. Very well, Masha murmured. I do hope you'll recommend us to your friends. The Boyeviki didn't bother to answer, just handed in their key chips, collected their credit chips, and left. After the door had closed behind them, Jez began to count, slowly. She'd reached 87 before Tay's voice came over the comm.
They're gone. I'm tracking them, but they're halfway back to the pleasure district, driving like the 17 demons themselves are chasing them. So I think we're safe.
Jez turned to meet Radek's gaze, and both of them burst into laughter. Over the comms, she could hear Yesbel chuckling as well, and Lev's quiet sounds of amusement.
You can stop pretending to cheat each other,
Radek called back into the gambling hall.
Laszlo, do you even know how to play Three Blind Beggars? You had 7 tokens in your hand the whole time.
The man lounging on the bench in the cage sat up, hitting the button on his wrist comm to pop the cuffs free, and pulling his robe closer around him. And the customer and the entertainer who'd been passed out on the couch sat up as well, shifting away to give each other space and blinking the eye drops from their eyes. Well, said Masha, looking around as the actors from outside trickled in, and Lev and Tay appeared on the staircase. It appears our first outing has been a success.
What I'd like to know is what exactly you did to those Boyeviki,
said Ivan Riley, glancing at Tanya, who'd come to stand beside the counter. She gave him a small smile. I don't know what Jez did to prep them, but, she shrugged, by the time I'd pulled the first gutting knife from my boot, I thought they were both going to faint. I was worried at first that I'd be locked in there for half a standard hour before they got up the nerve to try to get away from me. Ivan chuckled, and Jez snorted. Well, could have told you those bastards had a pretty good sense of self-preservation, she drawled. Bet they'll give Gregory the most glowing report they can dream up, just to avoid being sent back here again. Masha held up a hand, although she couldn't hide her faint smile. Good work, everyone. But we won't know if we were successful until we know Gregory's reaction. Tay, I assume you'll let us know if another Boyevik is being sent here. Tay nodded, without looking at her. Good. Then I suggest we close this down for the day. Jez caught Lev's eye across the room and raised her eyebrow, and he picked his way through the crowd over to her.
Jez, you did well,
he said when he reached her, and there was a genuine warmth to his tone she hadn't expected. She smiled at him. Yeah? Well, you did pretty good yourself. You and Tay. She paused. So, now what? Lev glanced down at the comm on his wrist.
I've been monitoring the account Tay set up in Masha's name. So?
He looked up and gave a faint shrug, with just the hint of tension in it.
Assuming that Zhenya told Grigory what we wanted them to, and assuming Grigory came to the conclusion that we expected, and assuming the Boyeviki fell for our act, we wait and see if he takes the bait.